Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another day of the GSL qualifiers, the GSL 2024 Season 2 qualifiers, part number 2. Oh my god, welcome everyone, welcome back. The GSL qualifiers, of course, they were held last week. And we have actually gone over half of those replays already, over half of those qualifying matches, and now we have the other half. Now we have 6 qualifying matches left, and we're here to find out the hell happened during those qualifiers and how good those games were. We are here to find out. I'm of course just Live VIP. With me, I'm joined by the amazing people in the chat and by these amazing players as well. Again, to be transparent here, the qualifiers were held last week, as I mentioned, but the GSL qualifiers are not broadcasted. They're not broadcasted live. They never really have been. There's been exceptions. There have been exceptions to the rule where, you know, maybe back in 2015, 2014, there was like a season or two where they did actually cast the qualifiers. But outside of that, they were never really publicized. They were never really monetized or anything like that. They just held them. And I remember back in the day. In Heart of the Storm, I'd be one of those guys. I'd be one of the contributors on Wikipedia where every GSL season I'd be spam refreshing. I'd open up a bunch of tabs. I'd open up like 5, 6, 7 tabs with all the different brackets. Before they used challenge, they used like a Korean site with all the brackets. I would like spam refresh, and whenever there was an update, I'd update on Wikipedia. That was me back in the day. I'd be updating the matches live on Wikipedia as quickly as possible. I remember I'd do that, and then then when it was all done, I'd screenshot it and then I'd post it to Reddit. I'd post the qualified players to Reddit as well. That was the good old days. So yeah, that's how you would experience the GSL qualifiers. Nowadays, as of the past year or so, we have replays. GSL has been kind enough, we've been fortunate enough to receive replays from GSL. I say we, all the patrons. !GSL in the chat, and you will get a link to the Patreon of GSL, so you can help support the Global StarCraft League. You can help support the Korean scene, and if you do so, you can gain access to their replays. You can also gain access to behind the scene photos and photo shoots and some content that they've been making as well, some player content. And yeah, it's, you know, just a nice way to support GSL. You can do so via Patreon. You can gain access to the replays yourselves as well. There you go. Meanwhile, for us, we're going over all the qualifying matches. And again, as I mentioned, we've already gone through 6 qualifying matches. We have 6 matches left. Up first here in Group D, it's a TVT between Byeon and Gumiho. Again, we've already casted Group A, Group B, and Group C already. The majority of Round 1. We have one group left. That is Group D. After Group D, we're going to be getting into Round 2, which takes all the players that failed to qualify for GSL. They've all been invited and seeded into a final round, into like a last chance qualifier, and they're going to be fighting for 4 more qualifying spots. So we'll get there soon. We'll get there, Papi. We'll get there. For now, we have our TVT. We have Byeon versus Gumiho. Clearly Beethoven, the mad scientist and a master composer. Need to hit him up for the secret immortality when we hire him for StarCraft 3. True. It is known. He did not just compose StarCraft, he actually played Brood War as well. That is true. Did play it. He played a bit of StarCraft 2 as well, as did everyone. Can confirm. The passion, Papi, the passion. Those are the good old days. The good old days, Papi. But now we're back, and we're diving into our first TVT, into our first series of the night. Let's go. Now, Gumiho versus Byeon is going to be an interesting... Oh, right. There was an update. I think we're okay. I think we're okay. I forgot there was an update was it yesterday? I remember there was an update yesterday, and that may have broken replays. No shot. So it looks like I'm gonna have to download the previous version of the game. Let's go. So this is gonna be a fun one. This is gonna be a great experience here, covering these older replays. I might have to patch the game every time I load an old replay. That would be less than ideal. That would be God damn it. For those that are curious, we casted our first day of the GSL qualifiers 2 days ago, and yesterday before Kung Fu Cup there was a patch to the game. It wasn't like a game update, or there was no like balance patch or anything, but the game itself was updated. There was a patch that was held. I don't know what it did. I'll be honest. I think there were some bugs, and I think it was like a bug fixing patch. But that does technically mean that these replays are from an older version of the game, even though they were from like a week ago. So yeah, we got we have to repatch the game whenever we load in a replay. Yeah, it's gonna be an experience, and hopefully the replays work. Oh, don't tell me they're broken. Okay, we're good. Fingers crossed. I think we're okay. We're getting ready for game 1. It's gonna be on Alcyone. Alcyone. Fiction Beethoven picture game. True. Este Beethoven, papi. And here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alcyone. We have our blue Terran player representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Bjorn. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Terran player, the red Terran representing Cloud9. It is Gumiho. We go. And this is going to be an interesting one. I know that Bjorn has a lot of hype around him. I mean, deservedly so. He's an amazing player. But when it comes to the TVT matchup, there are certain TVT specialists out there that can really pop off and bounce back. And Gumiho is one of them. Kyor is another. Ryung, of course, is a TVT master. Can take down even the best of them out there in specifically the TVT matchup. And Gumiho is starting things off with a proxy 2 racks. Oh boy. Let's go. The first Rax is on the way. Second Rax has been thrown down here on the high ground as well. So it's going to be 2 Rax Reaper, I imagine, out of Gumiho. And Bjorn back at home. What opener do we go for? We're on Alcyone. Rax expands are not unheard of in this matchup on this map, just because of how greedy you can be, just because of how macro-oriented this map can be as well. If we go for an economic opener, then Bjorn is going to be in some trouble. Oh boy. And it looks like it is, in fact, going to be a Rax expand. We're going for a delayed second gas, which means we're going for a delayed factory as well. Bjorn is going to be in a bit of trouble here. Now, it's not an auto loss. This is just ideal for Gumiho. Bjorn can still react well enough. He can pull the boys. He can minimize losses, micro his hard out, and defend against the first wave of Reapers. Bjorn can pull it off, but it's not going to be easy, as there's that CC on the low ground again. An economic opener here out of Bjorn. And Gumiho, he gambles and he's here to punish. Oh boy. We have the SCV as well to help out. Factory now on the way, but the factory was delayed because of the opener, because of the initial CC. And here come the Reapers. Here come the Reapers here from Gumiho. How fast can Bjorn react? Does move out with this first Reaper. Ooh, a bit out of position. Now we do dive in. We're going to be disrupting and delaying that factory. The factory, oh, is going to be saved. Maybe you hold on. Boys are being pulled. That first Reaper taking a lot of hits. Oh, does escape. Does manage to escape. We do take down one of those SCVs, but the factory will continue. Gumiho is forced out. He gets another SCV on the low ground. 2 SCVs go down. Oh, we delay the CC. Oh, we force a cancel as well. Massive pigots here from Gumiho. Does force a cancel, forcing it to be rebuilt here in the main base. We're up to 3 Reapers. We're back up to 3. So far, Bjorn hasn't lost any of his fighting units, but again, he's only got 1 Reaper, and he will lose it. Up, or will he? Up, it's so close. The Reaper barely does survive, neither player losing any yet. And the Hellion has arrived just in time. We can shut this army down. Gumiho is going to be cleaned up. Whew. That's 4 Reapers for 1 Hellion. Very nice kiting, very nice control out of Bjorn, and making the best out of a bad situation. As he moves out, Reaper once again moves in. Bearing in mind, Gumiho has nothing. Gumiho has nothing back at home. He can throw down a CC on the low ground. Bjorn, he can counterattack. He can push here and now. If Bjorn had his Hellion, then he could do so much across the map. Gumiho bleeding out another Reaper. Bjorn is pushing. Meanwhile, Gumiho working on his Cyclone. As the dust does settle, as long as Gumiho doesn't lose too many SCVs, he does have an economic lead. 1 SCV goes down. Bjorn, he does pivot away. Being dragged further into the natural by the SCV. We'll delay the command center. We'll get a kill. But the Cyclone has arrived. And Gumiho is still up 5 workers. He's up 5 SCVs, and he's going to get his natural up a lot faster as well. At least on location. Cyclone shuts down the Reaper. Gumiho has control of his side of the map. Beyond on the other side, getting into his own drop play. Medevac is on the way. Let's go. Medevac and 2 more Cyclones. Now the pressure is on Beyond to get damage done, and he can. He has the potential. Has the tools. Makes the magic happen here. So you have the racks. Going to be scouting, confirming the Cyclones. Confirming the army. Medevac is on the way. And we can see Gumiho going into a 3rd CC. Oh my god. Quite greedy here. 3rd CC before a 2nd factory, before a 2nd racks, before anything else. At the same time, Gumiho dives into that natural base. Hoping up there by Beyond. Saves both Cyclones. Ooh, I spoke too soon. Trades 1 for 1. 1 for 2. Oh. What a mess. He's so close. Cyclones are barely going to be saved. A 1-to-1 trade there between the Cyclones. Beyond rotating around, pushing in. Gumiho is getting his 3rd base up and running. Beyond no 3rd in sight, not yet. So Gumiho being quite greedy. Can Beyond punish him? Can he punish? As the game is going to be settling a bit from here, and Gumiho, he's had a pretty strong start so far. Now we're settling into our 1-on-1 openers, settling into our 3rd base. Beyond still has yet to confirm the timing of the 3rd, as he does manage to outposition Gumiho. 1 SCV goes down, but the tank is in position. Yeah, tank does shell away at those Cyclones. Gumiho getting across the map. We do not have a tank to defend, by the way. It's in the main, not in the natural. Can we get some SCVs? We get 1. Oh, only 1. Barely only 1 worker goes down. Marines are in position in the main. Good defense here by Beyond. Does hold on, and from here we can take stock. We have Beyond now getting to his 3rd CC, working towards a Raven follow-up. He has a lot of potential with this Raven, even though Gumiho is going to have the economic lead, even though he's going to have more workers and mules available. The Liberator will confirm this. Big scout. Liberator does confirm, and Beyond does have the Raven advantage. With this, we can actually break a defending player. We can break Gumiho with our first push. Beyond has so much more utility available with his army. And the Raven is going to be massive. Behind this, Liberator is going to be chased down by the Cyclones. Oh my god, I spoke too soon. The Liberator barely escapes. Barely does get away. Gumiho behind this, going to be pulling back. Does end up pulling back. Now getting to the rest of his factions. Has yet to expand, yet to take his 3rd base, but should be on the horizon. Should be on the way. And the scan does confirm the timing of the 3rd. And Beyond, he knows he has to push out. Like, he saw the timing of the 3rd base of Gumiho. He knows how far behind he is with that 3rd base. So the pressure is on. He is moving out. Now, looking at the units tab, we have 3 tanks for Beyond. We have 4 for Gumiho. But Gumiho doesn't have any Ravens. Beyond has 2. He has Interference Matrix research as well. So we can disable tanks. We can break a defensive line. It's going to be on Gumiho to outposition and to zone away Beyond. Specifically with his Vikings. Checking the Viking count. Ooh, only 1 Viking for Gumiho. Reactors just now on the way. We don't have any more anti-air. We have Marines, sure, but the Vikings zone him back. Beyond does take a tank shot to the face. Doesn't commit. Doesn't quite commit here. Gumiho dancing with the army. Playing with fire. Behind this, Liberator does go down. We got a decent amount of SCV kills. Oh my god. My apologies, there's no W's escape hard. The armies are going to be clashing. Beyond bleeding out 10 SCVs. Gets the disable, but a quick unsiege out of Gumiho. Very nicely done. Does unsiege in time. For those that are curious, if you unsiege before the interference matrix connects, then you can get away. So quick moves out of Gumiho. Does threaten a push. Gumiho going for, once again, a cyclone jump towards the main. Going for that cyclone drop, and Beyond, he was just unable to find a way in. Didn't kill any tanks, didn't find any, didn't gain any ground here, and Gumiho, he's just ahead economically. Is ahead. Soon to be taking his 4th base. I like this from Beyond though, taking the gold. It is a good way to bounce back here. A good way to recover. There it is, gold base on location for Beyond. Same time, cyclone jump gets 1, gets 2 SCVs. Jumping into the main. Getting potentially 1, 2 more SCVs, 4 in total. Four SCV cyclones get cleaned up, but they get outscaled here as the game progresses. Good trade for Gumiho. Good trades overall. Beyond still trying to be as active as possible, and at least he still has retained these 2 Ravens. They're both still alive. One of them's down to half HP, but they still have a lot of potential. As Beyond is moving out, we just see Gumiho going for a counterattack. Beyond, believing he has map control, feels like he's safe, doesn't have any sensor towers. Reinforcements are called out. Gumiho diving into the natural. Going for the mineral line. There is a tank on the high ground. Big tank volleys going off. And Beyond, he races back home. Oh no! God. I need to stop doing that. So I keep pressing Shift B, and Shift B is the battle reports, but Shift B I believe is something else when you're going over replays. So we dive into the natural base. We saw this tank does siege up, getting a volley off. I need to refrain myself from pressing B. Aye. So here I should just unbind that actually, 100%. I'll unbind it. As we do see Beyond moving out with the rest of his army. Was forced back, but he doesn't get his gold base. His gold is up and running. Let's go. So even though he's down in workers, he can make up for it here with his gold. Gumiho going for a more standard linear 4th base instead. And Gumiho's not even pushing. He's been harassing with this drop, sure, like he was getting damage done, but he's keeping all of his tanks back at home, playing a much more defensive style. Not quite playing mech, of course, but defensive nonetheless. Here we go. Now we're pushing with 1 tank and bio towards the left. Double drop on the right. We're moving out with 1 more tank as well. And Beyond, can we keep up? Does have the Zelnaga at least. Does have a spotter depot on the right-hand side. The sensor tower is going to be covering the left-hand side this time. So Beyond, he has more vision. Is more aware. Rotates around. Going to be distracted by that depot. That does create an opening here for Gumiho. He does scan ahead of time. There is 2 tanks in position. And Gumiho, he can't find a way in. Ooh, gets a Raven. Does manage to get 1. Gets a 2nd Raven as well. Big pickoffs. May lose a tank, but that was well worth it for Gumiho. Sniping both Ravens. Aye. Oh, not like this. Beyond triple expanding. Getting his 5th, 6th, and 7th CC. Gumiho is not quite done. Going for another double drop towards the south. Double drop towards the south, headed for the main base. No ring of turrets, by the way, no defense. Gumiho, he gets into the main base at the same time. Beyond, he's going all in. We're going for a base trade. Gumiho pushing in towards that natural, but he has such an insane army already. Beyond hits the natural, hits the 3rd base of his opponents. But Gumiho, he shuts down the tanks. Boys have been pulled. We have 1 tank here in the main. One tank for Bjorn, but I spoke too soon because Gumiho, he gets on top of it. And he's going to camp the production. At the same time, Bjorn not quite making this to the main base of Gumiho. Gumiho evacuating his natural. Getting ready in the main. Meanwhile, every base is under fire here. Bjorn does have the gold. He does have 2 tanks at the gold base as well. That is a saving grace. Bjorn has a chance. Does have a chance. He's trying to force his way up into the main. Gumiho, 1 tank is siege, not the other. And Bjorn is breaking in. He's breaking through into the main. Takes down a tank. Again, Gumiho late to siege. Does siege. Meanwhile, across the map, the main base has been killed. We kill the natural. We kill the third. The great migration here. Raxa is trying to get the hell out of there. And we're going for the tanks. No planetary. Ooh, no planetary, by the way. The turrets do take down the medevac. Oh, the boys are being pulled. Ooh, but it's not good enough. Tank goes down. That is the army of Bjorn, at least the defensive army. Across the map, he's not gaining ground. Gumiho, he holds. He holds onto the main base, and I can't say the same for Bjorn. As Bjorn has no army left back at home. GG gets called, and Gumiho will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Again, Gumiho did feel like from the beginning he just had quite an advantage because of the opener. Like, the opener was a little bit rough for Bjorn to lose his SCVs, to have his his factory, his CC delayed. Just a really rough start against the 2-Rax Reaper of Gumiho. Gumiho was able to get a lead and maintain that lead throughout the game. There were also some key moments when Gumiho was going for his drop play, for example, his double drop across the map. With Gumiho, of course, rushing into the 3rd CC. That was another big moment. Getting a 3rd CC up and running so quickly, and Bjorn had no idea. And Bjorn attempted to, but could not punish that 3rd base either. GG. And with that, Gumiho does take a lead in this series, and now we're diving into and getting ready for game number 2. Now, I'm a little bit concerned that I'm going to have to download a patch every time I cast a game. I hope that isn't the case, but we'll see. That is the case. God damn it. Smoge, Pappy Smoge. Catching up in the chat. I missed the Beethoven discussion. It'll be back another time. It's Rossini, Janacek, and Brahms. You're going over my head, Pappy. I don't know the lingo, Pappy. I don't know the lingo. But here we go. We're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of side Delta. You're too high society for me. In the bottom right-hand corner of side Delta, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. Down in this series, he needs to fight back here and now to force that ace match. It is Bjorn. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, leading the series 1-0, representing Cloud9. It is Gumiho. A solid game 1 there out of Gumiho. Never at all really too pressured or too worrisome for him. He was in control almost that entire game, but a lot of that was off of the proxy 2-Rax Reaper. Behind this, here in game number 2, we have a double gas opener. Gumiho going for a faster factory here, bit of a more aggressive build and safer build as well out of Gumiho. Bjorn once again 2 games in a row. Rax expand. No second gas. No second gas guys are here for Bjorn. So once again, he's going for an economic opener. If Gumiho had gone for 2-Rax Reaper 2 games in a row, then he could find some damage here, could find some success. But Gumiho is playing it safe. Maybe he's a little bit concerned that he was going to get proxied after Gumiho proxied Bjorn. It would make sense to fear Bjorn of proxying him. That could be a reason as to why we would open up double gas here. As is that factory on the way. Meanwhile, Bjorn getting into his natural base. So the trends have tabled, and this time Byun is going to have the better economy coming into game number 2. Meanwhile, Gumiho, he's going to have, I guess, a slightly stronger army here coming into game number 2 instead. He can also tech up a little bit faster as well, into a faster starport, into some faster form of tech. See how Gumiho makes use of this. So you can see here just checking, looking for a proxy. Gumiho did not SCV scout across the map, so he's just checking his natural, his triangular third, his linear third base. Gumiho making sure he's safe and sound. Meanwhile, likewise, Byun also did not SCV scout. He checks his triangular third, checking his fringe bases, or his, sorry, close by bases. And we're getting into our game. Code discussion has never been more fiery than between Beethoven and Mozart. True, true. Who's Maru? And who's Cyril? Who's who's Meisenhower in this discussion? No, no. Not like this. As we are getting into our 1-1-1. From Byun at least. Likewise, the same can be said for Gumiho. Again, Gumiho has slightly faster tech overall because of his opener. Starport has completed, and we're getting to a safety Cyclone. Okay, Cyclones are on the way. Cyclones also went in from Byun. And we're going into a Cyclone drop from both players. So this can get a little bit chaotic. If Gumiho and Byun send out their first couple of medevacs, if they send out their first couple of Cyclones, they could pass by each other, and damage is going to get done. Things could get rowdy. They could get rowdy, but... Oh. Here we go. Gumiho moving out with his first handful of units, moving out with the Hellion, as well as that Cyclone drop. Interesting, moving out with his first Cyclone. Meanwhile, Byun moving out with his Hellion Marine. They do come across each other. Who reacts first? Byun! Byun a little bit late to react. Gumiho does drop. Yeah, shuts down the army. Ooh, takes down some Marines. Chases back the Hellion. And Gumiho, he comes out better there in that trade. Even shuts down that final Hellion as well. Byun forced all the way back home. At least he does barely keep that medevac alive. Gumiho, he wants it. Wants that medevac. Up! Oh, does spot it. Won't commit. Pulls back. Do have Raven production on the way alongside the interference matrix. Gumiho is defending. Sorry, Byun is defending. Against the aggression of Gumiho. He will hold on to his 2 bases. But Byun is stuck at home. And Gumiho, he's free to get into a 3rd CC if he wanted to, but no, he's committing into 1-1-1. He's pushing up with the tank, even pulling some boys. The SCVs are on the way to help repair. Gumiho thinking about getting his 3rd CC on location. He's got the money for it. Can commit. Oh, not quite though, as behind this are going double Viking into double Liberator. Okay. Interesting choice. Gumiho now getting his 3rd CC on location as he's rallying everything across the map. Tank getting within range of the natural. We do have a Raven. We do have interference matrix. We can disable that tank, but is it going to be enough? Vikings, they turn away the Ravens. Where's the anti-air? Oh. 1 Marine and 1 Cyclone. We dive on forward. 1 Raven goes down. 2nd Raven goes down as well. Ay, ay, ay. Massive pickoffs, and Byun, he's in trouble. He's in a lot of trouble right now. Trying to hold on to his natural. At the same time across the map, he does get in though. Oh my god. Drop does get in. Forcing the boys off the mineral line. So much late mining time. Gumiho waiting for reinforcements. And Byun, he is fighting back. Jumping towards that natural. Ooh, yeah, getting some more SCVs. Very nicely done. At the same time, Liberators do siege up. Getting the counter SCV damage done. Well, that's going to be 7-8 SCV kills. Oh my god. Byun, a little bit too late to respond. Bleeding out so many SCVs. Far too many at this point. In total, 14 workers go down for Byun. But he's still not done across the map. Getting a couple more SCVs here at the natural. But Byun gets cleaned up. As the dust does settle, Gumiho does take a worker lead. But wait, even in tanks, Bjorn does have a Viking lead himself. And the game will keep going. Despite the amount of SCVs that were killed here at the natural from the side of Bjorn, Bjorn was also able to get some worker kills across the map. And Gumiho, he was also hurting as well. Does have a worker lead, but not as large as it should have been. That's large. Gumiho poised to drop into the main. It's got Marines and a Cyclone. Third CC on location for Gumiho. Now on the way for Bjorn. As the drop does get into the main. Once again, SCV is going to be going down, forcing the Vikings to land. Getting another 3 SCVs there. Medevac will escape. And with that, Gumiho now has a massive economic lead. 57 workers to the 49 of Bjorn. Behind this, we're working to the fusion core. That should be for Liberator range to get into, again, Lib tank. Additional factories on the way, not Raxes. Gumiho going to be embracing mech here, not bio. He's headed into mech. Bjorn scans ahead of time. Slots in the main army. Try and rotate over, but we take some big tank shots to the face. Oof. Hitting 1 for 1. Liberator forcing back those tanks. It is going to be forced back. Gumiho now double expanding. And my apologies, I assumed the fusion core was going to be for ranged liberators, but no, it's going to be for Yamato. He's going into Yamato. He's rushing into mech. Well, I say rushing into mech. Rushing into BCs. Double armory on the way. We spoke about mech earlier. Again, mech is on the way. Gumiho working on a 4th CC as well. As the 4th base just now begins for Bjorn on location. Yeah, not many people do play mech in TVT, but players like Gumiho, players like Ryung, they're willing to dabble in it here against the best Terrans out there. And it can be a terrifying thing. Like, it's just such a solid defensive style that defense can very quickly turn into an offense as well, depending on the positioning. The Terran player. But now Bjorn's still amassing his own army. I mean, the pressure's on Bjorn, to be honest. Like, the longer this goes on, the better it is for Gumiho. Like, Bjorn, we gotta go. Let's try to pick Gumiho apart. Go for some bases, go for some SCVs. Damage done in some way. Do catch a medevac. Is a pickup. So you get the medevac. 4th base is up and running for both players, both Gumiho and Bjorn. Bjorn has now taken a worker lead. With Gumiho, he's refining his army. Yamato is done, working on +1 ship weapons. Bjorn stepping forward, getting into the Vikings. And first tank goes down, Vikings are exposed. Bjorn, can he snowball out of control, diving in towards that 3rd base, takes down 1, takes down a 2nd tank. Very nice pickups. Vikings, they do take down at least some of the medevacs, and the tanks have yet to reveal themselves. Sorry, the BCs have yet to reveal themselves, until now. Battlecruiser has arrived, Yamato is available. Behind this, we're going for Thors. As the BC gets across the map, gets into the natural, forcing Bjorn back home. Yamato goes up. he will be able to survive. Has a teleport available. Getting more SCVs. Getting more Marines. Getting 18 kills. Again, behind this Beyond, he is trying to keep it across the map. Knows how vulnerable Gumiho is. But we're running out of anti, running out of Marines. No, the Marines are going down. Nothing else shoots up. There's no more Vikings. There's no more Marines. The Marauders, they can't shoot up. Neither can the tanks. And Gumiho is chasing this all down. Nice Yamato there from Gumiho. Beyond having a rough trade. Did deny some mining time at the third. Did get some workers. Beyond, he needs time, needs to build back up. We're amassing Marines, amassing Vikings, Thors, more Thors on the way. Anything and everything. And give me a holds. And how many BCs? 4. Soon to be 5. Soon to be 5. Beyond going for the scan, trying to get a read on any additional bases here from Gumiho. And because Beyond has the higher worker count, because he has a better economy, that translates to a larger army. Beyond trying to make use of his more mobile composition, rotating around, trying to catch a would-be 5th base. There he does step in. Does step forward. Ooh, Thor does go down within range of the tanks. Big pickup. Beyond again, down to 1 Thor with his main army. Yamato's going to be following up as well. They take down the Thor. Teleport there out of Gumiho. Ooh, takes out another couple of tanks. Some more tanks, getting back into more Viking production as well. It's going to be 6 Vikings from Gumiho against the 14 Vikings of Beyond. That's still a lot of Vikings. Beyond doesn't have any ship upgrades yet, bear that in mind. He's working on +1. Hiding here out of Beyond. Going to be going for a double jump again, trying to split up the attention here of Gumiho. Trying to force him back. Does attempt to jump into the main base, is going to be denied. Vikings, they come in, they take down the medevacs. Gumiho saves the base at the same time. Here comes Beyond. Right through the center. CC buys some time. And we're going straight for the natural, straight for the kill. We're trying to at least. But the BCs, they do keep up. Here we go. Up. The BCs, they survive. Yamato's going to be going up on the Vikings. And Gumiho, he takes a fight. Somehow, some way, despite being down in Vikings, the Yamatos were solid. And Beyond is in trouble. Is going to be in trouble here. And this is, again, still has a solid economy. So, like, Beyond is able to max out. He's catching up on upgrades as well, working on +2 ship weapons, making 6 Vikings at a time. Hefty Viking count. Likewise, Gumiho is still making more BCs. If you're curious about TVT and the ultra late game TVT, it is mass BC versus mass BC. Like, BCs is what you want in the late game with those upgrades with 3-3. That is the end game of Terran versus Terran, and Gumiho is already there. Leaves out 1 battle cruiser. 1 is still not going to be enough. Still making 2 at a time. Still just amassing more BCs. It's gonna be a lot of Yamatos when the armies do clash. Yamatos, as Billy's still building up his Vikings. He's up to 28 Vikings. That's a lot of Vikings. Jesus. That's a lot of Vikings, Puppy. They are stacked up. We have to avoid those Thor shots. Speaking of, tanks will lead the siege. Tanks are going to be late. Thor's going to be going up, but we have a ground army. Yamatos, they do connect. They shut down a big chunk of those Vikings. And the army's going to be clashing. Bjorn does have the Viking lead. He's kiting back. At the same time, though, he has VCs to support. He also have those battle cruisers. Vikings going to be engaging. We dive on top of the army. I was about to say that Bjorn, he's coming out ahead in this Viking battle. Does come out ahead there. Meanwhile, Gumiho throwing down turrets here under the army on the front lines. Ooh. One more BC goes down. Again, the turrets do finish. And how many BCs have died this game? Has it been one? Okay, it's been 4. Okay, thank God. A little bit more than that, but regardless, Gumiho has been so efficient with his trades. More Yamato's off. Speaking of Yamato's, once again cleaning up that Era army. Equalizing that Viking count. And it isn't just about the Vikings that need anti-air on the ground. Thors, Marines, anything and everything. As Gumiho is finally expanding, taking a 6. Bjorn does get eyes on this. Does get eyes on this, as we do see Gumiho scanning likewise as well. Yeah, scan's gonna be thrown down from both players, trying to catch each other's armies. Did you spot them? But can Bjorn stop this? Can he stop the main army from pushing in? The answer is no. And we pivot away. Base is going to be cancelled. At the same time, Bjorn pushing right through towards a 3rd. Once again. Ignoring the army, going for the base. And it looks like he will get a kill. Good pick off. CC goes down. But here come the Vikings. Here come the BCs. Vikings going hand with each other. He's coming in, soaking a lot of damage. Oh, they are surprisingly tanky. Ooh, as I say that though, big overextension there by Gumiho. Does overextend. Please out all those Vikings. Bjorn likewise rotating around. Bjorn still maintaining a supply lead. Oh, the non-stop Thor harass. That was the 2nd time that Thor's denied a base, by the way. Impressive. Very impressive as Gumiho, he does rotate over towards the right hand side. He does deny some CCs. Chased back by the Vikings. Oh, we turn around with Yamato. Ooh. 2 BC's gonna be going down. Good stim there from Bjorn. A little bit too greedy from Gumiho. To go for the Yamatos the way that he did. To lock himself down. We have more orbitals on the way, making 8 of Vikings at a time, plus 3 ship weapons, plus 2 vehicle plating. And Bjorn, he has maxed out. And again, he knows that he has to try to end it here and now before Gumiho get maxed out. But the BCs, they have 3-3, they have 1 long forward. And they just bully this back. BC just refusing to die. Pulling back for now, waiting for reinforcements. Likewise, so is Bjorn. We're calming things down, Papi, calming things down. Now, when it comes to the army here of Bjorn, going Mass Viking Marine, it's okay, but when you're up against 3-3 BCs like this, I would love to see something a little bit different. I would love to see Ravens for whether it's auto turrets, whether it's disables, whether it's the anti-armor missile. Ravens can add quite a bit, and it's usually something you want to incorporate in this late game army. Outside of that, I would love to see some multi-prong harassment or some just rotations here from Bjorn. Clearly, these head-on fights, they're not working out. Not quite working out. Bjorn is scanned. Rotating around, waiting for +3 ship weapons to finish up. A couple of seconds away. Give me her pulling back home. I was about to say, you know, give me her caught out of position, but he wasn't too far away. Does pull back. Does pull back, and Gumiho, for the first time in this game, he's maxed. He's maxed out on how many battle cruisers? 11. 11 BCs, 20 Vikings. Does have 3-3, has the upgrade lead over Bjorn. Bjorn's got 3-2. Still waiting for +3 vehicle plating, which is still on the way. So there is a window here for Gumiho. Likewise, Bjorn has no splash damage to help deal with those Vikings. Doors of his own, no power bomb. I say storm and power bomb. I mean, true, doesn't have any of that. I was referring to Thor's. I was referring to Thor's AoE. Here we go. Dips in, rotates around, going for a jog towards the south. Oh, but he's going to be cleaned up by the planetary. Doesn't quite get much done. I do appreciate that he's sharking around with these Vikings. Trying to, at least. But yeah, the problem is that Bjorn, he's been going for these main pushes and these fringe bases they've gotten up and running. Gumiho now has a comparable economy to his opponent. Has a bank. We do see jump within range here of the planetary, and this base is going to be going down. Bjorn going for a base trade. He ignores the main army. Is pushing instead. He is spotted by the scan. Gumiho sees, he knows. Yep, base trade. Let's go. Now, the scary thing about a base trade here is that Gumiho can always recall, or he can teleport back home, teleport wherever he wants, really. Vikings, they do come back. And here we go. Bjorn, he does have the Viking lead. It does engage. +3 armor has not yet kicked in. And the BCs, they Yamato the hell out of those Vikings. The Vikings are picked up, and Gumiho, he gains access to the main base, does camp the production. At the same time, Bjorn doing the same, busting into the main. Bjorn rebuilding his starports towards the north. Starports are being rebuilt. Gumiho instead going for factories towards the south. Okay. So going for a very different kind of trajectory here. An answer to the same problem. Gumiho pushing in towards that third. Likewise, leaving his Vikings back to deal with the main. And you can see that Bjorn has been banking up his Vikings. I appreciate that now we have some Ravens in the mix. We spoke about this earlier, but Ravens, they add so much more utility and so much more flexibility to this army with disables, with anti-armor missile, with auto turrets. So we do have, I want to say, 3 Ravens. And 3. You can see Bjorn, it looks like he's thinking of making his final stand here with his turrets. No, never mind, he does move out. Tara still left behind, more bases going down. Beyond does have bottom left. Speaking of Beyond, looking for another base. Does come across these factories. Not bad. At the same time, BC's, oh, they camp the production. They find those starports. And beyond his heavily supplied blocks, he will not be able to make anything. Neither can Gumiho. Diving on the base, planetary goes down. At the same time, Toto's top right. Gumiho establishing here towards top left. And again, in a head-to-head fight, I have to give the edge to Gumiho. He will come out on top. Beyond has to avoid that fight. The problem is that there are so many bases. There's 1, 2, 3 bases here for Gumiho, and Beyond is down to 1. To be fair, it isn't quite 3 CC here for Gumiho. He's got like, what, 2 mineral patches here towards the 3rd. A handful of mineral patches towards the north. But regardless, still has a better economy. Yeah, and there it is. GG gets called. We don't even get the final fight. We had all those Vikings, and Gumiho, he will just starve Beyond out, and he will take the series 2-0, qualifying for GSL. GG. Bobby. GG, very well done. Gumiho once again flexing his TVT. Doesn't matter who you are out there. You are, I mean, again, Gumiho is a terrifying opponent in the TVT matchup. Regardless of whether you're Beyond, Clem, or even Maru, Gumiho is a beast. GG, congratulations, Gumiho will qualify for the Global StarCraft League. And Beyond, he gets knocked down. He gets knocked down to a lower qualifying match. Here we go. But Gumiho, he got away with so much there to rush into, well, to be fair, to initially have a better trade, but to rush into BCs the way that he did, to of course embrace mech as well. Beyond had a lot of map control, he had a lot of freedom, he had the better economy, but he wasn't able to make use of it. He wasn't able to utilize it in almost any way, shape, or form. He wasn't able to punish the 5th or 6th base of Gumiho, and with that, Gumiho snowballed out of control. GG, very well done. Very well done there by Gumiho. And with that, we should be getting ready for our next series, for our next matchup. It's going to be a TVZ between Beyond and Rogue. Oh boy. So Beyond gets knocked down to a lower bracket, or to the lower qualifying match. So Beyond has another shot, another chance. Rogue has been patiently waiting for it. Let's go. Also, just catching up in the chat. A bit of a shout out here to Aldrich. Big shout out to Aldrich #1. Thank you so much. It happened during the last game. I didn't want to take away from the TVT, but thank you so much for subscribing for 6 months, for 1 month in a row with Twitch Prime. Thank you, Papi. Thank you. Thanks, Duck. You ever going to do a Katowice with Pig or Wardy? No, Papi, no. The dream, the dream. I have casted with Pig before. I've casted in studio with Pig, for those that are maybe unaware. For those who didn't tune into ANZ Champs a couple of years ago, I did go to the ESL studio here in Sydney, and I casted with Pig, with Maynard, with Zeph, other Australian casters. I'm not sure if you're familiar with them. It was great. It was a great time. It was a great event. But outside of that, I'm not so certain I'll be able to cast anything international. I think the problem is that, well, I say the problem. The thing with StarCraft right now is that it is quite saturated with plenty of casters. There's plenty of people out there. You got Pig, you got Wardy, you got Rotterdam, you got Steadfast and Beomorph. You know, they've stepped in and they're doing a lot of premier stuff now as well, especially with the Americas region. You got Fear Dragon, you got Zombie Grub, you got Loco, you got Cats. So you got a lot of established names already, and so yeah, we'll stick to our stuff here on the channel, on the CranKy Ducklings. Of course, we are doing like the B stream and stuff like that for IEM and for EPT whenever we can. But even then, this season, for example, there is no B stream, right? This is the first season, the first time in a long time that there is no B stream for EPT Spring. Because of that, I reached out and it's like, oh, there's no opportunities for you guys. Oh, okay. So, smurge, Papi, smurge. So, no B stream this season. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. But regardless, you know, We have fun here. We have a lot of... We're not starving for content, I can say that much. There's always StarCraft. Always StarCraft to cast back. Always. Was it Gumiho or Kuro who played BC style recently in a tournament? There's been a couple. I think you're referring to Gumiho. It was, you might be referring to... I mean, there's a lot of StarCraft going on, but you might be referring to Gumiho versus Dark. In ESL Open Cup Asia, I think that was 2 weeks ago. Gumiho was playing with BCs. True. Against Dark. Did happen. Did go BC mech. But yeah, in general in TVT, BCs, that is kind of the end goal. That's the ideal. That is what you're striving for in TVT. If you can make it there, if you can get there, that is kind of the late game army composition. And Gumiho was able to rush into that quite quickly, and Beyond could not quite keep up. Shout to Demi, by the way, redeeming Cast My Replay. We won't have a replay cast, a viewer replay cast today, just because we're covering GSL, and we also have OSC King of the Hill in 2 hours. In 2 hours time, we have OSC King of the Hill, so we don't have time today. Not today, but another day. I was thinking of a TBT. Ooh, if you were thinking of a TBT, I haven't seen too many TBTs recently, so I'm uncertain, but I would not be surprised if Gumiho had done that. I do know that like a couple of seasons ago, Gumiho, he went proxy BC in TBT with success as well. Wait, was that against Terran or Protoss? It was against one of them. It's Terran or Protoss. But yeah, Gumiho, he's wild like that. A lot of fun to watch as a result. Thanks for the reply. I appreciate you. You're a good caster. Oh, thank you, Bobby. Thank you. Do appreciate it. You almost got into GSL. Este Demi. But yes, with that, Gumiho advances on the qualifiers, and we're going to be following Beyond into the lower brackets to face off against Rogue in a Terran versus Zerg. Oh boy. Here we go. And game 1 is going to be on Alkion. I played a dumb game versus mech. Quality content. Oh no. Did you go mass muter? And did you lose a bunch of muters against Thors and still make more muters and win? I'm ready for it, Pappy. I'm ready for it. We'll cover it in a couple of days. Most likely maybe after Sparkling Tuna Cup. Oh, actually no, sorry. WTL is over the weekend. Yeah, World Team League is over the weekend, so I'll figure it out. I'll find a place for replay cast. Maybe after KSL. I think we have time after KSL. KSL on Saturday. But here we go. We're diving into this and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alkion. And we have our South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Beyond. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Zerg player representing himself, currently teamless, returning from the military. It is Rogue. And again, Rogue, he has been back from the military for the past month. He has been competing in online events like ESL Open Cups, Kung Fu Cup as well. Not quite a KSL yet, but has been competing and has been looking pretty surprisingly good. It took a long time for a lot of returning military players to really get into their stride and get into the swing of things. Took stats, over a year to do so. Likewise with Classic. Hero's the exception. Hero did take less time to like settle in and become one of the best already. I think it took him like 6 months. I remember it took him far less time than Classic, for example. I remember that. But yeah, Rogue is doing really well for himself, and we'll see if that translates into a GSL qualification. For now, Beyond going for a 2-Rax Reaper. Interesting. I love this. I love this because Rogue, clearly, he's caught up with the current meta. Clearly. Like, if you've been watching his games, like, he's been holding his own. But this build from Bjorn is from a year ago. You know, 2-Axe Reaper was very popular a year ago. I mean, Bjorn and Maru, they popularized it, what was that, back 2 years ago in November, getting into DreamHack Atlanta. Then, of course, Bjorn really held on to it and ran with it in 2023 as well. So I'm not so certain that Rogue has much familiarity with this build. We'll see. As Bjorn is moving out with his first Reaper. Again, this is 2-Axe Reaper. This is designed to contain and to delay the third base, to contain Rogue to 2 bases for as long as possible, to get an economic lead. So we are dipping in. Reaper dancing with the Lings, dancing with the drones. Oh, almost getting surrounded. Has to be careful. Good control out of Rogue. Does pull back. Does save those Lings. Very nice micro here out of Rogue. But again, he is contained to 2 bases. Second Reaper has arrived. Rogue did confirm the Rax setup on the low ground. Has not confirmed whether there's a third Rax behind this. Speaking of, it is going to be a third Rax behind this indeed. Oh my god. Okay. So Bjorn going 2-Axe Reaper into a CC, into a 3 Rax follow-up. I would not be surprised if we throw down a fourth Rax behind this as well. As basically Bjorn is working on a big stim timing with Mass Marine. It is going to hit like a truck. And we saw this last week against Dark. We saw this in the finals of ESL World Cup Asia. Dark versus Bjorn. Bjorn did this very build against Dark with some middling success. As Rogue is going 2-base lair? Oh my god, wait, what? Okay, Rogue being contained to 2 bases, rushing into a lair here. And this could be 2-base Muta. Could be a couple of things. We skip Link Speed. Okay, Link Speed has been skipped. We're taking a second Gas Geyser in the main. I was gonna say it could even be 2-base, like a Link Queen Nidus all in, but without Link Speed, I'm not so fond of that. There it is. Roach Warren has been thrown down. Rogue walling up here on 2 bases. Yes, there is a Roach Warren, which means we could go into Roach Speed, but this could be a fake out. This could just be to wall off and to hide the Spire. So I'm leaning towards Mutas, but we'll see. Behind this, Bjorn, he's only gotten into 3 Raxes, did not throw down his 4th. So just a 3 Rax setup. But he is massing Marines. Stim is about to finish. And Bjorn is soon going to be pushing. Now, this build is designed to push out before Medivacs. Again, Starport isn't done. Starport just now starting. Marines are moving out. And Bjorn has to be very careful with when and where he does Stim. Because he has no Medivacs, he has no sustain. Takes down an Overlord. Every Stim does count. As he just dips out onto the map, takes down the Overlord, and then pulls back. Taking it slow. Behind this, we do see Rogue getting into his 3rd. We can see that the lair is done, and we're not getting into a Spire. We have not taken the 4th Gas Geyser. We are indeed playing 2-base Roach. Playing 2-base Roach, I mean, we're getting into a 3rd base, and we can make a choice here to drone up, making a couple of Roaches to defend, to protect ourselves against the bio push. So Rogue just settling on in, is behind in the economy because of how late this 3rd base is. But Bjorn has yet to throw down a 3rd CC. And this Marine army, it's getting quite impressive. It's getting quite out of hand. How many Marines in total? We have 21 Marines so far, making 5 Marines at a time. This is turning into a borderline 2-base all-in. The longer this goes on without a 3rd CC, the more all-in we are. And here we go, Medivacs, they do boost out. Here comes the push from Bjorn. And he has controlled the Zonaga. Rogue, he doesn't see this coming. Now, thankfully for Rogue, he has been amassing Roach Ravager. Rogue, he's been cutting workers and just massing up Roach Ravager. He has an army to contend against this. And they will clash. So far, we've forced the pickup. We pick up some Marines. Good start here by Rogue. Double jump headed towards that 3rd base. Queen's going to be going down. Rogue, he ignores it. Doesn't turn around. Rogue, he does commit, and back at home, there are no tanks, by the way. 1 tank just now catching up. Just now coming out. Bunkers are on the way. We have a couple of Ravagers, we have a couple of Biles. Drop getting into the main. We do complete combat shields. Add-ons are shut down, but the tank is in position. Bjorn is holding. Bjorn is holding on. Rogue bleeding out a handful of drones. Drop is finally forced out. And Rogue is droning. Okay, we have our answer. Rogue, he calms down. He's going to be droning up. He recognizes that he cannot break his opponent on 2 bases. And Bjorn is now taking a third. Quite a delayed third, but a third nonetheless. We're getting into a longer game. Okay. Now, Bjorn is still being active as he can be, but for the most part, we're transitioning. We can see additional Raxes on the way. Armory for 2-2. Second eBay, third TC. We're calming things down. I just caught up in the chat. Instead of making more Muta, I made the dead unit. Oh. What's the dead unit? Soulburst? Yes. Oh, we understand each other, man. Smooch. As Bjorn is going to be distracting Rogue on the right-hand side at the same time, double jump towards the left, clearing up some creep. Very nicely done here by Rogue as... Sorry, by Bjorn as Rogue is taking his gold. Trying to rush into that gold base. Can he get away with it? Bjorn does spot it, does confirm. Can try to deny it. Can try to deny it here. Try to deny it. Tanks are sieging up, getting into our upgrades. 4th CC on the way. Up. Miles don't quite connect. Quite connect here as Bjorn is going to try to skirt the edge of the map, trying to slip into that main base. And we'll see if Rogue can keep up. You can see Rogue, he does have a supply lead, but that is a little bit misleading. That is just Roach Ravager with inflated supply. So it is still quite close between our players. Rogue still not droning up to 80, taking up into a Hydra Den. Okay. Looking to go Roach Ravager into Hydra, potentially Lurker Tech. That whole position Roach is hurting Rogue a little bit there. What chat, puppy? The Roach! Let us pass! Aye, aye, aye. We shut down 1, 2, 3, 4 Roaches, a Ravager, and a 5th Roach as well. Feels bad, man. I mean, Rogue showing that he was not using, he was not F2ing. Was not using the old army hotkey there. He should have. As we have a run by Bjorn, he shuts down the gold base. Very nicely done. Bleeds out only a handful of Marines. Does deny the gold. Does deny the gold base. Bjorn continuing to just threaten the bases here of Rogue, just making sure that there is no 4th. Rogue is stuck on 3 bases. Bjorn is looking to surpass Rogue here when it comes to the quality of his army. More tanks, Marines, Marauders. Ghost Academy is on the way as we're getting to our Ghost Academy. The Lurker Den is about to finish. We spoke about it. The Rogue is working towards what looks to be Hydra Lurker Viper. Speaking of, there it is. Vipers are on the way. Lurker soon thereafter. But Rogue just cannot expand. At every turn, Bjorn is there to stop him. Denying the 5th base over and over again. And not again, Pappy. Not again! Another hatchery gets thrown down. Bjorn in position to deny it. To the natural. Still not quite reacting here to the base. Not yet. Going for the Lurker Den instead. Does force a transfuse. The Lurker Den getting very low. We do pick it off. Massive pick off there by Bjorn. We'll lose the medevac, but this was worth it. As he shuts down both queens at the same time. Here comes it up on the right hand side, forcing a cancel. And Rogue is being pulled apart. Big pickoffs. Can we get a Viper? We can! 1 Viper, 2 Vipers go down. Can we get a 3rd? No shot. 3rd Viper does survive, just barely. Finally, Bjorn gets cleaned up. And once again, even though Rogue is maxed out, he is mainly reliant on Roach Ravager. Just a subpar army. Still no Lurkers, by the way. And he has to rebuild those Vipers as well. Rogue, he's hurting. as Beyond takes the gold. As his own 5th. Beyond looking to get actually ahead in the economy here. In the worker count of Rogue. Rogue trying to keep up. Down in workers. So Beyond has a massive lead. Behind this is working on 3-3. Ghosts are amassing as we speak. Because we had sniped that lurker dead, it means that we still don't have any lurkers at all. What's our army size looking like here? 35 roaches, 6 ravagers, and 5 lurkers. That's too many roaches. We need to get rid of them. They're hurting more than helping. Good snipe on one ghost. Oof. One ghost goes down. Once again collapsing in, taking down one of those tanks, and he's trying to. Snipes going off roach as they do push in. The blinding cloud does run out, and it looks like, yeah, we shut down the army. The tank survives. Rogue is forced back, leading out a lot of roach ravager there. But he does have lurkers. But they're exposed. 1, 2 lurkers go down. We have 2 left. We got a 3rd. We got a 4th. Very efficient trade here by Beyond. Does lose a medevac. Whew. A lot of ghosts going down. Up. Can we get the second mega? We can't quite get the second medevac. Not quite. Does escape, but that was 9 ghosts going down. That was an expensive loss for Beyond. And this Rogue trying to rebuild those lurkers. Trying to rebuild. Beyond has time to mass up as well. Now, as the dust does settle here, as the game slows down a little bit, Rogue, he's got quite a lot of lurkers massing. Beyond was able to deal with a small lurker count, that's true, but now we're up to 9. And we should be going higher. This is not going to be easy to push into. We're lacking liberators right now. Ghost Lib is typically ideal. Ghost Lib tank even. Good snipes. Now we're going towards nukes. Nukes are on the way. Tanks are sieging up. Tanks are sieging. Nidus Worm into the main base. Changeling does provide vision. Beyond does notice in time, does fool the boys. And then Nidus, it's barely going to go down. Just in time. Anyway, here towards the south. Beyond taking another base. Rogue is in position. He could try to get a kill on the CC. I was second guessing myself. I'm pretty sure Rogue doesn't have Hydra speed, and there it is. Hydra speed just now begins. Rogue also notices. That's a pretty big oversight. Here we go. Nice. Let's finish towards the left. Lurkers are coming in. Ooh, they run into a planetary though. One lurker goes down. Ooh, second lurker gets sniped. Third lurker. Fourth. This is not worth it. We're bleeding out every single lurker. What do we get for this? We get one tank? Literally one tank. One tank for how many lurkers? So there we go. Second tank goes down. We clean up the army on the right-hand side. Rogue throwing so much away. Aye. 2 tanks for, what was that, 10 lurkers? Now we're down to 4. And with only 4 lurkers, we're being spread thin. Beyond pushing in. Goal base is going to be denied. Lurkers have to respond. We snipe another lurker. Down to 2. Down to 1. 1 lurker left. And did I say 1? I meant to say none. 0 lurkers remaining. There we go. 17 in production. Jesus, that's That's a remax. That's a remax if I've ever seen one, but we need time. We need time to allow for those Lurkers to finish. Dinosaur's on the way in the main. Beyond gaining ground. Lurkers who barely finish up just in time to defend. Rogue does hold. Across the map, Nidus gets dealt with. Rogue going for his own Lurker counterattack. Again, this has not been pretty. This has been a bit of a slugfest. Rogue bleeding out a lot. See more Lurkers gonna be going down. Big spike shots. Oh my god! Massive Lurker volleys. 3 ghosts go down. That's Beyond did overextend. More Lurkers towards the left. Planetary goes down as well. Rogue, he is gaining ground. Yeah, faking out a retreat once again. Smash shots taking out the Marines. But a much better cleanup here by Beyond. Gets into the Lurkers before the Nidus finishes. Fights towards the south. Does regain control of his gold. Bottom right is denied by a single Lurker. Does get cancelled. Again, Rogue, he's still in this, Pappy. Still in this. Pushing opponent, getting us up with the tanks. Yo, the tanks are exposed. They go down one after the other. Lurkers, they outposition Beyond. And Beyond, he's in trouble. Bleeding out so many tanks. That's what, 4 or 5 tanks going down. The ghosts are exposed as well. We have detection. And how can Rogue be stopped? Where are the tanks? We have 1 at the natural, 1 at the third. 1 is not good enough. There are no Vipers with this army. It's just Hydra Lurker. Vipers are not replaced. Getting within range, goes for the scan. He does outrange those Lurkers, does shut them down. But more Lurkers have arrived. We're going for the dive. We dive on the tanks. Oh my god, they all go down. Massive Lurker shots. And Beyond, he can't keep up with this. At the same time, his goal base is being denied. Lurkers in position. Lings, they flood into the mineral line. Tanks are sieging up, but once again we have Lings to reinforce. Do you have those Lings? And Rogue, he's had enough. He's collapsing on the army. And tanks once again are being targeted down. Yeah, does hold. Spade, hold on. Punishing Rogue as well. Getting a Lurker. But Beyond, he's down to 52 workers. Down to 52 SCVs, barely an economy. Or can barely sustain himself. Mule hammering is hard out here. That's a lot of mules. If given enough time, Beyond should be able to rebuild. The problem is that Rogue is remaxing. Rogue is on 100 drones. Jesus. That's a lot of drones. we do not need that many. That's hurting Rogue more than it's helping him, to be honest. He's even oversaturated, trying to take another base. Rogue rotating around, he's maxed out. Now remember, because Rogue is at 100 workers, it does mean that the army supply here of Rogue is actually a little bit smaller. Here we go. See Rogue coming together here. Diving on that 4th base once again. Bailey's rolling in at the same time from behind. Here come the Lurkers. Collapse in from behind. They do siege up. They take down the tanks. Beyond trying to hold his own here with those ghosts. They'll snipe a couple of Lurkers. Snap a couple of them. And Rogue pulls back. Managed to pull back, and Beyond desperately trying to take another base, try and land here towards the left hand side, attempting to expand. As Beyond, he's working through his bank. He had a bank to work with, but that has come and gone. Coming and going as Rogue is rotating around. If he had some Vibers or even some Infestors, he could break through this a little bit easier. Instead, brute forcing his way through bases. They connect with Ghosts, they connect with Marauders. Not ideal connections, but Rogue is breaking through nonetheless. A wave of Ghosts behind this. Ling Hydra has arrived. GG gets called. Beyond cannot keep up, not anymore, and Rogue will take game number 1. Whew. GG. What a game there from Rogue and Beyond as well. As a very chaotic game, very back and forth. There were moments for both players, but alas, Rogue did come out on top in the end. Again, initially Rogue was having a very hard time keeping up with the aggression of Beyond, but eventually he was slowed down. Rogue was able to get into a mass lurker-based army, get up to 100 drones, was able to harass with quite a number of lurkers there. Beyond unable to keep up. With that, GG, Rogue takes the first game, and the pressure is now on Beyond. Beyond, he's been having a rough qualifier here today. Dropping a series to Gumiho earlier, and now he's up against the ropes against Rogue. One more win is all Rogue needs. Beyond needs to fight back here and now. This game 2 is going to be on Site Delta. Let's go. The game was cool, but lurkers are strong. I mean, again, Beyond refused to get into Liberators, but more importantly than that, he was having a hard time keeping up with the lurkers. Did keep up with the Nidus Swarms for the most part, but eventually we saw that the harassment from the lurkers was a bit too much, and Beyond was having a hard time keeping up with the movement of them, which is why he was caught off guard, which is why he was caught out of position. So, again, very nicely done there by Rogue, able to outposition Beyond on more than one occasion. But now we're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Site Delta, we have the South Korean Terran player. The blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. Down in this series, needs to fight back here and now to force that ace match. It is Beyond. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player. The red Zerg representing himself, currently teamless, returning from the military. It is Rogue. Go. And I'm curious what kind of opener we're going to be going for. As a reminder, Beyond did go for a Churax Reaper build in game number 1. Here in game 2, it's a CC first. CC first out of Beyond. A very greedy build here from our blue Terran player, but he will get away with it as Rogue is going for a hatch, gas pool, standard opener out of our red Zerg. Very greedy opener out of Beyond. Is cutting corners, and if Rogue were to go for a pool first or a gas first specifically to go into a roach rush, then Beyond would be in a lot of trouble, but that is not the case. Beyond should be able to get away with this green. Should get away with it. We are settling in. As a reminder as well, Beyond last game did follow up his initial Churax Reaper with his bio push, which wasn't able to get much done. Had a very chaotic back and forth from that point. But Beyond, okay, so he's going CC first into 2 racks, and he's either going to go into a 3rd racks or going into a 3rd CC. We have seen this build before. We saw it against Dark. This was last week. So we'll see how greedy Beyond wants to be in the follow-up. As for now, he's relying on his Raxes. Back across the map, Rogue now getting to his third. Hasn't left untouched. Is droning. We can see that Rogue didn't have a big reaction to the opener of Beyond either. He saw it, did confirm it with the Overlord. He's just happily droning, getting into his link speed, pulling out of gas, settling in. Meanwhile, from the side of Beyond, we don't go for a third CC, we don't go for a third Rax. This is a CC first into a 2-1-1. A little bit old school. And again, if you remember, did mention against when Beyond played against Dark earlier, I say earlier, a couple of days ago, how old school this was and how uncommon 2-1-1s are in the current meta, for good reason as well. A 2-1-1, for those that are curious, it's a bit of jargon, but it is 2 Raxes, 1 Factory, and 1 Starport. It is a stim, it is a 16 Marine double medevac stim timing. We're going into a Starport, stim is going to finish just in time for the medevacs to move out. This used to be very meta, this used to be very standard years ago, back in Heart of the Swarm and early Legacy of the Void, but it's a build that has very much so fallen out of fashion. Very old-fashioned nowadays. The reason for this is because you have no map control. You have 0 map control. Rogue, he's happily droning, he's spreading creep. In a standard TVZ, you would have Hellions. You'd have Hellions here vying for map control, trading with these tumors at least, you know, keeping the creep at bay, threatening mineral lines, and the Banshees will help with that as well. Here with the 2-1-1, you have none of that. There are no Hellions, there are no Banshees. You relinquish map control until you get into your medevac production, until you get into your drop play. The problem is that by the time you get into drop play, Rogue should be fine. Like, he should have a solid drone count, a solid economy. He can cut link production to drone up a little bit harder here before preparing for the 2-1-1. Now, looking at the vision, Rogue, he actually hasn't scouted the main. He doesn't know it's a 2-1-1, but he sees a lack of Hellions, and that's a bit of a tell in and of itself. Interesting. Okay, so at the 420-ish mark, Rogue goes for a Roach Warren, so it's going to be Ling Roach out of Rogue. Interesting. He's not being as greedy as he otherwise could have been. Not being as tech-heavy, going into, like, faster Evo chambers, into upgrades, or faster lair. Drop is spotted. Rogue is getting ready. See, the Queens are coming together, the Lings are coming together as well. And we should have enough to deal with this. As I say that, the drop does unload. If Rogue had eyes on this, he could have gotten under those medevacs before the unload. Do pick off an Overlord. And a Tumor. Not bad. Not a bad start at it. Beyond gets 2 more Tumors as well. Gets 2 more Tumors. You can see Rogue is in position to deny a 3rd CC. No 3rd base in sight for Beyond. He goes for a 3rd Rax instead. He goes for 1 eBay. I'm curious. This could lead into a 2 base all-in. Oh, right. That's what happened. Of course. Sorry, winding it back to the Dark series. I'm pretty sure Beyond did go 2-on-1 into a 2 base all-in against Dark. Again, no 3rd CC in sight. Beyond doubling down. Does catch a Queen. Does get a Queen. Here come reinforcements. And this is hitting so quickly here at the 6-minute mark. Usually this would be hitting at around 7 minutes instead. But this is because we avoided the 3rd CC. We spent that money on tech, on tanks. Rogue does get eyes on this, but can he stop it? Can he stop this push from Beyond? Rocking up with his tanks. Marines, they sim forward as well. They get on top of the Queens. Queens, they do survive. They buy some time. Lings, they're coming from behind as well. We get a full surround. And is this enough? Where are the miles? The tanks do fall. The Lings, they get cleaned up. Not the worst trade by Beyond. Shuts down the Lings. Gets another Queen. 3 Queens in total. And we're going for a drop towards the main. Again, that was a shaky defense from Rogue. We haven't killed drones, but we killed a lot of Lings. Coming to the main. Beyond now going for his 3rd CC. Now, this is a very delayed 3rd base. So I want to give the edge to Rogue. I want to give the edge to Rogue here. Double drop threading that 4th. Is threading that fourth base. We go for the dive as well, but Rogue is in position, does bleed out a Ravager, bleeds out 2. Once again, really nice target firing out of Bjorn, getting 2 Ravagers. Oh, so quickly. Bjorn being active towards the south, clears up some creep, he gets an Overlord. Rogue having a hard time keeping up. Bjorn does deny this creep. Quite a lot of the tumors, actually. Rogue going for his lone counter attack, but Bjorn is in position, does defend. Leads out 1 SCV, but only 1. Only 1 SCV, Bjorn rotating around once again. Towards the would-be 4th. And what's important here is that Bjorn, Stray may have lost his tanks, but he has rebuilt. He's back up to 3 tanks, a lot of medevacs, a max bio army. Can Rogue keep up? Bearing in mind, Rogue, he's rushing into the Lurker Den. Oh my god! We're rushing into a hive and Lurkers. We are vulnerable right now. Rogue only with Roach Ravager, no Lings, no Banelings. Can he hold on? There are just so many Marines. Bjorn with an overwhelming force. Again, the soup does lie. Rogue, he might be up in army supply, but it's Roach Ravager. It's inefficient. There's a subpar army here for Rogue. Let's get a good concave. It's a good concave on the army, pushing on in once again. Does take a lot of tank shots to the face. 1 tank goes down finally. But the 2 other tanks, they get so much value here. We get on top of the army, we shut down the Ravagers. And Rogue, he's in trouble. The base has been broken. We're barely coming in with a handful of roaches. Rogue is barely holding on. Hatchery is getting low. There we go, Rogue mustering up an army, forcing back Bjorn, just barely. Whew. Just barely does force him back. Rogue, he holds. Does hold on. Didn't lose any drones, bear that in mind, that's what's important. Didn't lose any workers. Lurker Den is done, Hive is done. No Lurker upgrades yet, but we're working on it. Bjorn does pivot around. Does pivot around towards that southern base. Rogue has no vision. Link comes in, does confirm, but too little too late. Hatchery is denied. He's going to be denied here. And Bjorn, likewise, moving on the right-hand side, is spotted by Rogue, thankfully. Is going to be spotted. Lurker production has commenced. Remember, we were rushing into Lurkers, which is why Rogue was left exposed and vulnerable. It's why Bjorn traded so well against the army. And right now, we have 5 Lurkers on the way. We have 1 Viper coming out as well. Rogue, he just needs a little bit more time to get into his Lurker tech. Gonna have 6 Lurkers in total. Soon to be 7. Jenny Sims on forward. Distracting the army towards the south. And the hatchery goes down. It was softened up earlier. And now we can shut it down. Rogue, he's down to 3 base mining. Ay, ay, ay. Trying to expand. Oh, we catch some Lurkers. One of them goes down. The rest do get in position. Bjorn dropping into the main. Yeah, a little bit ambitious. Gets a queen, but not much else. But here on the front lines, Bjorn bleeds out another tank. Looks like he cannot push up this ram, not into 5 Lurkers. That's not happening. We could try to drop into the main. That is a possibility. More reinforcements are coming out. Rogue going for a counterattack. Still stuck on so many roaches, though. Aye. Still only 5 lurkers. 2 more lurkers on the way. This remax on roaches, it's hurting Rogue. That's a kill, not a cancel. We go for the we go for the hive. We go for the hive and the 5th base as well. Yeah, we do get in. At the same time, lurkers are exposed. No! They're on their own. They're completely on their own, and every single lurker goes down. Rogue caught with his pants down, and beyond, he has done it. He's broken his opponent. Rogue plummeting in supply. And beyond, he's in the main. He's in the 3rd. Takes down the queens. Takes down the lurkers as well. And without them, there's nothing left. GG gets called, and Beyond ties up the series 1-1. GG. Once again, an interesting game here. Rogue was going for a very similar playstyle 2 games in a row. What I'm referring to is that Rogue, he was trying to race his way into lurkers, aware that that was a power spike for him. But again, maybe rushing into lurkers a little bit too quickly. He was caught with his pants down, caught without many lurkers at all. Investing into lurker upgrades, into the lurker tech, into hive as well, off of Roach Ravager. And Bjorn had his way with him. GG, well played. We're going to the ace match. We're going all the way to game number 3. Who qualifies for GSL? Bjorn or Rogue? We are here to find out. As game 3 is going to be on Oceanborn. It's going to be on Oceanborn. Going to be an interesting map here. I'm not too fond of doing something like rushing into lurkers on a map like Oceanborn. I'm hoping that Rogue has something else up his sleeve. I'm hoping. Here we go. Some people make love to lurkers every night. Ah, the dream. The dream, Bobby. And here we go. We're getting into game number 3, the ace match, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the blue Terran player, the South Korean Terran representing Shopify Rebellion, forcing the ace match, forcing game 3. It is Beyond. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the red Zerg representing himself, currently teamless, being forced into game 3. It is Rogue. 1 or 2 infestors would have changed that fight at the 4th massively. Yeah, a big reason for that is, I mean, any kind of support, right? Any kind of supportive unit there for those lurkers, whether it's a Lingbane buffer, whether there's roaches there, whether there's infestors, whether there's vipers, maybe vipers less so. But it all kind of snowballed out of control, right? With Bjorn pulling Rogue apart, sniping lurkers early on, making sure that the lurker count stayed low, making sure that Rogue was stuck replenishing his lurkers instead of being able to max out and support his lurkers instead. Rogue, he was never able to get into his ideal army. And yeah, Bjorn just pulled him apart. GG. Again, really well done there by Bjorn. Identifying a weakness here in the build of Rogue. You know, in Rogue, racing into that hive tech, racing into those lurkers. He's done it twice now. I'm hoping we don't see it 3 times in a row, especially on Oceanborn. I'm a little bit concerned, but we'll see. We'll see what Rogue has to offer. As Beyond behind this is going into the 2-Rax follow-up. Okay. Interesting. CC first. So once again, CC first into a 2-Rax. This is the same build as game number 2, as the previous game from Beyond. If you remember, I was theorizing that this could lead into, last game I was theorizing this could lead into a faster TC or a 3-Rax, but last game this led into a 2-1-1, which caught me off guard. Again, we don't really see 2-on-1s too often. As Beyond, he skips his first unit as well. Very greedy. It was CC first into a 2-Rax, going for a reactor, skipping the Reaper, and we skipped the SCV Scout. If Rogue was going for a Roach Rush, Beyond would just die. 100%. Like, any kind of aggression here from Rogue would go unscattered and would snowball out of control, but Rogue is playing standard, hatch gas pull into a 3rd, and Beyond gets away with his greed. He does get away with his greed here. And behind this, it is not a 2-1-1, it's not a 3 racks, it's not a third CC, it is a 4 racks. This is going to hit like a truck. It's 2 racks into a third and fourth racks. Now, the way this works is we're going to be amassing a very, very strong, very potent bio army. We're going to be hitting a timing with Stim. Rogue going for a Bane Bust. Uh-oh. That is a very fast Bailey nest, and Rogue, it looks like he's had enough. He's going for a Bane Bust himself. He has not scattered. Never mind. Okay, he saw the CC. He saw the CC first. He's aware of the greed of his opponent. Has no idea what the follow-up is, though. So Rogue, he has some information he's working off of. Did see the CC first once again. It looks like Rogue wants to punish it. Going for an all-in. Beyond behind this will not have Hellions, no Widow Mines, no tanks. He will only have men with gun, only Marine to defend. This is going to be interesting. Now, because Beyond has no vision, there's no bunker. If he had a Reaper out there, he would recognize what was happening. He'd wall off and there would be a bunker. He is still walling off though, to be fair, and that will soak up a lot of Banelings. Despite the fact that Beyond doesn't know what's going on, he could still react in time, could still deal with this. And here we go, Banelings are waddling in, the army being baited out. And we're going for the surround. Oh, the Marines are caught out, massive catch. Yeah, we bust through into the natural base. Marines are caught, and we have another chunk here in the main. We have another force of Marines, but the slits! There are no slits. Big connections. Banelings, they bust on in. We're down to 2 Marines left. More reinforcements on the way. Bailey waddles in. And we're breaking through. We're crippling the economy. SCVs are going down as Rogue floods into the main. And bearing in mind, there's no third CC behind this. More SCVs going down. And there are no Marines. Oh, there's 1 Marine left. And this is becoming game-ending damage. Now, bearing in mind that Rogue, he's still only on 22 drones. He needs to get more done. But he breaks through the wall. Banelings are on the way. He has control of the low ground. And so much lost mining time here. We have, what, 1 SCV mining. The Banelings are coming in. How good is this target firing? We bust in. Once again, we break into the main base. Banelings are coming. They're waddling into the mineral line, and Beyond. Core with his pants down. Core being so greedy this game. The punish is real. Banelings, they crash on in. The Marines get taken out. And Rogue, he's done it. He has broken Beyond. Beyond taking a loss earlier to Gumiho, and it looks to be the same here against Rogue. We've seen Beyond come back from some dire positions. But again, there's no third CC, there's no additional mules. We do fully wall off here on top of the ramp. But we're stuck on 1 base, and we're stuck with 4 SCVs. Mules are good, but they're not that good. they're not that good, papi. Ay, ay, ay. As Rogue, he's getting ready for the second wave. He's droning up behind this, but he can just make more Banelings. I mean, we can go one of 2 ways, and there it is. GG gets called, the writing is on the wall, and Rogue will take this series 2-1, qualifying for this season of GSL. GG. GG, well played. Beyond being so greedy. Remember, winding it back, Beyond, he went CC first into 2 racks, into Reactor, no Reaper, no SCV Scout, no vision whatsoever. Beyond, he was playing blind, and to be fair, if Rogue was playing standard, then Beyond would get away with it, right? Beyond, he would just get away with it. And hey, Beyond, he got away with CC first in game 2. But maybe that's why it wouldn't have worked here, right? Beyond, he got away with the CC first in game number 2. And here, upon scouting it, Rogue, this time he reacts. This time he tries to punish, and he does punish the build. To be fair, Rogue also didn't know what he was going into, right? Like, it could have been a 2-1-1, it could have been a faster CC. Rogue was also gambling, like both players were gambling in their own way, but Rogue was also reacting to the greedier build of Beyond, and it did work out in the end. Beyond also was caught out on the map, like half his Marines were surrounded immediately outside of the natural base, and GG. GG, well played. You know, that's how these builds sometimes work, you know. Beyond, he gambled, and sometimes you do lose those gambles. GG, well played. Congratulations to Rogue. My condolences to Beyond. Now, if you're a Beyond fan, do not worry. It's not over. It's not done yet. That is going to be round 1 completed. We have how many? 8 players. We have 8 players now qualified for GSL, and we have room for 4 more. We have room for 4 more players here, and all the players that made it to a qualifying match and that did not qualify, they have been invited into a last chance qualifier. Oh boy. They have been invited in, so players like Bunny, as well as Ryung, Shin, and Byun. They have been invited into a last chance qualifier alongside some of the other players as well that made it far but weren't able to quite qualify for GSL. So we have some more matches up ahead of us. Let's go. We have 4 more qualifying matches. Byun, can he make it through? Can he make it through? Just updating some of these score lines. Updating some of these score lines, and here we go. We have our next series. We have our next series that's getting prepared. Now, we have 4 matches left, but I'll be transparent here. We don't have enough time to cast all 4 matches. Originally, I was going to do half of GSL 2 days ago and half of GSL today, but in an hour, we're going to be casting OSC King of the Hill. We have OSC King of the Hill in an hour, so we have enough time for 1 more qualifying match, and then we got to go cast OSC King of the Hill. We'll be completing these GSL qualifying matches most likely tomorrow. Tomorrow instead. So we're cutting this broadcast in half. 3 matches today, 3 matches tomorrow. I know I would have loved to have casted all 3 matches all 6 matches back to back here tonight, but we have a lot of StarCraft to cast. Like as always on the CranKy Ducklings, we got a lot of StarCraft to cast. Even tomorrow, we have World Team League as well, so it's going to be GSL and World Team League tomorrow. That's going to be our solution here, as we have our next best of 3, our next qualifying match of the night. It's going to be TY versus Dong Ray Gu. Let's go. Let us go. Again, DRG and TY, this is going to be in the last chance qualifier. Both DRG and TY, they failed to make it through into these qualifying matches. They failed to make it through into GSL up until now. Now they've made it to a qualifying match, and who will make it through? We're getting ready for another TVZ. Here we go. And a shout to Taeyang. If you were here a couple of days ago, I was talking about how Taeyang, or TY, he did announce his retirement. From StarCraft. This was like a month ago or something, after the last season of GSL. But you're never really gone. TY pulling a bit of a Tasia here. He did say that he was going to be focusing on Brood War, and he has been streaming Brood War, I believe, over on Africa or over on the Naver platform. But yeah, TY still did decide to compete in these qualifiers as well. So again, you're never really good. It's great to see him return. And here we go, spawning in the top right hand corner of Alkyone, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Club Envy. It is DRG. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent playing on his barcode, but you can see here his clan tag. It is the South Korean Terran player for Kwangdong Freaks, TY. Hold on, I'll fix it up. Hold on, I'll get on it. Bam, there we go. Whew. Selling into our TVZ. Now, we have been casting quite a bit of TY this past year. You know, he's one of the ex-military players that returned to StarCraft. And TY, he's had some moments of brilliance, but he's never really been able to break into the upper echelons of the Korean Terran scene. I'm referring to players like Gumiho, players like Maru, players like Kyor, players like Byun. The top 4 of Terran in Korea has still kind of been unbroken, and TY, again, he's had moments, he's had some really good performances and really good series, but consistency, right? That's what TY has been lacking for the most part, which I imagine is why he did announce his retirement. But regardless, like, he's still a very amazing player, and I'm a big fan myself. I'm here for it, I'm ready for it, and I'm excited to see a 2x Reaper opener. Let's go. We saw this earlier today from Björn. Now we're seeing it here from TY. 2-Rax Reaper. Now the goal of this build is to contain. Fun fact, this was also performed by Björn on this map on Alkione against Rogue. And this opener is designed to contain the Zerg player to 2 bases. As I say that, DRG opening up gasless. Oh my god. Who do I want to favor? Who do I want to favor here? Okay, so it's going to be 2-Rax Reaper out of TY. This should be leading to a third straight into a natural base, into a CC on the low ground. And again, this is designed to deny this third to contain the Zerg player to 2 bases and to get ahead economically. But because DRG went for a gasless opener, there's no gas, which means faster third base. He gets his third, but his zinc speed is going to be delayed. This is going to be a very interesting dynamic. The Reaper has arrived. We do get eyes on the third hatchery. We dip into the main. Queen should be on the way. Until then, though, the Lings are under fire. Reaper going to be dancing with these Lings, looking to trade, looking to pick some of them off. So far, so good. DRG does save them. Does save them, does fall back. As the Queen is about to pop out, the drones are going to be saved as well. One drone goes down. Queen does come in from the low ground. TY forced out, and with these Queens, we should be able to hold on. Behind this, TY going for a third CC before even Factory. So a very greedy follow-up here, as he sees the greed of his opponent and wants to catch up. So straight into a third CC. TY does get into the main, gets another drone. Very nice pickup. And honestly, TY can keep doing this. Like, there's no link speed. There's no gas. Without link speed, these Reapers, they should not die. As long as they're off of creep, they should be able to just dance with this army, dance with these units. They are taking hits from the Queens, but only from the Queens as all the Lings are in position. One Reaper goes down. TY does overextend. Here extends, forced out of the third. DRG does hold. Now, as I was like going into this tangent about how TY is, our ex-military player and has yet to really break into the scene again, the same can be said for DRG. DRG, likewise, returning from the military over a year ago at this point, I believe, and he's been doing well for himself. Like DRG, like there've been weeks where he takes down players like Dark, he takes down players like Hero and Classic. The problem is, again, consistency. Being able to do that consistently, even. The fact that DRG has been struggling to really maintain that form and bring down these bigger names on a more regular basis. It is something that DRG has been lacking, and yeah, he's actually in a similar boat to TY, I would say. He's in a similar boat. I do compare them to each other. Roach Warren has been thrown down, has been hidden from the eyes of TY. Now, to be fair, gasless builds usually lead into Roach play. So TY should be aware that this is a big possibility. He just hasn't confirmed, as he's going for a Hellbat push with Blue Flame. He's playing mech. Oh my god. Armory is on the way for Hellbats. Blue Flame is on the way. We're getting into double factory production. TY making it up here against DRG. And TY, one of those few players out there not afraid to whip out the mech. I mean, to say that mech has been more popular as of late, especially in the last map pool. We saw in the last patch, we saw Maru, Björn also play mech, Kira as well. All the Korean Terrans did embrace it in one way or another. Post-patch, a little bit less so. As the Hellions, they bypass the Roaches. Roaches are being kept busy, and the Hellions are going straight for the mineral line. What's at home to defend? What's at home? There's nothing. There's slow links to defend. They're going to get annihilated. Blue Flame still on the way. Bit of an anti-timing. 6 drones go down. And we have Game Heart. Let's go. The Roaches are chased down. We get 9 drones in the main base and even more. So much lost mining time here from DRG. And we still have 3 Hellions in the main. 11 drones going for 12. Going for 13. 14 drone kills. At the same time, the Marines, they force back the Roaches. They shut them down. And TY not looking too bad here. As I say that, DRG droning up heavily, trying to resaturate his bases. Now, because DRG is droning, that delays everything else. It means gases are late, Evo chambers are delayed, upgrades as well. The overall army supply, DRG is stuck at home redroning. And TY is freely taking his third. Is freely taking his third base. Now going to be saturating. TY can't really be too active. He can be active with Hellions, but not much else. The reason why, it's mech. You know, we're getting into our tank production. We're going to be turtling up. It's going to be a longer game. It's we're in for a longer one, papi. Raxes are floating out to get vision, get eyes on any kind of move out from DRG. DRG's droning. And the game is going to slow down. Oh boy. Let's go, papi. Let's go. As Blue Flame kicks in, we'll be able to shut down the creep. Scan into the main confirms at least the lair, but not much else. This scan was ideally looking for the Infestation Bit or Spire. We can see that an Infestation Bit has been thrown down here at the natural. Now, depending on the style of mech, because it's a more traditional form of mech, I would not be opposed to Swarmhost. Swarmhost can do well here. We've seen Dark make use and overwhelm meching players with Swarmhost before. But this is not your traditional form of mech. It is tank, yes, tank Hellion into Banshee. Here we go. Hyperflight Rotors on the way. Speed Banshees are on the horizon. I'm loving the safety missile turret. So this turret is in position for Roaches. In case tunneling for Roaches try to get in, we have a turret in position. And there it is, 11 Swarmhosts on the way. It does make sense. Against a more slower style of mech, Swarmhosts can do well. They can struggle against Battle Mech, which is Hellion Cyclone. And I would say that they can also struggle against Mass Banshee as well, depending on how many Banshees we do invest in. So far, 0 Banshees from TY. Interesting. Very interesting. Behind this, we're getting into our double armory. We do have Thors on the way. There we go. Banshee just now started. We did make a medevac, which was curious. Okay, we're going for a Hellion drop. Very interesting here from TY. Now, this medevac does mean that his Banshee production is delayed. But, hey, the Hellion drop has potential. Here we go. Here come the Nidus. Here come the Swarmhost. Marines, they shut down no look towards the left-hand side. Nidus has finished. Swarmhost are on the way. And this third base is looking exposed. Tanks are repositioning, but we're going for the mineral line. We're going for the CC. We do have some Blue Flame Hellions. And what do we go for? We dive on the tanks. One tank goes down. Can we get a second? Not quite. Only the one tank. Good defense here by TY. First Ravager pushing in. Meanwhile, the drop does bypass DRG. DRG is maxed out. He has nothing at home. Nothing at home to defend. Drones are going down. Roaches, they race back. We get 5 worker kills. And we pick up 5 drones. TY gets the hell out of there. At the same time, DRG rotating around with his Roach Rav. Pushing in. That Banshee going ham. But there is anti-air. There are Queens. And we're pushing into the tanks. Some of these tanks left unsieged. They're late to siege, but once they do, they annihilate the Roaches. Oof. That was a rough trade for DRG. He bled out a lot of Roaches there. And he got, like, what, 2 tanks? Just got the 2 tanks. Nice run, finishing up on the right-hand side. Files, they take down another tank. Not bad. As TY is getting up to his 4-base setup. What's he on? 82 workers. He has a higher worker count here than DRG. He has a better economy. The pressure is on Dongray-gu here to push in. Planetary is not done. SCVs. SCVs are going down. Nidus on the right-hand side gets caught. We shut down the Nidus. But we get 9 worker kills and we deny the 4th. We even force a cancel on the Planetary. Big delay. Very necessary here from DRG. Very necessary. Rotating back around. Ooh, the tanks are sieged though. That's some big tank shots going up. A lot of Roaches do fall. With the help of the Locust Wave, can we break through? Do collapse here on the tanks. We do focus one of them down. Not worth it. Once again, DRG pushing into an entrenched position. Doesn't work out at all. TY does hold. Re-establishing his 4th. Planetary will finish. He's still got a high worker count plus mules. Still has the superior economy. So he can remax, can rebuild. Getting into Cloak for his Banshees, okay. Making 2 Banshees at a time with double Star Pro production, let's go. Another Locust Wave being set up. Good tank shots. That's Locust Wave diving on top of the tanks. Hellbats are in position. Roach, they push forward as well. We take down a Thor, we take down some of the tanks. A much better fight here for DRG. He gets, what, 3 tanks? But he bleeds out his Roaches. Again, the problem here with these fights with DRG is not the Locust Waves, but he's been committing hard with his Roach Ravager. And every single fight, he resets his Roach Ravager count. And now he's rebuilding 24 more Roaches. DRG is burning through his bank. Does have a gold base, that's helping. That is true. But every single fight just throws away all of his Roaches. TY trading very efficiently. Working on 3-2. Working on his vehicle upgrades. As soon as they take a 5th base. Is lifting up his main, landing it as a 5th. Bold move. So you have a Marauding Force of Banshees. How many Banshees? 7 in total. Not bad. As this time TY is out of position, the tanks, they have to re-siege. And they're caught out. For the Hellbats, they clean up the Locust Wave. The Ravager, they bust into the 3rd. They take down some depots. Again, the tanks are not where they need to be. Only 1 tank within range. Much better fight here for DRG. Takes down the Hellbats, takes down the tank. And another. Yeah, TY just not ready for this rotation. Again, he left most of his army towards the north. We'll clean this up with his Banshees. But that was maybe the best fight that DRG has had in the last 5 or so minutes. Even more than that. Maybe the entire game. Oh, as he's still leading out units here to the Banshees. Chase down the Roach Ravager and the Locust Wave on the way. Looks like we will take down one of the tanks, at least one. Tank goes down. Better reinforcement wave here from TY. DRG has remaxed. And we're taking up into Hydras. Interesting. I would have assumed that this would lead into a Spire, into Corruptors and Broodlords. That would be ideal. Instead, DRG is making use of his upgrades, going into, looks to be Hydra Lurker. It looks to be a transition into Hydra Lurker. TY pushing onto creep, deep onto creep. And DRG has to respond. As TY, he's pushing all his way towards the gold. We're gonna deny any kind of mining here at the gold base. There we go, we have Soulmost from the left. Roach Hydra on the right. We're getting ready for a surround. That is a lot of Banshees. Here come the Parabombs. Parabombs blinding pad as well. Forcing back the army. That's a kill on the hatchery. 15 drones as well. DRG knocked down to 55 workers. But he is maxed. He has a maxed out army. Waiting for more Ravagers. We're getting ready for the surround. Here comes the Locust Wave. A Locust Wave from behind. A Blinding Clap from the front. And DRG just collapses on this army. He's going to clean everything up. And TY did overextend. He took down the gold, but wanted more. And with that, the entire tank army gets cleaned up. The Thors as well. And TY's in trouble. He is in trouble right now. Being forced all the way back home. He has 3 tanks on the high ground. Now 4. Not bad. DRG rotating around, instead going for the CC. It's not a planetary, it's the main. He actually hasn't scouted this, but now he will. And he will shut down this base. Locust Wave coming in. We're diving on top of the tanks. And again, the tanks are exposed. They go down one after the other. We shut down the mineral line as well. And TY, he has been broken. And tanks falling one after the other. They're being piled down. 41 SCVs fall. And DRG barely has enough to clean everything up. And he's going to take down another base. We can see TY scanning, trying to get a read on the economy. TY is down to 3 CCs. GG gets called, and DRG will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Momentum started swinging in favor of DRG. Remember when he hit the third? When he was able to rotate around, hit the third base? And that was the moment when TY, he missed the rotation. He was late to rotate with it, to siege up. He left all of his tanks at his 4th base. He was caught out of position. That was the moment when DRG was able to actually take a good fight. And from there, gain momentum, max out as well. Tech up into Hydras. GG. GG, well played. On top of that, the move out from TY was also a little bit ambitious as well, to like push deep onto creep, to kill a base, and to stick around as well. It was a rough moment for TY, but at that point the dominoes were already starting to fall one after the other, and with that, DRG does take a lead, and the pressure is now on TY to bounce back. The pressure is on. Here we go. What other best of 3 are we going to see tonight? Most likely this will be our last one tonight. Our last qualifying match. There's 3 more qualifying matches, but I'm not so certain we have the time to cast it all. Just because OSC King of the Hill is in 45 minutes. It is right around the corner. I would also love to like quickly get something to eat as well. Yo, is that Vodge in the chat? Oh my god. The tennis extraordinaire himself. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Is that the OG Vodge? It is. Oh my god. Papi. That's a name I haven't seen in a long time. For those who are unaware, Vodge, he is a New Zealand caster from way back in the day. Used to cast alongside Anansi. This was back in what, 2017? I want to say long time ago. 2017, 2018. I don't know if Vodge is still there, but a big shout out to Vodge. I did actually see Vodge log into StarCraft a couple of days ago. So a blast from the past. Regardless, here we go. We're settling into game number 2 and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Site Delta. We have our South Korean Zerg player, our Red Zerg, representing Club NV, leading the series 1-0. It is DRG. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, going for a proxy across the map. Vamonos, papi. We have the South Korean Terran player, the ex-military Terran, representing the Kwangdong Freaks. It is TY. Here we go. Sorry, just setting up the name here to deal with the barcode. There we go. And here it is. The 2 racks is on the way. TY investing into 2, not quite into 3. Going for the gas guys behind this. Overlord Scout is coming in, and DRG, it looks like he will not scout this. Actually, it's gonna be close. He will spot the SCV, potentially. Up, it's on the edge. It's just barely on the edge there. And DRG, he will not scout. He will get eyes on the SCV, on both of them, just barely for 1 second. Was that enough? It is a hatch gas pool, standard opener out of DRG. SCVs are moving in. Overlord does confirm, does spot it. And it is 2 racks Marine. Now, with this, DRG has to fight for his natural. He has to fight, he has to pull the boys, has to make sure these bunkers do not get up and running. And DRG being very proactive. Does deny those bunkers, does force the SCVs back. Does force them back. Bunkers on the way, it was delayed. Lings are in production, Queens as well, and DRG, he's bought a lot of time. Has bought a lot of time, hasn't lost any drones yet. Collapsing on top of the Marines. Up! Drones are being targeted down. Good stutter stepping here by TY. Does get 3 drones. Gets a 4th drone towards the end. But the bunker is cancelled and DRG will hold. DRG, he will hold on. Pulling back, the queens have arrived, and now we can drone. Now we can safely drone, and TY is transitioning back at home. Ooh. Okay, we're calming things down, man. Calming things down. Yeah, I was catching up in the chat. Storm hosts are just sad now. Storm hosts, they're a very niche unit. They're very niche. They have their place against specific styles of mech. They also have their place against specific styles of Protoss. Specifically, Charge or Archon. If we went for a Twilight Council follow-up into Charge instead of Link. But outside of those 2 scenarios, we rarely do see Swarm host. That's very nice stutter stepping here. Ooh, TY cleaning up every single Ling. 10 Lings go down for 5 Marines. Pretty good trade. Good trade there by TY. Barely holding on, expanding behind this. Working on his transition, floating back towards his main. Even hoping to hunt down this Overlord, but these Marines are so low. It's going to be close. Oh, can we get it? Not quite. The Overlord is going to be saved. And we're going to be calming things down and getting into a longer game. DRG saturating his natural, droning on up. Likewise, so is TY. So is TY. And when it comes to the follow-up, we're going to be going into, interesting, we're going to be going into a bit of a Hellion drop. I mean, I say that. Medevac is on the way for drop play, Hellions in production as well. Quite an aggressive follow-up here, and if DRG is too greedy, he won't have enough to defend. We'll see how this all comes together. There we go, we keep the Marines at home. Hellions are moving out. Only 2. Oh, sorry. 4 in total. We do reinforce. And what does DRG have to defend? Link speed is finishing up. We have 6 Lings to defend. How many queens? 4 queens as well. The queens are in position at the 3rd. We're not in the main. Uh-oh. And here comes TY. Going straight for that main base. Do you have a handful of Lings? Is it going to be enough? And we go straight for the mineral line, straight for the kill. Drones are forced away. And decent control out of DRG. Does put up his drones, but some of them are lining up. 8 drones go down. Oh my god. 8 drones go down. The medevac getting very low. But TY does manage to escape. Does slip away. 2 Hellions for 8 drones, well worth it. A solid trade there for TY. Behind this, we have the armory. Interesting. We're going for a follow-up Hellbat push. Okay. We have Marines, Stim. Going for an add-on stop. Are we going to be switching the starport with the factory to get into more Hellions? We are. Oh my god. Okay. I have not seen this. Going for reactor and medevac, going back into reactor to Hellion just for the Hellbat push. Very interesting, very unique. Feels very off the cuff, but I'm all for it. And this is going to be so unexpected as well. So what do we have at home to defend? No Banelings. No Banelings, but we do have a Roach Warren. Roach Warren going to be crucial here in the defense for the eventual Hellbat push. As Hellions are amassing. Double drop moving out towards that 3rd. Towards that 3rd base, clearing up quite a bit of creep here on the way. Lotus Tumors going down. Here come the Hellions. The armory is done, and here come the Hellbats. And where are the Roaches? Nowhere to be found. 1 queen gets targeted. 2nd queen as well. The Hellbats have arrived, just zoning the army away from that 3rd, chasing it down actually. We're chasing down the queens. The Roaches, they're just barely coming out in time. And is it going to be enough? Queens are falling one after the other. More Hellbats are morphing in. And it looks like TY, he's taking down every single queen. Can he get the drones though? That's the question. Can he break through into the mineral line? It looks like he can. Takes down the final queen. Stimming on forward once again. Going for the drones. Going for the Roaches. Oh, the Hellbats. The Hellbat shots. Massive connections here on the drones. 5 workers go down and we snowball out of control. DRG bleeding out far too much. The drones are stacking. And the barbecue is real. 16 drones go down. 22. Every single worker in the natural. And that is brutal. And we're still not done. We have reinforcements rallying towards the third. We have 2 Hellions in the main. TY just reinforcing, consolidating his army. Bringing everything back together. And we're pushing once again. How many roaches do we have? 9. 9 roaches left. Down to 8. Hellions coming back into the main. Hellbats coming into the main. And DRG is distracted. More drones getting roasted. Again, such a unique build here out of TY to go for Reactor and Medevac, to go back into Reactor and Hellion. Like, this Hellbat push caught DRG completely off guard. I mean, it caught me off guard. Like, I was shocked to see the add-on swap. With that, TY backs off. And TY now has an economic lead. Third CC is on the way. Third orbital, I should say, is on the way. He's up in workers plus mules, so he has pretty substantial economic lead overall. DRG is redroning. Getting into +2. Trying to recover. Still not saturated on 3 bases. And TY's in the driver's seat. Behind this, doubling down on aggression, getting into tank production, liberators as well. Should be landing his third momentarily. And we're getting ready for our next push. Now, DRG isn't out of this yet. Depending on how much he does drone, if he's able to focus on roach production, he can maybe hold on against the follow-up push. There we go. 8 roaches in production. Ravagers are amassing as well. We still have those Hellbats in the main. And we have even Hellbats hit towards the natural. Oh my god. TUI ready for a tri-pronged attack. And Sims on 4, does focus on some roaches. Gets 2. Doesn't pull the trigger. Not yet. Not committing. Doesn't quite commit. There we go. Drop being set up here from TY. Behind this, third base fully operational. Tanks are amassing. The drop does get in. Yeah, both into the main and the natural. DRG does react in time. Good reactions out of DRG. I was hoping for the bio army to hit the third at the same time as well, but yeah, just 2 drops for now. Gets 3 drones, an okay amount of damage. And the medevacs will get the hell out of there. Instead, TY calming things down, working towards 3-3. 4th CC has started up as well at the natural. Has started up. DRG going for his own Roach Ravager push is spotted by TY. I imagine DRG is just posturing. He should just be poking in, then backing off. Trying to buy time as Liberator gets across the map, takes down the Queen. May get a second Queen as well. Gets 2. 2 Queens go down at the same time. DRG, he commits into tanks. Oh god, this is not it. Pushing into 4 tanks. GG gets called. DRG runs into a brick wall. And TY ties up the series 1-1. GG. We have a series. We have an ace match. Let's go. Whew. Let us go. Again, TY coming out with a very unique build. Able to pop off, able to shut DRG down, pull him apart. And we've seen quite a bit here from TY. Game 1, we saw mech. Game 2, we had a proxy into bio, into a unique style of bio. What do we have in store for us in Game 3? What do we have left? Let's find out. Let us find out. Wish TY would focus on SC2 instead of Brood War. Always fun game with him. Fun games with him. Yeah, like that's the dream, right? I wish so as well. I mean, the flip side, of course, is that TY, I'm sure his stream is really popular, right? It's like, I'm sure he's got a lot of fans, a lot of viewership in Korea. I know his initial plan was to do both. But he has been focusing a lot more on Brood War. But, you know, we'll see if he can go even further here. We'll see. He's that much closer to qualifying for GSL. And if he does, I mean, that's good reason to focus a lot more on StarCraft 2 instead of Brood War. I mean, we'll see. Terrans, they love barbecue parties. I'm jealous, Bobby. I want some barbecue myself. I'm starving. Pretty sure that Liberator finished the third queen earlier. Finished that third queen either. It's possible. It's very possible. I mean, mate, we were popping off. And here we go. We're getting into the ace match and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn. We have our South Korean Zerg player being forced into the ace match. The red Zerg representing Club NV. It is DRG. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran representing the Kwangdong Freaks. It is TY. Overlay, is that a whack? It's fine. Yeah. It's all good. It's because TY is playing on a barcode, so you can see here. I'm manually covering the barcode with his name. That's why. And he also switched sides. He switched from top to bottom now. So I'm getting on top of it. We're all TY now. We're all TY. Everyone's TY. As we're settling in, is going to be, for now, no proxy. Let's go. The Rax is back at home for TY. Likewise, DRG going for a hatch gas spool. Standard opener out of DRG. And looks to be the same from TY. Does look to be the same. For a moment there, I was getting deja vu, and I was remembering what Bjorn did earlier today against Rogue, and I was like, the SCV scout, he's crazy. He's going for a worker scout, thankfully. Not pulling a Bjorn, so TY, he will be aware of what DRG is up to, whether there's a faster pool, faster gas, making sure that everything is on the up and up, making sure that everything is as it should be. Just getting into his setup back at home. Looking to be a 1-1-1 opener. I imagine going to be going for a third CC before starport. Do imagine. As yeah, we're just kind of easing our way here into game number 3. This is going to be the chillest and most calmest game out of all 3 games so far. Like, we've had some very aggressive builds in game 1, game 2, and in game 3, but sorry, game 1 and game 2. But here in game 3, we're calming things down. Getting to our third hatchery here, into our 3-base setup. TY back at home. Interesting. Okay, our first point of deviation. I assumed it was going to be a third CC before starport, but no, I was wrong. It's going to be a 1-1-1 instead. A much more aggressive build out of TY. Okay. So with this is going for a delayed third, delayed economy. Going to be much more in the face of his opponents, rushing into Banshees, into more Hellions, into a stronger commitment. And this would shut down Roach play. If DRG were to open up Roaches, and if he were to try to go for a Roach push, then TY would be quite prepared for it. There's Yadon swap to get into Banshees. Okay. And there it is. Banshee production has commenced. Hellions to get across the map towards that third base. Just confirming that it is on the way. So far, so good. TY just keeping tabs on DRG. Threading that natural, but we have Lings in position, Queens as well. DRG holds. Does hold on. Soon to be saturating his third. Still on a low queen count, which is concerning. Still only on 4 queens, now working on his 5th. And there's that third CC on the way. We don't delay it for too much longer, but it has still been delayed. There is a lot of pressure and a lot of onus on TY to get damage done. He's repairing his Hellions, is moving out once again, And he needs to get damage done. Meanwhile, DRG going for a Baneling Nest first. Interesting. This is designed to hard counter a Hellbat push. So it is a safety Baneling Nest first before the lair. So a very safe build here out of DRG. Will keep him safe against Hellbats. And we can see that there is no Hellbat build here from TY. So DRG being a little bit inefficient and just playing scared, playing safe. Is playing it out safe here. Hellions are moving out, Banshees are amassing. Going for... Okay. I don't know if you saw, for a moment there, Interference Matrix was being researched, and I was shocked. Okay, we do cancel it. Going for the add-on stop. Hellions have arrived. Baneling Nest finishes. We have some safety Banelings on the way. Spore Crawlers as well. DRG playing very safe here. Going for a Spore in between the bases. There we go, Banshee coming in for that third. Lair is on the way. Again, the lair has been delayed because of the Baneling Nest. Because of the safety Banelings as well. And we do manage to get a couple of drones. 2 drones go down. We're getting a third drone as well. Banshee's trying to skirt their way out, but it looks like we get a full surround. No detection though. No detection in between the main and the natural. And the Banshees, they will slip away. Just barely. Oh, God. Just barely. At the same time, Overlord gets a full scout, confirms the bio, confirms it's not mech, and also gets eyes on the third CC. DRG is fully aware of what's going on. We have Baneling speed on the way. Evo chambers are delayed because of the build from DRG. Upgrades are going to be delayed as well. And we see why we avoid the upgrades for Aspire. We're going into Mutas. Very old school. Not a very popular, not a very common playstyle here, going into Muta play. Bold choice out of DRG, but again, now we understand why there are no Evo chambers. We're saving the gas for Mutas. We're holding onto that gas. TY has yet to scout, yet to confirm. I support DRG since a remarkable win versus Beyond on Stargazers in his final WTL run. DRG, mate, he was on fire in WTL. It was WTL Season 5, 2 seasons ago. The playoffs. Like, DRG, he was the MVP of Abydos. They were Abydos back then. And he carried his team during that playoff run. I was so sad. I was so sad when DRG wasn't there. When he wasn't fielded in their final series, in Abydos' final series in WTL. That was so sad. They needed him, and if he was there, I mean, it could have been a different result, but here we go. The tanks have right. Tanks are exposed. Yeah, the tanks are left exposed, and both tanks should go down. Hellions are here to support. The Banelings do connect, and TY gets forced back. Whew. Solid defense there from DRG, and the Mutas are amassing. Mutas are on the way. Are on the way. So far unscouted by TY, but he's reinforcing with more tanks, with more marines. He wants to break this fourth. How many Banelings? 8 Banelings. Double jump into the main. Mutas are revealed. We now know what's going on. But doesn't matter. We dive on top of the queens. 1, 2 queens go down, and we do get on top of the hatchery. The hatchery is going to fall. Good pickup. DRG completely out of position, by the way. He had an army, he had the Ling Bane to defend, but was distracted by the drop. And with that, DRG gets knocked down to 3 bases, does have a backup 4th. Mutas dive in, they do get targeted. 1, 2, 3 Mutas go down, but we clean everything up. Do clean everything up. Detection was delayed, but we shut down the Banshees. And this is getting scrappy. This is getting very back and forth. Looking at the units lost tab. 31 Marines, 3 tanks. What did we get? We got a base, we got some queens, we traded with Lings, but we did not touch the economy. DRG, he's on 82 drones. He has a solid worker count. A solid economy. And he should be able to max out. And TY, he's stuck at home. DRG, he has all the map control he could ever want. Has to still be careful with these Mutas. They're quite fragile. They'll have to be careful here as the mutas are going to be rotating around. TY pushing on the left-hand side. Does move out towards the left as the mutas hit the right. Here we go, as TY moves out on the left-hand side, DRG going for a big backstab. Going for a counterattack, but we have Marines in position. Plenty in position, actually. The Lings are getting annihilated. The mutas, they still hold on. But trading with the Marines is not a good trade for DRG. Oof. 1, 2, 3 mutas go down. TY continuing his push. Not being slowed down, but there are Banelings to defend, thankfully. DRG does have Banelings. Collapsing on these reinforcements. Catching a tank. Yeah, forcing TY back home. Does force him back. Again, we're trying to break into that mineral line. We do get in. The SCVs. No. Boys are being pulled away. 11 SCVs go down. And the mutas, they bust into the natural. TY's economy is being crippled. Yeah, 23 workers go down. DRG snowballing out of control. Pulling TY apart left and right. And what does TY have left? He's down to half the worker count. 41 SCVs, 42 SCVs even. He does have an army. But DRG, he's massing Lingbane behind this. Getting ready to defend. TY does have a comparable army size. He can still make this work. He can try. We're down to one final tank. The Baneling connections, they're too good. GG gets called, and DRG cleans up the army, shuts TY down, and DRG qualifies for GSL. GG. Oh, GG, well played. Congratulations here to Dongray Gu. He still got it, Papi. He still got it. Another ex-military player here has yet to really break into the scene once again, but he's had these moments, he's had some solid performances, and DRG will once again be joining the rest of our fellow players here in GSL. Congratulations. Congratulations, Papi, congratulations. My condolences to TY, but TY, he still has another chance. He gets knocked down to a lower bracket qualifying match. He will have another opportunity to bounce back. I believe we'll have another opportunity, but regardless, congratulations to DRG, and with that, we're going to be wrapping up our GSL broadcast here for tonight. I know, there's still 3 qualifying matches left. We're almost done. We're getting there. But unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, we have some more StarCraft to cast. We have a tournament that's starting up in 20 minutes. In 22 minutes, we are starting up with OSC King of the Hill. So, unlikely that we can squeeze in another qualifying match before OSC King of the Hill. So, we have to cut the GSL broadcast short here for now. And we're going to be finishing the GSL broadcast tomorrow. Tomorrow, before WTL, we're going to be going live with the GSL qualifiers. 24 hours from now, and we'll be wrapping up the final qualifying matches. I do apologize. I know that yesterday I said that we were going to cast everything today, but I did forget that we also had OSC King of the Hill. So I do apologize for that. For those that are curious, what the hell is OSC King of the Hill? It is a tournament run by OSC, run by the kind of an oceanic organizer who's been hosting tournaments for many years. OSC is a big part of StarCraft. They host the OSC Championships, which is basically the online finals for online tournaments. A lot of StarCraft going on. And the OSC King of the Hill is similar to Shoutcraft King of the Hill. Or the Shoutcraft, King of the Hill. We're basically 15 players. We have 15 players, and they duke it out in a best-of-1 format. The winner stays on, the loser is eliminated from the tournament. And many more rise to the challenge to knock down that king and to become the King of the Hill themselves. So 15 best of ones, back to back to back to back. 15 players are going to be showcased, and we're going to be going on a short break. I'm starving. I'm starving. I need some food. We're going to be going on a short break. We're going to be coming back in 20 minutes with OSC King of the Hill. See you then. See you then. If you were only interested in GSL, you know, I'll see you tomorrow. I will see you tomorrow. We'll understand if you do leave us. The stream is going to stay up. It's going to stay up. We're going to be switching our overlays and getting ready for OSC. So see you guys in 20 minutes. Going to quickly get some food, and we'll be back. See you then. Huh. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to our second broadcast of the night. We just wrapped up with the GSL qualifiers, or at least with a handful of GSL qualifying matches, and now we have returned with the OSC King of the Hill weekly number 168. That's a lot of weeks. That's a lot of OSC King of the Hills, and welcome, everyone. Welcome to a very unique tournament format. This is a King of the Hill style format where we have nothing but best of ones, and we have a reigning King of the Hill. Here in the bottom right hand corner, we have the reigning King of the Hill of last week's tournament. Representing Team Liquid, it is Skillous. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have, true. We have the French Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing his new team, Berserker Esports. He is the challenger, the would-be usurper. It is DNS. And it's been a while since we've been here, and true, there are certain characteristics that are very similar to Oceanborn, not gonna lie, but we are loading into Nightshade. If you're an old school viewer, if you're an old school player as well, then you'd be familiar with this map. I mean, I say old school, this map was active, what was it, like 2020? When was the last time Nightshade was in the map pool? That's a good question, but it hasn't been too long. But this tournament has an extended map pool. That's what's important here. I'm just double checking. Nightshade was active. This was back in 2019 to 2020. Okay, so 2020 era of StarCraft, 2019 as well. But OSC King of the Hill, they have an extended map pool. That means that we have some current maps available, true, some current maps, but also some older maps as well. Maps like Nightshade, maps like, let me just quickly double check, Nightshade, Death Aura, Ancient Cistern as well. So it's great to see that our players are embracing that as well. For some context, when it comes to the formats, when it comes to the vetoes, the King of the Hill, in this case Skillous is the current reigning King of the Hill. He has one veto. He has one veto available, and DNS can pick from, the challenger can pick from any other map in the map pool, and we're going for a proxy robo. Let's go. One base all in. DNS is going for one base all in. Skillous, he's going for a 2-gate opener, very safe play here out of Skillous, but has yet to determine what's going on. He's moving out with a probe scout. He does confirm that the pylon is missing, by the way. He knows the pylon is not where it should be. Where exactly is it? We're scouting. Skillous, he's checking the right hand side. He's looking for the proxy, looking for the pylon. Little does he know that it's on the opposite side of the map. It's here towards the left hand side instead. Pylon blocker, the pylon has been thrown out to get an eye on any first couple of units here of DNS, whether it's Stalker or Adept or even Sentry. Pylon is cancelled. We do not get eyes on anything, and the Stalkers are moving out. Stalkers are pushing. Behind this, middle production has commenced, and Skillous, oh no! He was so close! Skillous! He was so close, he pulls back just 1 second too late there. Hallucinations moving out, and Skillous still doesn't know what's going on. He's expanding. Skillous, he takes his natural, going for a shield battery on the low ground, and little does he know that again the all-in is on the way. Hallucination does hit the main. And now we confirm that there is nothing in the main base, that there is a proxy of some kind out on the map. And we're getting ready. We are getting ready back home. Second shield battery on the way here for Skillous. Stalkers have arrived. We got 4 Stalkers at 2. Sentries will help. Again, Sentries, they were buffed in the most recent patch. It will help here in the all-in, or to defend against the all-in. It will help that much more. We have the Prism on the way as well to help bypass the wall, to reinforce, to juggle, to micro. A lot of utility available here in that War Prism. as DNS is still amassing his army, getting to his third gateway. Prism has arrived. Skillus has had some extra time here to recover, getting into his robo production. Immortal has begun. No shield battery in the main base. Bear that in mind. And we're going for the main. Oh. We're going for the main base. Skillus does get eyes on this. Does rotate around just in time. The Immortal is dropped, but the Immortal is exposed. Very good control out of Skillus. He does pull back in time. Does save his Stalkers. Will bleed out that pylon. But takes down the Stalker and... doesn't quite get the Prism. But there it is, shield battery in the main base, just to be safe, just to be secure. DNS going for the robo, going for the Bay. Very interesting, rushing into the Works Bay for disruptive production. Immortals dropping into the main. And the Stalkers are going to be forced back. Shield battery is not ready. Oof, that's a kill, not a cancel. But very nice control out of Skillus. Very fluid movements, pulling back. But we catch Skillus out of positioning. We rotate around. He's stuck in the main base. Yeah, the constant force fields. We're able to rotate over, but two shield batteries going to be going down. One of them even, and the other as well. Very nicely done here by DNS. Out positioning Skillus. Takes down the shield batteries. Skillus always keeping up. Is keeping up here. As a reminder as well, this is a best of one. Everything is on the line for both these players. Mortals go in. Shield battery is down, but it's being focused down once again. Barely saved. Barely is saved. Disruptor has arrived. Again, because of the proxy robo, it doesn't take long at all for the Disruptor to join the main army. And it's going to come down to the control, going to come down to the micro. Decent force fields. Oh, we barely get an Adept. We get one Adept. Nova not quite going off. Oh, a little bit premature there. DNS does waste his first Nova. That's huge. And with that, we collapse on the main army. Yeah, Skillus, he has nothing to worry about. He can push forward. Chases all the way back. Good force field. Bit of miscontrol out of DNS. He focuses down the gate. The roaches? What? The rocks. Did actually kill on the rocks. Adepts are going to be going down as well. And DNS is being completely shut down. He's running out of steam. He still has his 3 Immortals alive. He still has his Disruptor. But he's up against the wall. Nova goes off. Takes down nothing. DNS in a lot of trouble. Yeah, being chased further and further back. Falling back to his Robo. And we dive on the army. We can focus down the Prism. Good juggling here by DNS, but he bleeds out one of the Immortals, bleeds out another. And we're snowballing out of control. Nova goes up. Big connection. Oh my god. Massive connections, but it's still not enough. Doesn't even matter. GG gets called. And Skillus will take game number 1. Will hold on to his throne and remains the king of the hill. GG. Whew. GG, well played here as Skillus. He will take the game. He had a hard time reading what was going on. He had a hard time scouting and recognizing what exactly was happening, the all-in that DNS was committed to. But really nice control, really nice micro. I was very impressed by Skillus and his Stalker movement in the main base. Despite not having Blink, despite not having the Prism at the time, he was doing such a great job at retaining his units, at kiting back against the army. And yeah, did beautifully there in the defense. DNS also took a little bit longer to actually get the all-in going as well. His third gateway was delayed, and in general, it did feel like he had maybe given Skillus a little bit too much time. DNS had his own moments, don't get me wrong. He had his own moments. He was able to outposition his opponent, take down the shield batteries at least, but apparently Skillus didn't even need the shield batteries, didn't even need the overcharge. GG. GG, well played. Skillus does take the first game, and now we're getting ready for game number 2. The question becomes, who is our next challenger? Who is our next challenger? Just to quickly go over the format, just in case there are maybe people watching for the first time, it is a best of 1 King of the Hill style format. Non-stop best of 1s, and we have 15 players. 15 players lining up here. Can anyone knock Skillus down? DNS tried and ultimately failed, and now we have another player stepping up. Fun fact, a teammate of DNS. It is going to be the Finnish Zerg player, not Cyril, Mixu. Here we go. Skillus versus Mixu. Mixu going to be coming up next here. on the OSC King of the Hill. Can Mixu avenge his fallen teammate? Can he avenge his berserker brethren? Let's go. Catching up with the chat. Oh, Nish. Hello, papi. Hello. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Bienvenidos. Nish. The TikTok man himself. 168 weeks equals 3 years, chat. Crazy, crazy. Oh my. But good to see you, papi. Good to see you. Always good to see you, Nish. Ooh. Full winning. That is the crown. True. That is what Skills is wearing right now. Oh. But yes, we are just getting ready for our next game. As a reminder, it is, as Mixu is rising as the next challenger, it is his map of choice. And this also adds to the craziness of the tournament. It isn't just best of ones, but because the champion, because the current King of the Hill only gets one veto, there are a lot of maps out there that are wild and crazy and not the most balanced. Like, there are certain maps that are favored towards some races more than others, certain play styles more than others as well. And that is something that you can take advantage of, especially in a best of one format. Similar to WTL in that sense. Similar in that WTL, it's loser's pick, so you also get scenarios where we got to see a lot more of Radisson Station, for example, or in the future, I imagine Post, Youth, and Dynasty. Oh. And even Equilibrium in the previous map pool. But here we go, we have our map of choice, Mixu. Interesting. He's going for Alcyone. Are we rushing into the gold? Are we going for the gold, papi? We'll see. I'm curious. Show us what you got. Show us what you got. Always happy. Always. Nish. Let's go. As spawning in the top right hand corner of Alcyone, we have our Finnish Zerg player representing Berserker Esports. He is here, looking to rise to the challenge, looking to claim that throne for himself. Can he do it? It is Mixu. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player representing Team Liquid, the current King of the Hill, with one win under his belt. It is Skillous. Number may look small now, but all it takes is a couple of games and that number can rank up and up even higher. When it comes to the prize pool distribution of this tournament as well, as you can imagine, it is based on wins. If you come in and if you are able to get a big win streak going, you can claim a higher and higher payout. You get extra money, extra prize pool for each win you get here in OSC King of the Hill. And likewise, you also get a bounty on your head, and you actually give a bonus to the opposing player if you go on a long enough win streak. I think it's like 7 wins or maybe 8 wins. Like, if you go on a long enough win streak, then the opposing player gets a bonus if they knock you down. So it is great to see that kind of feature in the tournament as well. As Mixu is going for a hatch gas pool, standard opener out of Mixu. He's not rushing into the gold base. We've been a little bit spoiled as of late. We've seen a lot of Zerg players rush into this gold. Dark, of course, Reina recently as well, with mixed success. Mixu going for a standard hatch gas pool. Okay. Going for a standard build. Meanwhile, Skills back at home and going for his own Get Expand into Cybercore. We're easing our way into into our next game, into Alcyone. Things were wild and popping off previously, but now we're calming down. Calming things down. Oh, as for oh my god, almost gets surrounded. Flying a bit close to the sun, we did get burnt for a moment there, but Skillous will be able to get away. Mixu likewise able to saturate his 2-base setup here. Soon going to be taking his 3rd of his own. Skillous back at home going for a sec of choice, not going for a Twilight Council. We are going for a Stargate instead. Okay. Stargate opener out of Skillous. Standard. I mean, this should be for an Oracle to get into a 3rd base, to get into a triple Oracle opener, into a Twilight Council and Forge. We'll see if Skillous does deviate from the norm. We shall see. The Dev gets across the map, does get eyes on the 3rd. Mixu on the flip side, just keeping up with the shades, getting into his third base. And my apologies, I assumed it was going to be an Oracle, but what they say about you know what they say about assumptions, as it is going to be a Void Ray first instead. Now, with a Void Ray opener, the goal here is to shut down the Overlords. It's to shut down and chase down as many of these Overlords as possible to keep the Zerg player in the dark, and this can lead into some hidden tech. This can lead into double Stargate Sky Toss, double Stargate Void Ray, can lead into a Twilight Council into Glaive Adepts, can lead into a Twilight Council into Charge, or it could lead into a third and a standard game. Whether it's something crazy or whether it's something normal, Mixu's gonna have a hard time figuring it out. Ooh, as the Adept does go down across the map, that was 2 Adepts for 2 drones. Not a bad trade for Mixu, not the best trade from Skillus. Was hoping for more damage. Was hoping for more. Behind this, we're getting into our first and soon-to-be second Oracle. Lings move out, they get eyes on the third. But there's a Void Ray in position, we should be able to defend, we should be able to shut down these Lings. They don't get any damage done. Really what I'm looking for is the tech. The follow-up tech for Skillus. Do we go for a Forge? Do we not? Do we go for a Twilight Council? Or do we not? Oracle gets into the main. Ooh, getting quite a number of drone kills. 3 drones go down. Good pickups there from Skillus. Meanwhile, there's that Twilight Council and a Forge on the way. It's going to be a standard follow-up. It looks like +1 and Blink on the horizon. Could be +1 and Charge, either or. Still something more macro-oriented, more mid-game oriented here from Skillus. So far, just keeping tabs on Mixu. Behind this, we have our Baneling Nest on the way, +1 melee as well. Looks like a big Lingbane commitment here from Mixu. Could be Lingbane into Hydra. We have seen Mixu embrace Hydras in the past. So could be looking to get into Hydras once again. As for the time being, we do not have a lair. Oracles, meanwhile, they get into the main. Ooh, 4 drones go down. The Oracle barely does escape. How much HP is that? 4 HP! Oh my god. 1 shot from going down, but it does escape. Barely. Meanwhile, Mixu, he's amassing a lot of Lings. And we have confirmation it's not Blink, it is Charge. So +1 in Charge on the horizon here for Skillus. This can lead into Archon production, and there it is. Templar Archives is on the way. That is going to be for Archons, for potentially Storm as well. But Mixu, he's cutting workers. He's cutting drones here at 45. What do we see? We see a saturated third base. We see a saturated natural, but only 1 gas. Only 1 gas in the main. And that's a lot of Lings. We're pushing. Yeah, Baneling's on the left-hand side. Queen's waddling through the center of the map as well. Mixu, he's committed. He is going for a lair in the main, so he's not completely all in. He is planning to transition out of this, but we do confirm the lack of gases. No gases behind this, no Roach Warren, no Ravagers. Lings are amassing, and Mixu, can we hold on? Banelings are coming in. What is our answer to the Banelings? We got a full surround here on the shield battery. Banelings, they crash into the would-be Zealots. Ooh, big connections. Zealots go down. Oracles are doing what they can, but we bust into the mineral line. We got 6 probes already. We got 7. We get 8. 9 probes go down. There's one Baneling, a big connection. Oh my god, massive connection. Through the minerals there, 19 probes go down. And just like that, Mixu does take a worker lead. But he won't be able to kill his opponent. Skillus will hold. Skillus, he should be able to hold on here. The Queen goes down. We're running out of Lings as well. And Mixu has to back off and drone. But he did more than enough damage. Back at home, Mixu can tech up. We spoke about the Hydras, and there it is. Hydra Denton's on the way, so Lingbane into Hydra. And Skillus, he holds and he can counterattack somewhat, but he doesn't really have much of an army to threaten Mixu. He's forcing a reaction, he's forcing out Lings and Queens. Actually, yeah, Skillus, he does want to push in. We got 3 Zealots, we got 1 Archon, and we're doing what we can. We get a Tumor. And we force a bit of an overreaction as well. So good posturing here by Skillus, but we're reinforcing with Archons. We are reinforcing. They slip into the mineral line, they try to at least. Ooh, and Skillus, with this move out, we can deny the 4th. Speaking of, Skillus does move out. Does get eyes on the would-be fourth base, and we should force a cancel. Here comes the Ling Bane against Archon, though. Yeah, we cannot touch the Archons. Fourth base is denied. Skillus taking his own fourth. Uh-oh. Mixu in a bit of trouble, going for a Ling counterattack. Mixu racing back home. He is racing back home. Ling's there to arrive. But the Oracles, they may get back just in time to deal with the Lings. And the charged Archon is being reinforced even further. Now, thankfully for Mixu, there is no storm. Mainly troll in, but there is no storm. So Lingbane and Hydra can still hold its own against this. Not going to be easy though. The Archons, they try to force their way in. They're getting on top of the Hydras. The Hydras, they're quite exposed. They're so vulnerable, and so many Hydras going down. Skillus, he's snowballing out of control. He gets on top of the Hydras, pushes into the third base. GG gets called. We don't have enough to hold on. And Skillus will take down Mixu and will claim another win here in OSC King of the Hill. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Skillus as he does bring Mixu down. And again, Mixu, he did well for himself when it came to his initial all-in or borderline all-in. I'm not in love with the Hydra transition. If it was Roaches instead, I mean, Roaches are cheaper. They're a little bit more robust, especially against against Chargelot Archon as well. And unfortunately, because we went into Hydras are so squishy, they're so vulnerable, as you saw there. Once the Archons closed the distance, the Hydras melted against that army. GG. GG, well played. The reign of Skillus continues. The reign of Skillus does continue, and can he be stopped? So far, we've had some of the Berserker boys step up to the plate. Alas, they have not been able to bring him down, not yet. But we have plenty more players available. Plenty more players here are looking to line up against Skillus. And we'll see who steps up first. Here we go. Do we have any other Berserker boys? That's Where's Battle B, Poppy? Where's Battle B? Who else am I thinking of? There's Battle B, there's Demaga, of course. Demaga. Gung Fu Banda. Do we just send the entire team at Skillus? Is that what's gonna happen? Uh-oh. We shall see again. We're still just trying to decide who to whip out. I see some people online. I see Demi online. I see Mana online. Eva is there as well. Eva. Este Eva. Who else do I see? I do know that I believe EPT Spring is on tonight, right? I think the Asia regionals are currently ongoing. Yeah, the Asia regionals are currently on. Currently ongoing, but we're still just trying to find our next opponent. Oh no, Eva's messaging me. I'm messaging Eva, to be fair. I was like, Eva, are you gonna play an OSC? And he's like, I look at my last game and it was like a 30-minute ZVP. he's done for today, Pop. He's done for today. He's tapped out. GG. Oh. But it looks like we might go on a short break here. Well, essentially, we have a player lined up, but we don't see the player in game at the moment. So we're going to give them some time. To appear in game. If they don't, we can always field them later on. Remember, we have plenty of best of ones on the horizon. If the player does show up later, then they can always join us later. So we're going to give them some time here. Otherwise, we have other players lined up. So we'll see. We'll see who comes up next. Gonna be going on a short break, but don't go anywhere because it shouldn't be too much of a long one. Take this moment to get some snacks, get some water, hydrate your hydras, massage your marines, and we'll be back soon with our next series. Our next best of one. See you soon. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. I apologize for the extended delay there, for the extended break, but we have returned with our next series. I spoke earlier how we were missing a player, giving them some time to show up before picking a replacement, and now we have a replacement. We have our next matchup spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn. We have our current King of the Hill representing Team Liquid with 2 wins under his belt. It is Skillous. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Teal Protoss player representing Team Starcom. It is Ashbringer. Ashbringer cousin. There we go. So what happened? Where did everyone go? We did have a break there, just waiting, just trying to determine who and where our next opponent, our next challenger was, and we have them. Ashbringer is stepping up to the plate. It's going to be another PvP. I expect a lot of PvPs here tonight. Again, there's quite a lot of Protoss players that are going to be available to us. We still have yet to delve into the Polish Protoss posse, for example. You know, we got Geralt, we got Christiana, we got Papi, we got Rotin, we got Jomek. I'm sure we have plenty of Ars as well. I'm sure there's plenty of Polish Protoss players lying in wait as well, alongside many other competitors. So we'll see. We'll see how this all does come together. It's going to be a 2-gate opener out of Ashbringer. But Ashbringer, he's known for his cheese. He's known for his all-ins. Let's wait and see where that second pylon gets thrown down. Get the Cyber Core here in the main. Probe moving out across the map. And it looks like we are not set up to throw down a pylon. Looks like we are not going for a proxy. Looks like everything is by the book, as there's that second pylon in the main base is revealed to Skillous. Is going to be revealed. Ashbringer slipping into the main base of his opponent. Getting a full scout of confirming that Skillous likewise has the second pylon and is going for a standard opener. So everything is as it should be. And we have our first units of choice. It's going to be double Stalker here out of Ashbringer and double Adept from Skillous. Okay, a bit of a more aggressive build out of Skillous. With double Adept, that means we're going to be zooming across the map as quickly as we can. Going to be zooming on out. And looking to deal some harassing damage. We can even double down and go into a 3rd and 4th Adept, even a 5th and 6th Adept. We just keep making Adepts. Don't have to stop. Keep going, Papi. Speaking of, ooh, there it is. Double Adept into double Sentry. Okay. So not the most aggressive of builds here. We're going to be harassing with Adepts, sure, but we're going to be safe and sound, looking for scouting, looking for a more defensive style, defensive follow-up with these sentries. There's our expansion, and Nexus is on the way. Meanwhile, Ashbringer are going for a Twilight Council before expansion. Oh, that's a 3rd gateway. That's a 1-base all-in. That is a 1-base all-in out of Ashbringer. The Adepts, they do threaten a shade here towards the main base. We do fully wall off. We do keep Skillets in the dark. And we're amassing Stalkers as we speak. My eyes are on this pylon. Sorry, my eyes are on this probe, as we're soon to throw down a pylon to reinforce across the map, to commit to the all-in. Blink is on the way. And as we get ready for this 1-base all-in, as we get ready for this PvP, a big shout out in the chat. A big shout out to my sauce, my Souse. The big shout out in the chat for the Twitch Prime. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you so much for the subscription. Gracias, Papi, gracias. Thank you so much. Hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the casting. Hope you enjoy the StarCraft, as here comes that pylon that we spoke about. And show us the gateway. There it is. The gateway has been thrown down. It is a 1-base 4-gate blink all in. Here we go. So a 4-gate blink all in here out of Ashbringer. Back at home, Skillous, what have we seen? We are scouting as we speak. We get eyes on the mass amount of Stalkers, on the lack of natural base. Skillous, he hasn't seen everything in the main, but he's seen enough. Skillous, he knows. And there it is. Shield batteries on the way. We have 1 shield battery already done. We have a 2nd shield battery, and now a 3rd shield battery in production. Immortal production well underway as well. Very wise of Skillous to go for a robo opener with the help of these Immortals. We have such a solid defensive setup here from the side of Skillous. The pressure is on now, thankfully. Because it's Blink, because we have Blink, if we have high ground vision, if we get a sentry, if we can get some high ground, we can avoid all of this. We can avoid the shield batteries, the overcharge, the Immortals, and dive into the main base instead and try to catch Skillets out of position. Because the power of Blink, we do have a lot more maneuverability available to us as well. I'm loving the hallucinated Immortal. Oh, it does tank a lot of hits. Very nicely done. Hallucination does tank some hits there. Stalkers are being forced back. Second guessing ourselves. Second Immortal has arrived. Oh, we tank another shot. We tank another volley. Hallucination goes down, but the Immortals, they stand strong. Decent force fields forcing Ashbringer back. Very nicely done here by Skillus. Again, that Hallucination tanking so many hits from those Stalkers. But now, the Immortal's real. And now we can focus down, and the overcharge is popped, barely keeping it alive. GG gets called, the all-in has failed, and Skillus will take another game, will take down another victim here, and will remain the king of the hill. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Whew. Congratulations to Skillus, getting 3 wins on the board, but a shout out to Ashbringer. I appreciate the all-in here, I appreciate how different it was, right? It's like, initially it looked like a 2-gate opener. We went for a delayed proxy pylon, a delayed proxy across the map to hide the build, to lure Skillus into a false sense of security. The problem was that Skillus was playing safe. He was playing safe anyway. I mean, Ashbringer, he's known for all-ins, so Skillus already had a Robo, already had Immortals on the way. Skillus was so well prepared, and GG, Skillus gets the win. As we get into our following series, a big shout out in the chat as well to another subscriber. A big shout out to Kashim. Oh my god, Bobby. As I just update our admin of what has been going on. But a shout out to Kashim for subscribing for 7 months. Oh my god, we've almost made a child together, Kashim. Oh my god, thank you so much for the love, for the support. If you are unfamiliar, Kashim, he is a big name behind Wikipedia. If you are familiar with Wikipedia, if you use the service yourself, use the website yourself, then Kashim, he is one of the biggest supporters, biggest contributors to Wikipedia. Not just that, because I know nowadays Wikipedia has a lot more contributors that have joined their team. Something that Kashim does almost completely on his own, Illegalac. If you're familiar with Illegalac, if you know what Illegalac is, if you use it, if you've heard of it, Kashim is the person behind Illegalac. Specifically the person updating it and adding all the results, all these tournaments, all these stats as well, aggregating everything. Kashim, the man behind the scenes, the man behind Illegalac. Shout out to Kashim. Big shout out, Papi. Big shout out. Much love, much love. Oh, as we are getting ready for our next series, oh my god, and I need to quickly set up. Because once again, I mentioned before that the PvPs, they're gonna keep on coming and keep on coming. Up next, we have another PvP between Skillus and Night Phoenix. And I need to quickly double check. Go. Sorry, just making sure I had the name correct. There we go. Representing his new team, Astronaut Esports. And here we go, you can hear the beep, so loading into... Oh, we're loading in to Ghost River. Let's go. Let us go. Night Phoenix fighting! Let's go! Night Phoenix, aka Catgirl, aka Meow. God damn. But here we go, spawning in the top left hand corner of Ghost River, we have the Ukrainian Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing his new team, Astronaut Esports. It is Night Phoenix. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the current King of the Hill. We have the Blue Protoss representing Team Liquid with 3 wins under his belt. Looking to claim some more, it is Skillus. Here we go. Skillus already on quite a win streak here, and I will quickly set up and sort out the player names as well. Night Phoenix. Beautiful. Bam. There we go. But coming into this game, I don't know what they're talking about, but I'm assuming it's relating to Night Phoenix's PC. Night Phoenix was talking about how his PC was lagging as they were getting ready for their game. So I assume that's what this conversation is about. I don't speak Cyrillic, I don't read Cyrillic, so I'm unfamiliar with the conversation, but regardless, we're settling into our PvP. And loading into Ghost River, I'm feeling a 1-base all-in. Not gonna lie, I'm feeling a 1-base all-in from Night Phoenix. We haven't seen it yet, but we'll see if we can piece it together. Night Phoenix going for a second pylon in the main base, but as we saw in game number 2, or in that last game from Ashbringer, we are more than willing to go for a pylon in the main base and still go for a 1-base all-in nonetheless. We have that potential. As Cybercore is finishing up, we're getting into our first students of choice. It's going to be double Stalker out of Night Phoenix, double Stalker out of Skillus. Mirrored build so far. We're keeping up with each other. Night Phoenix even poised to set up for an expansion. Okay. Pylon on the low ground, papi. Now, the reason why I say all in is just because of the map. Ghost River is a very, very small map. It is a very short rush distance by ground. Shortest rush distance map in the map pool. Doesn't take long at all to get across the map. Even from your own natural, even from your own main. Probe in the main way is going to get shut down. First Stalker is revealed. And we're getting into our further tech of choice. It is going to be a Stargate opener from Night Phoenix. Okay. It's going to be Stargate first. Ooh, Skills does shoot first. Yeah, he does have the high ground. Does force back these Stalkers. We do see Night Phoenix actually out trading his opponent. Oh, almost trading 1 for 1. But Night Phoenix, he comes out worse for wear. His Stalker is battered and bruised, forced all the way back. And both players are expanding. We have a game. Let's go. We have a game, baby. Both players are taking their natural base and skills. He bypasses the initial ramp, rotating over towards the south instead. He gets on top of the high ground, and he can come in from behind. Yeah, Skills diving on the army, takes out one of the Stalkers, takes out a second Stalker as well, trading 2 for 1. Oh! Does out-trade Night Phoenix. Very nice micro there, out of Skillus. And forcing Night Phoenix back. Again, Night Phoenix known for his control, known for his micro. But forced further back, waiting for a warp in, waiting for reinforcements. Oracle has arrived. We're going across the map. We're avoiding the army. We're zooming. Back in the main base, no shield battery. Skillus is a little bit exposed. Can we pull this off? The force field, no! The force field, we locked down the army. We catch the Stalkers. 1, 2, 3 Stalkers going to be going down. Big pick off. And Skillus, he can snowball out of control. He can keep on pushing. What do we have at home to defend? We have 3 Stalkers. We have a would-be shield battery. But Night Phoenix does get into the main base, and there's nothing to defend. Probes are going down. And we're looking to cripple the economy. 4, 5, 6 probes falling. And even more at the natural. Oh, 7, 8 probes, and we force a recall as well. Night Phoenix achieving so much with this Oracle. Getting a 9th, getting a 10th probe. 10 workers go down, but across the map, Skills shades into the main. Doesn't commit. Not yet. Reinforcements on the way. Second Oracle has arrived, looking for more damage. Shield battery not quite done in the main. But Skillus going for his own push. He's down at 10. He's down 11 probes. But we have an Immortal. Is that enough? Is that good enough? We have a shield battery. We have an overcharge. Night Phoenix poised to defend. And Skillus, we're not making probes. We're not making workers. It's going to be Skillus' turn to go for a 1-base all-in. Yes, there are 2 bases, but we're only saturated for 1. The natural is just for show. Force into the all-in. Probes are going down. We shut down the shield battery. Boys are being pulled. And the Oracles, they dive on the sentries. They focus them down one after the other. And Night Phoenix, we're defending. The force field is brutal. Night Phoenix can barely engage. But now that it's run out, Night Phoenix forcing Skillus back. More Stalkers on the way, but running out of the Immortal. The Immortal goes down. And we can see Night Phoenix going for glaives. We're doubling down on 2-base aggression. Night Phoenix, he's not looking for a longer game. Not looking for a macro game. Otherwise, we'd see Blink. But no, instead we have glaives. Another gateway on the way. Night Phoenix has the high ground. Night Phoenix still has the economic lead as well. Good control at his Skillus. Breaks through. Gets a Stalker. Gets a second. Uh-oh. 2 Stalkers go down. Good juggling here by Skillus. Does pull back. There is a shield battery though. The shield battery and an overcharge. Oracle gets across the map, gets 4 more probes. It's 4 more workers. Skillus getting back into probe production. Trying to macro out of this. Rotating into the main. Night Phoenix doesn't see. Oh. Night Phoenix is in the dark. Doesn't see the rotation. Doesn't see the lift into the main. Night Phoenix late to react. Yeah, we shut down the Oracle. We get the Adepts. We force a recall. Yeah, we have to ferry the army back to low ground, bleeding out 1 Stalker. That was worth it for Skillus. Getting the Oracle. And we have a game. Wait, straight up. We're selling into 2 bases. Glaives may be done. The Adept is putting in some work. 3 probes go down. 4 probes. Oof. 5 workers go down again. The Glaives really coming in clutch there with that Adept. And Night Phoenix maintains his economic lead. You see Skills getting into Immortal production. Still no Twilight Council. Still no Glaives or Blink. Night Phoenix going for a massive gateway explosion. 4 gates on the way in addition to the 4 that we already had. Sorry, 5 that we already had. 9 gates in total. Let's go. It's going to be a 2-base 9-gate all-in from Night Phoenix. We could even go for a 10th gateway as well. It's all or nothing for our Red Protoss player. Meanwhile, Skillus is in the dark. Skillus hasn't seen much yet. The Prism, no! Oh, the Prism gets caught out. Massive pickoff. War Prism goes down. We have 1 Immortal back at home to defend. The Adepts have arrived. And Night Phoenix just needs more units, needs more army. Reinforcing Adepts are on the way. And Night Phoenix just has an overwhelming army. Skillus is in trouble. Adepts, they commit to the shade. That's a kill on the pylon. And 1 Adept does make it in. We have a shield battery. We are ready for this. Shield battery's running out of energy. We're going for another shade into the main. We commit. Adepts, they bust into the main base. Probes are going down at the same time as Skillus taking a fight here on the front lines. But bleeding out to 8, 9, 10 probes in that main. Oof. So much damage. And we're going to be able to clean up every single Adept with insight here. 16 probes go down. At the same time across the map, Skillus also gets into the main. Getting some counter damage. But Skillus gets knocked down to 28 probes. 29 even. And we're getting a little bit desperate here. We're going into a Dark Shrine. Dark Shrine is done. Wait, am I seeing things? There might. I saw a Dark Shrine on the way, but I guess it was cancelled. Yeah, there it is. Yeah. Dark Shrine was on the way, but it got scouted, so we do cancel it in the end. Wise choice there from Skillus, as Night Phoenix did see everything. So instead, we're going to be committed here, getting into Blink, getting into Archon production. Glaives that do shade, Glaive Adepts do shade in, but we don't quite commit. And we're taking a 3rd. We're expanding. 3rd base is on the way. Night Phoenix rushing into a Robotics Bay. Disruptor production. Very interesting. I mean, Disruptors, they are the ideal. Are the ideal in PvP. As we do see Skillus trying to chase down these Adepts, Night Phoenix being as annoying as possible, being as active as he can. Thanks for translations in the chat, by the way. I appreciate it. As Skills is being dragged out of position. Dragged all the way to the right-hand side at the same time. Adepse shaded towards that natural. The Immortals and Archons are able to keep up. Skills, he does keep up. Adepts shading in once again. This time we do catch the Adepts. Big pickups. And 2 Adepts do barely finish, but they're barely alive. And they will be cleaned up. And Skills is committed. Alright, looking at the army, we have 3 Immortals, 2 Archons. Now, even though Skills is down 20 army supply, that is true, the quality of the army is quite high, except for the Disruptors. There are 2 Disruptors on the high ground. 1 good Nova is all we need. Pushing up a ramp into force fields. Not going to be easy here for Skills. Night Phoenix still has a lead, is still ahead. All we have to do is survive, all we have to do is defend. Easier said than done. Skills is 2 base all in. Adepts, they come in once again. The Adept harass, it doesn't end. Never goes off. Doesn't connect. We have 1 Nova left. 1 Nova in the chamber. And we do connect. We connect here with the Immortal. Nice connection, stripping the shields from those Immortals. We dive on the Prism. Big snipe. Big pig off. The Prism goes down. Nova goes off. Forcing back the army. Good force fields out of Skills, though. Very nice. The Nova still connect. And we're just chasing Skills down. Archon falling one after the other. The Immortals are barely standing strong. And Night Phoenix, he has done it. Diving on top of the army. It's been a long reign here for Skills. 3 wins back to back to back. It's been impressive. And even coming into this series, Skills, he's one of the best Protoss in all of Europe, but Night Phoenix, tonight, built a little bit different. Blinks on forward once again. We do have Stalker reinforcements, never goes up. Ooh, big connection. More Novas in the chamber, we have 1 left. Zoning back the army. And remember, Night Phoenix is on 3 bases. He has a 3rd. Does have a 3rd. Good target firing out of Skills. Does barely get 1 Disruptor. Barely does get 1. But again, the initial Oracle harass from from Night Phoenix was insane. The Adepts as well, followed by Glaives. Blink Stalkers, they try to commit. They do focus on Disruptors. But Adepts, they shade in once again. Night Phoenix is just overwhelming. And the control from Skills is good, but it's just not going to be enough. You have the overcharge in the natural. Disruptor has arrived. Can we make some magic happen here? As we shade into the main. We bleed out 11, 12, 13 probes going down, 14 probes, 15. Can we get 16? Not quite. But basically an entire mineral line falls, and Skills is down to 19 probes. Was already all in on 2 bases, and now barely has 2 base saturation. Well, essentially on 1 base. 1 base economy here for Skills. We're moving out with everything we have. We snipe the Disruptor, and again, it's time for a new king. A new reign, a new era is going to be upon us. GG gets called, and Night Phoenix will take down Skills 1-0. The king is dead. All hail the new king of the hill. GG. Night Phoenix, papi, calm down. GG, well played. Congratulations, Night Phoenix, causing a bit of an upset here, and that is the power of this format. It's a best of 1. All you need is 1 game, and the challenger has a map pick as well. So Night Phoenix able to pick the staging ground here for how he would usurp the king of the hill, and does pull it off. GG, congratulations here to Night Phoenix. Has claimed the throne for himself. It is our new king of the hill. GG. GG, well played. Skills is out, Night Phoenix is in. But how long will this reign last? That is the question. Because it's not easy to hold on to that throne. As we saw, just non-stop all-ins, non-stop aggression. Skills, he held on to it for 3 games. Can Night Phoenix do the same? Can he hold on for another 3 games? Can he exceed that and go for a longer win streak? Or will it all end here and now? That is the question. Who's up next? Who is up next? We have plenty of players ahead of us. Plenty of players to come. Again, a shout out to Skills. He had a great run here. And again, it's not easy being the king of the hill. It's not easy just, you know, being there, just waiting for challenger after challenger to rock up, to come out with another crazy kind of one base all in. And even here, Night Phoenix wasn't too, I mean, was aggressive on 2 bases, sure, but did approach this in a bit of a different way. GG. GG, well played. Yeah. Oh, and we have our next opponent here. We're having a break. We're having a break from the PvPs, and we are embracing a Protoss versus Zerg instead. These are 2v2 teammates. We casted a 2v2 tournament a couple of days ago, and if you remember, Night Phoenix had a partner. Night Phoenix did have a partner, and that was the Indian Zerg player, Demi. Here we go. Night Phoenix versus Demi coming up next. Friends now turned foe here in OSC King of the Hill. That's the brutal reality here of a 1v1 format like StarCraft. Friends, in the competitive format, they do have to face off from time to time. And this is going to be an interesting one. We have casted Night Phoenix versus Demi in the past, and they do go back and forth. They do go back and forth. It's could be anyone's game. Could be anyone's game, Bobby. Let's go. Catching up. Hey, so how you win? I will not say. It's a secret. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the translations. Gracias. Gracias. Shout out to Michnek. Oh, Michnek, I think we've casted you in the past. I think I've seen you in tournament brackets before. Shout out to Michnek. Shout out to Yuki as well. Gracias. Let me out. Angry Nikita. Ah, angry, pal. But yeah, our players just currently picking their map of choice to dive into. And we'll see where it's going to be. Oh, God. The anime intensifies in the chat. What am I looking at? I don't know if I want to know. Oh. But yeah, we're still like what, a third of the way through the tournaments? Yeah, a third of the way through. Again, it's 15 best of ones in total, and we're at match 5. A third of the way through. Oh boy. We have yet to experience any Terran. We've had a lot of Protoss, we've had a handful of Zerg players. When it comes to Terran players that we usually feature here, I imagine Battle B, I think maybe Cuckoo, Baby Marine as well. Kaz at times. I haven't seen Kaz compete in a while, so I'm on the fence on Kaz. I'm on the fence. Who else? I'm sure there are others that are slipping my mind. Akedon's another big one. Nicaract, of course. Nicaract, Milky Cow, Special. Beyond, Quanta, Hon Mono, Spirit. Does depend on who is available, though. Who is available? As it looks like we have Demi now picking his map of choice. What are we loading into? Where are we headed? Okay, it's been a while. It's been a while since I've casted this map. It's been a year, maybe? Less than a year even? It's been a while. Up next, it's going to be Demi versus Night Phoenix, and Demi's map of choice is going to be Ancient Sister. Oh, let's go. Okay, so I mentioned before, Demi and Night Phoenix, they're good friends. They're good friends. They were 2v2 teammates as well in the previous tournament, and they have struck a deal. Night Phoenix versus Demi is gonna be a ZVP, but it's not what you think. Night Phoenix is Protoss, and sorry, Night Phoenix is Zerg. Demi is Protoss. They're off racing each other. Let's go. They are off racing each other, and I'll be honest, I have no idea how good their off racing is. I have absolutely no idea. Let's go, because spawning in the top right hand corner of Ancient Cistern, we have the Indian, usually Indian Zerg player, but here he is as an Indian Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Match Arena Esports. It is Demi. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the current king of the hill, typically the Ukrainian Protoss, but here the Ukrainian Zerg player, the red Zerg representing Astronaut Esports. It is Night Phoenix. Here we go. And one moment as I quickly set up our lovely player names. Bam, there we go. We have a bit of a role reversal here. Basically, Night Phoenix posed a challenge to Demi. Said, yo, what if you play a PvZ, but I play the Zerg? And Demi did agree. Demi did just let us know that he is 4.7k with his Protoss. I'm uncertain what the MMR is of Night Phoenix's Zerg, but is going gas first. Is going for some aggression. Gas pool hatch opener here out of Night Phoenix. It's going to be, with this we can go into fastling speed into a Bane Bust, or we can go into a Roach Rush. Up. Night Phoenix upset at Demi. Where's the scout, Bobby? True, no probe scout. We're rushing not into fast ling speed, not into a Bane the Nest, not into a Roach Warren. We're rushing into 2-base lair. 2-base muta? What's the plan? What is the plan? Where are we going here? I am curious. As likewise, Night Phoenix trying to get a read on what's going on, saying, did you go Nexus before a gate? That is not true. It was not a Nexus before a gate. It was a gate first. Gate Nexus into a Cybercore. So a standard opener here out of Demi, just a delayed scout. Probe comes in, and we see everything, by the way. We get eyes on speed is being researched. Lair is on the way. 2 gases have been taken. Is this going to be a Hydra rush? So 2-base Hydra usually relies on 3 gases, or eventually getting to 3 gases. I don't think we have the economy to facilitate for 2-base Muta this early on. We're going for a Nidus. Okay, Ling Queen Nidus all in. Did Demi see everything? We did. Demi saw everything, by the way. There we go. 5.3k Zerg. Let's go. So Night Phoenix with a bit of an MMR advantage here when it comes to the off racing. But again, Demi saw everything. Demi saw the lair, saw the Nidus, and is getting ready in the main. Demi is getting ready in the main base. Here we go. Lings are amassing, getting into the Nidus swarm. Queens are on the way as well. Nidus in towards the natural. Boys are being pulled. Demi quick to react. Diving on that Nidus. Likewise in the main base. Oh, we are spreading creep. Being a bit of an annoyance there. Nidus swarm, it does finish, but we don't commit. Ooh, a couple of Lings do pop out, but they will be cleaned up. Meanwhile, Nidus swarm in the main. It's already halfway done. Oof. Already halfway done. Late reaction here out of Demi. Diving on the Nidus, but the Lings, they will flood out. It's taking them a while to get out here, but the Queen does arrive as well to help support. We're going to surround on the Immortal. And the Immortal, it's gonna go down. We're snowballing out of control. The Nidus Swarm has completed, and Night Phoenix busts into the main. GG gets called, and Night Phoenix will take the game. Will continue to reign as the king of the hill. GG. GG, well played. Night Phoenix does take the win, does take down Demi. Was a little bit more of a clown fiesta here again. Both players agreeing to off race. Demi not fully aware of what he did agree to. And Night Phoenix able to have some fun. Able to have some fun with a Ling Queen Nidus all in. Very interesting execution of it as well. It was only 1 queen. It was just mass Ling essentially. And unfortunately, Demi was not able to keep up. Was not able to have enough to work with to deal with said Niduses. And we have our next matchup. Ooh, we have our next matchup. And I was theorizing earlier. I was like, we have only had Protoss and Zerg. Where are the Terrans? Where are they, Papi? Where are they? They're here. The Terran have arrived. Up next, it's going to be, I imagine, a PvT. I imagine that we're not going to be off racing in this next series. Knifey's just messaged me, what do you think about the Nidus? I'm like, you're an animal, Papi. You're an animal. And we have our next contender. We have our would-be usurper. I'm just quickly double-checking the team. Just quickly double-checking the team here. Making sure I get it right. And here we go. We have our contender. It is going to be Night Phoenix versus Cuckoo in a PvT. Let's go. Best Zerg EU. Oh, Smurge, Papi, Smurge. Oh, feels bad, man. We'll see, we'll see. Here we go. But it is going to be on Cuckoo. It's going to be on Cuckoo, our contender, our challenger, to pick the map, to dictate the pace of this game here. And what are we loading into? We have a map of choice. It is going to be Site Delta. Let's go. What's happening? Oh no. No, no. Papi. Night Phoenix. Night Phoenix like, I have a proposition. Off race. And Cuckoo's like, no. Cuckoo's having none of it. Night Phoenix like, don't you want to off race and play my Zerg? And Cuckoo's like, no. we're playing. Yo, I'm here to win, Papi, okay? I'm here for some prize money, okay? Cuckoo, he wants that crown, he wants that championship, and or that crown, that title, if you will. And here we go, we're diving into our TVP. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Site Delta, we have our Romanian Terran player, the blue Terran representing Red Pack Esports. It is Cuckoo. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the current reigning King of the Hill with 3 wins. Wait, 3 wins? With 2 wins under his belt. We have representing Astronaut Esports. It is Night Phoenix. Here we go. 2 wins under his belt. One win away from tying things up with Skillus, with Nikita, Papi. We'll see, can he get there? As we're getting into our openers, Cuckoo going double gas. It's going to be a double gas opener out of our Terran player. This is going to lead into a faster factory, into a delayed command center on the low ground. So a much more aggressive start from Cuckoo. Much more aggressive here from the Terran. And we'll see how Night Phoenix responds, how Night Phoenix does open up. Probe Scout comes in. Night Phoenix is denied entry to the main base. Let me in, he says. Throws down the spray. Bob tossing it up, but alas, will not get into the main. And behind this, Cuckoo can go a couple of different ways. Cuckoo can go into one base all in, could just go into a factory, into expansion. Just say please. He said please. Por favor. Let me in. Ah. And the Reaper's on the way. Eventually going to be shutting this down. There's that factory that we spoke about. And Cuckoo should be expanding. We have seen Cuckoo be very aggressive in the past. Cuckoo's been very aggressive and very in the face of Protoss players in games gone by. But for now, this should lead into an expansion. Should. Meanwhile, good move here out of Night Phoenix, is able to save and preserve that probe. It does hide here in the natural. The Reaper is looking for the probe, by the way. We're looking for that worker. Ooh, as the scout is denied, and the probe is gonna be shut down. Nice moves out of Cuckoo. Behind this, there's our CC on location, and we're getting into our tech of choice. It is not a Stargate, it is gonna be a Twilight Council opener out of Night Phoenix. Let's go. Twilight Council on the way. Adept going to be shading across the map. Cuckoo behind this, getting into reactored Marine production, not getting into reactored Reaper. And we do have our first Hellions on the way. We're looking to get some scouting information. Reaper does bypass the Adept. Does slip by. Headed for that natural base. Going for the probe kills, and oh, we do get one. One probe goes down. Good pickup so far, but Cuckoo does not get into the main, does not scout the tech. Is still in the dark whether or not this is a Stargate or a Twilight Council opener. Ooh, meanwhile, across the map, we delay. Oh, wait, no, never mind. I'm blind. I was like, did we delay the CC? It is in production. On the way as we speak. You can see Cuckoo getting into his 1-1-1, working towards a would-be Cyclone drop. Okay. You have my attention. Marines and Cyclones are amassing. Again, with the new patch, going mass Cyclone or relying too heavily on Cyclones isn't really viable anymore. But Cyclones early on as a defensive measure is very much so still meta, still on the table here in TVP. As Night Phoenix does fully wall off. And how many gateways? We have 2 gateways on the low ground. We have 1 gateway in the main. It's going to be 3-gate blink out of... Oh, I misspoke. My apologies. Not 3-gate blink. It is 4-gate blink out of Night Phoenix. We're pulling a bit of a max packs here. And Cuckoo is going to be in a bit of trouble. I should say, Night Phoenix is going to be very aggressive. Very in the face of Cuckoo. Here comes a drop. We have to buy time. We have to force Night Phoenix to stay back at home a little bit longer to buy time for our tank production, as the first tank is on the way. Again, we need those tanks to defend. We need those tanks to survive. Cuckoo making his way into the main. Night Phoenix doesn't see. Night Phoenix doesn't know. Big drop goes off. 4 Marines, 1 Cyclone. We bust into the mineral line. Probes are going down. Good stuff stepping here out of Cuckoo. Getting 2 probes, 3 probes as well. Stalkers come in. Blink is done. We're going for the medevac. Oh, but the medevac will escape just barely. Just barely does get away. At the same time, we still have Reaper Hellion here threatening that natural. Probes getting back into mining. Now, 4-gate blink is not an all-in. Night Phoenix should be expanding, but it is still committed, and we should still be looking for some damage. The Prism is moving out, and what do we have at home to defend? We have 1 tank on the low ground, we have 1 bunker on the way. The main base is exposed. No bunker. Tank is finishing up in a couple of seconds, and Night Phoenix has an opening. Night Phoenix does have an opening in that main base. Cuckoo, did we count the gateways? We did! We saw all 4. Cuckoo knows. Cuckoo does know we have that tank set up, poised, but nothing to support it. We have a bunker, we have Marines here on the low ground. The natural is secure. I can't say the same about the main. Going for the add-ons. We got a tech lab. Honestly, we could have died. We could have done on that tank. Could have gone for the tank. Going for the add-ons instead. At the same time, Reaper Hellion into the natural, getting 2 probes. We dive on the tank. Tank gets 1 shot. The tank and the Liberator, but we bleed out a lot of Stalkers. The Prism! Prism gets started down, and Cuckoo shuts this down almost completely. That was worth it. Cuckoo may have lost a tank, may have lost some add-ons, but we killed the Prism, and we shut down so many Stalkers. That was 11 Stalkers falling. Night Phoenix did overextend. And with that, Cuckoo looking secure, looking solid. Night Phoenix in a bit of trouble. Liberator does get away, just barely. And behind this, we have yet to expand. We need a 3rd base. We're going for a bay first. It's a bay followed by expansion, I imagine. But Night Phoenix is... He's looking a little bit dire here if we do stay on 2 bases. Observer gets shut down. Server gets shut down. Liberator denied access to the natural. Ooh, we do snipe that probe. Good moves out of Cuckoo. And Night Phoenix is still on 2 bases, by the way. Still stuck on 2 bases. Likewise, so is Cuckoo, but there it is. Third CC is on the way in the main base of Cuckoo. Likewise, Night Phoenix looking poised to expand at the third on location. Huh. And there it is. Nexus is on the way. But the army's moving out, and again, Night Phoenix lost so many Stalkers already. And Cuckoo, he can push through. Honestly, if this was home mono, we would pull the boys. We would not start a third to just pull every single worker at the natural and just send it across the map. And that would be enough. We can see Cuckoo scan, gets eyes on the third, or the lack of third. Gets eyes on the Colossus. Stalkers are moving in. Not much at home to defend, but Cuckoo's not turning around. It's too late for that. We're not turning back around. Oh, we do force a recall. One Stalker gets picked off at the same time. Cuckoo diving on the third. Good force field. Very nice force field there by Night Phoenix, but it's still not enough. The base is going to go down. We force a cancel. Do dive on top of the tanks. Yeah, probe tanks will fall. Big cleanup here from Night Phoenix, but that was 17 probe kills. That Liberator going ham in the main base. 19 probes on the Lib. All on its own. A massive misstep there from Night Phoenix. Not able to react in time. That Liberator may have just won Cuckoo the game. It has at least forced Night Phoenix all in. We gotta push. We gotta go. 19 probe kills on that Lib. That was every single worker here at the natural. We are replenishing. We are remaking. But we gotta push. The pressure is on to catch the medevacs to... I mean, the problem is, what do we do? We can't push in. Not off this ramp. There's 2 tanks, there's a wall, there's a bunker. All that Night Phoenix can do is contain. That's all you can hope for. Just contain and keep Cuckoo on 2 bases while we resaturate and take our third. Liberator comes back in, gets another 2. That's 21 probe kills on that one Liberator. Again, the pressure is on Night Phoenix. Can we contain? Tanks are unsieged. Decent blink, taking down a Viking. Swiping away at the bio. Kiting back. Honestly, really good kiting here from Night Phoenix. Swipe's going to be going up for the tank. Does get some volleys off. So Night Phoenix is forced back. See, we are remaxing, we are reinforcing. We dive on top of the tanks, we got 1. But the Colossi are going down, trading Colossi for tanks. It looks like the Protoss army barely breaks through. We clean up the ground army. We're doing it. No shot. The Colossus lives. The Colossus barely does live, and can we shut down the third base? Night Phoenix going for the blink, chasing this down. But the CC will survive. Not enough DPS, not enough Stalkers. That was an insane fight. Night Phoenix shutting down the Vikings, the tanks, denying the third base. Night Phoenix is still in this. He goes to the bunker. Does get it. The big tank volley's going up, but we want the eBay. He wants the eBay. Oof. Trades a sentry for it. That was a brutal trade for Night Phoenix. At the same time, DTs, they get into the main base. 8 SCVs go down. And we have no detection. GG gets called. Night Phoenix does it. The DTs in the main seal the deal, and Night Phoenix takes another win. Is still our king of the hill. GG. Papi. That was a messy game. That was a messy game. That was brutal. That was not clean whatsoever. That was very scrappy, very back and forth. And I'm shocked that Night Phoenix got away with losing 19 probes. 19 probes went down to the natural. That was insane. And basically Night Phoenix was all in from there. And we did counterattack. We did push out across the map. And Knife Phoenix achieved surprisingly, he did surprisingly well with his push. He killed 3 tanks, killed the bio, denied the 3rd base. I was almost certain that Cuckoo would be able to defend and save that 3rd and hold on to it and maintain that position, but that is not what happened. GG, well played. Knife Phoenix with the comeback. GG, well played. And with that, Knife Phoenix is now tied with Skillus with the most wins for this week's OSC King of the Hill. Oh, let's go. Cuckoo's so boring. No speaking, no off racing. Oh, let's go. Oh, and it looks like, oh, we have our next series. We have our next opponents. One moment here as we quickly try to set up. There we go. Once again, it's going to be another PvP. Let's go. Very high level decision. I mean, it was very back and forth. Very back and forth between Knife Phoenix and Cuckoo, and that makes for a great game. It's like they were both in the mud. They're both animals. It was beautiful. Beautiful. GG, well played. And you can see here before you, it is going to be a PvP between Knife Phoenix and Ziomek. And speaking of here, he is the challenger, the would-be usurper, spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ghost River. We have the blue Polish Protoss player representing Super People's Esports. It is Ziomek. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Ukrainian Protoss player, the red Protoss, representing Astronaut Esports. It is Knife Phoenix. We go. No phrase this time either. God. Ahí está, papi. You're an animal. You're an animal. Not every game has to be an off race. I know what it is. We've been getting a lot of off racing recently. Outside of like your usual suspects, you know, like obviously like Eba's always off racing a Zerg, and Raynor's always off racing a Zerg as well. Kappa. But outside of them, like, who else did we have recently? Hero. Hero played Terran. Hero played Terran against Max Pax in ESL Open Cup Americas. That was last week. Who else have we had off racing? Of course, Demi did off race today as well. He off raced as Protoss instead of Zerg. We've had Lambo, he off raced last night in Kung Fu Cup against Raynor. They off raced against each other. They're animals. I think Raynor played Protoss and Lambo played Terran, I believe. Something along those lines. But yeah, there's been a lot of off racing as of late. It's interesting. It is interesting. Oh, and of course, Raynor playing Protoss against Clem's Terran. That also did happen yesterday. Aye. But for now, we are settling into our openers. It's going to be a 2-gate opener out of Knife Phoenix across the map. Ziomek going for a 2-gate opener as well. So far, Mirrored Builds Boy loading into Ghost River. This is Ziomek's map of choice. Rush distance by ground is very short on this map. All ins are favored on Ghost River. But who's going to be the aggressor? Who is the first to go all in? Doesn't just have to be on one base, could even be a 2-base all in instead. We shall see. As Ziomek is going for a robo-based opener. Looks like a very safe way to open up. This can lead into an all-in with Immortal production. And our expansion is on the way. Meanwhile, back at home, it's going to be a Stargate opener out of Knife Phoenix. Interesting. Okay, Stargate opener versus Robo instead. Both players should be expanding. Both players are working on their next side. Here we go. Ziomek playing it safe, setting his hallucination across the map, going for 2 more sentries behind this, so a very safe opener here out of Ziomek. Again, that Robo is designed for Immortals. If Knife Phoenix was going for a 1-base all-in, then Knife Phoenix would be in a lot of trouble. Ziomek is poised to shut that down. Meanwhile, Knife Phoenix instead poking in with Stalkers, going for Oracle production, going to be harassing, looking to take an economic lead by getting worker damage. Stalkers are forced back. Shield Battery putting in a lot of work there. Ziomek does hold. Immortals on the way. Shield Battery in the main base as well. Ziomek did scout the Stargate, is fully aware of the Oracle on the way, and we are prepared for it. We are getting ready. Solid setup there by Ziomek. Stalkers are reinforcing. Oracle's moving out. The target firing at out of Knife Phoenix, trading 1 for 0. Taking down one of those Stalkers, not losing anything yet, but the Stalkers are getting quite low. Oracle coming in from behind, but the Shield Battery does finish up in time. The Oracle won't be able to achieve too much at all. Good force fields. We catch a Stalker. Almost a second. And Knife Phoenix has to back off at the same time. Oracle gets into the main, does get 1 probe. Up. Overcharge gets popped. And we barely get a second probe as well. 2 probes go down, another Oracle's on the way. But Ziomek is pushing. Ziomek has had enough. We have an Immortal, we have the Prism. Once again, good force fields. Locking down some of those Stalkers, forcing Knife Phoenix further and further back. Where's the Shield Battery? No Shield Battery to overcharge. Knife Phoenix giving up on the natural. Again, it's a 1-base all-in. It was a fake natural base from Ziomek. He's on 21 probes. It's all or nothing. But he's getting knocked down to 14, 13 probes, 12 workers left, which means even if Knife Phoenix loses the natural base, it doesn't matter. This does not matter. Ziomek has less than half the worker count of Knife Phoenix. All we have to do is survive. All we have to do is defend. Again, the natural was a fake out. Void Ray has arrived. Helps survive. Twilight Council's on the way as well. Ooh. Void Ray taking a couple of hits, forces the overcharge. Oracles are amassing energy, ready to dive in again for a second time. Good force field here by Ziomek. Knife Phoenix cannot push down. Otherwise, we'll be punished by that force field. It doesn't matter because we cripple the economy once again. 6 probes go down. We're down to 9 workers. Oh my god. Less than a third of the economy of Knife Phoenix. But Knife Phoenix is still one. I should say less than a third of the worker counts. Knife Phoenix is also stuck on 1 base, is oversaturated, needs to break out, needs to break free. Gateway's under fire. Second Void Race on the way. With that second Void Ray, we can break out. Twilight Council's done. No blink yet. No blink. They were going for glaives instead. Okay. No blink or charge. Glaive Adepts from Knife Phoenix. There we go. You can see Knife Phoenix diving on the Prism. The Prism goes down. Big pick up. Very good snipe. And without that War Prism, we should leave. And there's the recall. We do recall back home. Oracle's getting 1 more probe kill. Oof. 1 Oracle does fall. And finally, Knife Phoenix can expand. We can expand, we can long distance mine. Glaives are on the way. This tells us that we're most likely going for a 2-base all-in from here. And we're pushing. Here we go. Knife Phoenix sending everything across the map, and now the turns have tabled. Now Ziomek is the defender. He's up to 24 probes. Has better saturation. Adepts say shade in, and there's no blocking this. Uh-oh, we get into the main. Bust into the main base with 9 kind of mining time. Void Rays, they dive into the main as well. As Adepts, they do stand and fight. We're going for the Stalkers. We get 1, we get 2. 2, 3, almost 4 Stalkers go down. Again, really good positioning here with the Void Rays. Rotating into the main base. Oh, but the Void Rays are exposed. 1 Void Ray does go down. Stasis trap in the natural. Adepts say shade in. Ooh, massive stasis here at that natural base. Does save the probes. Does actually save a lot of those workers. We can kill the rest. Once again, crippling the economy. Night Phoenix going for a third. Expanding, taking a third base. Amassing more Glaive Adepts. Ooh. Second Oracle goes down finally, but the Oracles they've paid for themselves. And the game is settling in a weird place. We're in a very interesting place here. So, when it comes to our tech, when it comes to our upgrades, there's no Robo. There's no Robo for Night Phoenix. We have Glaive Adepts, that's it, and that's what we're using to harass. Void Ray takes down the shield battery. Adepts, they threaten the Shade once again. What's that natural as the Adepts, they are caught out. Yeah, big catch. We shut down the Adepts. One after the other. Three of them, they do manage to get into the mineral line. Getting more probes. Once again, oof. I'll be honest, I'm afraid to look at how many probes have died this game. I'm gonna say 50 for Jomek. Has it been that high? At least 40, right? Prism goes down. 33, okay. Wait, no shot. Night Phoenix hasn't lost a single worker? 0 probe kills? Papi. That's crazy. I mean, he did evacuate earlier, but that's insane. The comparison here, 33 probe kills against the 0 that Night Phoenix has lost. Very impressive. I mean, I guess Night Phoenix has been the aggressor for the most part. I say for the most part. Jomek did push earlier, but has not gone for any Adept harass or Phoenix harass or Oracle even. Nothing across the map has been stuck at home. Blink is on the way. I am still surprised that Night Phoenix never invested into Blink. There's just no additional upgrades on this Twilight Council, whether it's Blink or Charge, nothing of the sort. Now we have the Robo on the way. Adept harass continues for Night Phoenix. Okay, so we've killed 33 probes so far. Can we reach that 50 count? Getting up to 36 probe kills. Getting higher and higher. Jomek, meanwhile, building up his push. I imagine we're going to be waiting for the War Prism. Speaking of, there's that War Prism on the way. That is our sign that Jomek does intend on moving out on 2 bases. That we are going to be committing. Void Ray going ham. Takes down 2 Stalkers. Meanwhile, that's a lot of Adepts. And still no Immortal production, no Blink. We're going for a Bay. We're going for now Disruptors. But before we can get into those Disruptors, here comes Jomek. Remember, he has Blink. Can micro. This takes us massive states to the face. We do get caught out, and Night Phoenix, now is the time to pounce. Don't quite commit, not yet. We're gonna go for it. Waiting for extra reinforcements, for extra warp ins. I mean, time is working on for Night Phoenix at this point. The longer this goes on, the better it is for the Red Protoss. The Prism is too far back. The Immortal's exposed, and the Immortal goes down. Big pickup. Jomek getting caught out. We have another wave of reinforcements. Have another wave. More Stalkers going to be falling. We force the overcharge. And a massive shade forward. Jesus, that's so many Adepts. Yeah, just almost pure Adept here at this point. How many do we have? 35. 35 Adepts. Across the round, the Void Ray is going ham. We got 7 probe kills. 44 in total. And we dive on the army. We chase Jomek down. We're not going to reach 50 probe kills. Night Phoenix trading so well here. Chasing back the army. Hasn't been able to touch that War Prism, but Night Phoenix, now we're up to Disruptors. Disruptor production well underway. 4th base getting up and running as well. Oh, we do catch even more Stalkers. And we're pushing. There's no reason to stop. Jelmek trying to expand, trying to take a third base, but it's not going to happen. Going for Stalker Harasser back at home across the map. We go to the top of the Nexus. We are getting some probe kills. Probes are going down. Knife Phoenix is supply blocked. We can't reinforce. But that's a massive amount of adepts. We're shading on in towards the main, towards that natural. We cancel the shade. GG gets called as Knife Phoenix overwhelms, and Knife Phoenix will claim another win. Will take down another challenger. GG. Knife Phoenix still are king of the hill. Oof. GG, well played. Knife Phoenix going for a mass Glaive Adept style. Who needs Blink? Who needs Charge when you have Glaive Adepts, papi? When you have Glaive Adepts. Ay. GG, a wild game there. A very quirky game between our two players. Knife Phoenix does claim the win in the end. Does claim the win in the end, and that is going to be 4 wins under Knife Phoenix's belt. And who's up next is the question. Who is up next? Who can bring Knife Phoenix down? We've tried, we've attempted with the Terran, with the Protoss, with even kind of a Zerg. I mean, Demi off race, so it didn't really count. Who can rise to the challenge? Who is going to be our challenger? Who's going to save us from the reign of Knife Phoenix? Who's it going to be? Now again, we saw players like Nickeract in the back line. Nickeract. Players like Baby Marine. Players like Geralt, Cristiano, if they're available, of course. If they are available. We'll see. We shall see. But it looks like for now we're going to be going on a short break. I say a short break because we have a player in mind, but we're waiting for them to respond. We're waiting for them to arrive. So we're going to give them a couple of minutes. Going to give them a couple of minutes here, and we'll see if we have our challenger or if we have to find a replacement instead. Oh boy. But yeah, it's been Bianjua when Bian, he does play in these tournaments, to be fair. Bian does play. We could see Bian. Could see it. But we are halfway through. We're halfway through the night. I believe 7 matches already, 15 in total, around halfway through. And we're going to be going on a short break. Going to be going on a short break. When we return, we will have the next series. Take this moment, get some snacks, get some water, get some rest. Look away from the screen. Posture check, right? Posture check. No slouching. No slouching in the chat. And we'll see you guys in a couple of minutes for our next best of 1. See you soon. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. I apologize for the break, for the delay, but we have our next challenger. We have our next series, our next best of one. We have a returning player, a player that I have not seen in quite some time. I miss him so dearly. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Death Aura, we have our Ukrainian Zerg player. Oh, let's go. We have our Ukrainian Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Berserker Esports. It is Papa Demaga. It's Poppy. It's Poppy Demaga. Let's go. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Red Protoss player representing Astronaut Esports, the current king of the hill with 4 wins under their belt. Can we keep going? Can we keep the win streak rolling here, as it is Night Phoenix? Uwu, exactly. Uwu, Papi, uwu. Here we go. We have some Ukrainian on Ukrainian action here. Demaga versus Night Phoenix. Again, I have not casted Demaga in a couple of months, I think. I think it's been a couple of months, and I miss him dearly. Demaga, he at one point last year was very active in the online tournament scene, in Sparkling Tunic Cups, of course in WTL, participating and competing for Berserker Esports, was a very active player, but over the past couple of months, less so. Has been less active. It's a fake out. It's a fake cannon rush, by the way. Less so has been active, so it's great to see Demaga popping up once again. You can see Night Phoenix selling the story. 3 drones have been pulled off the mineral line. We canceled the pylon. Ooh, we almost get us around. The probe will escape, and we will get back to mining. Get back into our build. Again, it's a gate expand out of Night Phoenix, just faking out a cannon rush against Demaga, as the probe will get away. And as we settle into this, I should also mention and reiterate for those that are maybe joining for the first time, OSC King of the Hill has an extended map pool. We have the standard macro, I should say the standard ladder maps, that is true, but we also have maps like this, maps like Death Aura. And it's been a while, it's been a long time. Death Aura is a really interesting map. Honestly, it's a really iconic map in the map pool. It has been around, or it was first featured, I want to say in 2019. Was it 2019? I want to say maybe 2020. Let me just double check. We have the technology. 2020. Okay, it was back in 2020, and I remember Death Aura was one of the first maps that did feature a Overlord pillar outside of the natural, where we were so used to having pillars at the natural base. But this is one of the first big maps, the first prominent maps that did have the pillar further outside. Meanwhile, we have speed zones here throughout the center of the map to make the rush distance that much shorter. We have these risk-resting gas bases in the center for longer macro games as well. We've casted many games on this map back in its heyday, and now it's back in this extended map pool. And here we go, Night Phoenix going for a Twilight Council opener. We pull out a gas. Glaive Adepts. It is going to be Glaive Adepts here from Night Phoenix, but how hard do we commit? Because we only have 2 and 2, because we only have 4 workers mining gas, it should only be 4 gate Glaive Adept. Meanwhile, back at home, Demaga is getting set up here on 3 bases. Glaives is on the way. And because of this setup, because of how secure your third is, again, we have a very narrow ramp leading in towards the natural. The natural itself does not have a ramp, so it is a little bit more exposed. But here outside, we have seen many a Protoss player just wall off and embrace Sky Toss. Death Aura, this was back in the meta of Double Stargate Void Ray. This was back in the meta of Void Ray openers and Mass Void Ray into Sky Toss, into carrier rushes. I remember it now. I remember players like Zion's going into like carrier rushes, Pocket Mike as well, and of course many others, Max Packs, Showtime. That was the meta back. That was the meta back in the day. The memories, they're coming back. Oh no! Like Double Stargate Void Ray into Sky Toss, Smooge. Meanwhile, Lings, they have arrived. They're going to be able to get us around here on the initial Adept. Additional depths, they haven't made it out, though. We do save the pylon, but not the probe, and the third base is delayed. Third base is going to be delayed. Quite heavily there, just now being thrown down. Night Phoenix moving out towards the south with his depths. And that's a big reaction. We have Spine Crawlers all the way from Demaga. Spine Crawler in the main, Spine Crawler at the natural, Spine Crawler at the third. Very big reaction from our Ukrainian Zerg. And behind this, we're transitioning into a bay, into a third base, into the next phase of this PVZ. Here we go. Adepts say do shade in. We go for the queen. Queen goes down. Lings are amassing as we speak. Roach Warren still not done. Demaga with a very late Roach Warren, but the Spine Coolers do finish up. And that makes up for our lack of roaches. As the Adepts say shade in towards that main. We actually cancel the shade at the third. We have Adepts in the main base. Drones are going down. Only 4 of them though. Could have been so much worse. And Night Phoenix is able to keep up. Yeah, good juggling, going for another big warp in. And without roaches, how do these Lings deal with this? Again, the Spine Coolers are out of range. Lings are being cleaned up. Queens are at least forcing this back. Ooh, as we shade towards that natural. Getting another 2 drones. 8 in total, 9 in total. And remember, back at home, we have a third base up and running. We have disruptors on the way. Additional Adepts across the map. We're still not done. Finally, the Prism goes down, but not before we warp in another wave of Adepts. 8 Adepts in total. We're going for the Queen. Ooh, we barely don't get it. Plus transfuse out of Demaga, but that is going to be 20 dead workers. Night Phoenix recalls back home, annihilates the economy here, annihilates the drone count of Demaga. Oh. Down to 36 drones. And the scary thing here is that Demaga doesn't have a lair. The lair just starts. A very late lair. What does this mean? Late roach speed, late counterattack. We're just stuck at home. We're stuck at home. We're stuck re-droning, resaturating, and Night Phoenix is free to get fully saturated on 3 bases and tech on up even further. Night Phoenix is in a really solid position, and the pressure is on Demaga. Pressure is on. Spine Crawlers are repositioning. Ravagers are morphing in. But with the Spines repositioning, that does mean that these Adepts, they can shade in once again. They can get in these mineral lines. And there's that much less to defend. How many roaches do we have? 3 Ravagers. Uh-oh. 0 roaches, 3 Ravagers to defend. We don't really kill many drones here, but we do deny some mining time. We do deny mining. One Adept does shade in. Getting another scout off. Getting another drone. Oof. Getting another 4 drones. Oh my god, 5 drones. 5 drones go down. Here come the Purification Novas. Only getting 1 roach. Good reaction out of Demaga. Very nicely done. But you can see that we're just amassing more Adepts. Colossi on the way. Knifey's getting ready for his push. Getting ready to snowball out of control. Now, can Demaga somehow pull off this defense? If we can catch the Prism. If this Prism goes down with both Disruptors alongside it, then maybe. There is that chance. That's going to be going up. Ooh, Demaga is supply blocked. We're taking up into an infestation pit, into a Hydroden. Double Evo Chamber as well. Demaga recognizing that, again, his macro was disrupted there. Was delayed. Again, all this tech is so late. And what will we have in time for this push? That's the question. We're going for a big 5-gate explosion. 5-gateway explosion. I believe that's going to be 9 gates in total. 4th is on the way. Night Phoenix looking secure. Looking secure, Papi. Well, the Prism. Again, the one chance here for Demaga, if we can somehow catch the War Prism, if we can get into Lurker tech, that's going to be the saving grace. We do have 4 Spine Crawlers here towards the left. We have Spine Crawlers towards the right. Interesting that we're relying this heavily on Psych Defense. To me, this screams Lurkers. And there it is. A Lurker Den is on the way. Basically, Demaga knows that all he has to do is survive long enough to get into Lurker tech. That is his win condition, or his way back into this is maybe a better way of putting it. If we can get a handful of Lurkers, if we can defend against the first push, we can maybe max out on Lurkers and just turtle. But here comes Night Phoenix. Lurker Den is still halfway done. Night Phoenix is pushing. And Dimaga needs more time. We need more time, Bobby. Here we go. Adept shading in on the right-hand side. There's a wall of spines waiting. Roach Ravager as well. We commit to the shade. Ooh. Not going to be a good trade here for Night Phoenix. Yeah, the Adepts get shut down. At the same time, we're pushing in from the left-hand side. There's a wall of spines, but we're breaking through. Nova goes up, takes down a Ravager. Another Nova as well. This time, ooh, another Ravager goes down. Decent piles. The spines, they put in a lot of work. Did put in a lot of work, but alas, we're still pushing through nonetheless. One spine cooler left. The queens are falling left and right. We blink on top of the armor. You blink on top of the Ravager. Nova takes down another Roach. And Night Phoenix has done it. The final army here of Dimaga has fallen. GG gets caught. Good luck in the next round. And Night Phoenix takes down another challenger. Claims another win. GG. GG, well played. Again, it was great to see Dimaga again after a bit of a hiatus. Again, it is great to see him return. I mean, he's a very old school player, has been around since Wings of Liberty, still competing. Did have a hard time here against Night Phoenix though. Again, Glaive Adepts can be difficult to keep up with, and we saw that the initial defense was just a little bit too lackluster. Late Roach Warren, late Roaches, relying on Spine Coolers to defend, very unorthodox, and Dimaga was pulled apart. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Night Phoenix. And with that, who's up next? Who is up next? Who can hold a candle here to Night Phoenix? As that is going to be, I believe, our 5th win in a row. Yeah, 5 wins in a row here for Night Phoenix. Things looking a little bit dire here. Can anyone bring his rule to an end? Who's up next? Again, we still have yet to delve into too many of our Polish Protoss players. I'm sure Nickeract is still out there somewhere. I'm sure there's other players that I'm just not quite thinking of. I'm sure we have more Protoss. I'm sure. Oh, we have our next challenger. Speaking of Ukrainian players, by the way, another Ukrainian does step up here. It is going to be the Ukrainian, not Zerg, but the Ukrainian Protoss player, Rostock. Here we go. Rostock is coming up next in another PvP. Okay, I'm expecting a lot of PvPs here tonight. We've already had so many, and they're going to keep on coming. I can promise you. Aye. Yeah, we do have a lot of prominent European Protoss players available here, and it is getting quite late in the land of Southeast Asia. It's getting very late, actually. So I'd be surprised if we get any Koreans tonight. Players like Bjorn, players like Nightmare. We have seen them before, and some of them do stay up deep late into the night. But we'll see. We'll see. If we do feature any Koreans. Rostock can win Night Phoenix. He can. I would favor Night Phoenix in this series, but we have seen Rostock take it to players of the caliber of Night Phoenix in the past. Ukrainian players are calling out of the walls. Oh. There's not that many. I mean, it's just been Night Phoenix, Rostock, Dimaga. Who are we missing? We're missing Gref. Right, I would love to see Gref in this format. We're missing Gref, we're missing Bly. Let's go. Bring them all out, Poppy. Bring them all out. I just want to see a cannon rush. That's all I want. And here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our current king of the hill. We have the Ukrainian Protoss, the red Protoss player representing Astronaut Esports. It is Night Phoenix. We Kaz, Hellraiser, Bly, also Mishnek, true. I forgot about Hellraiser. I haven't seen Hellraiser in a long time. It's been a long time for Hellraiser. But spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Ukrainian Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing CSO Esports. It is Rostok. Here we go. And again, Rostok has been a bit of a rising player over the past year, over the past 2 years. It's been great to see Rostok grow and compete quite often in these online weekly tournaments, whether it's Sparkling Tuna Cup, whether it's the ESL Open Cups, whether it's OSC events as well. Rostok has been very active over the past year of StarCraft and has been improving, has been getting better and better as weeks go on, has been posing more and more of a challenge to these more established pros, but has yet to really break out, has yet to really break into the scene. Again, I did mention that I do favor Night Phoenix quite a bit more currently, but Rostok, again, has been looking to close that gap. And here we go. Probe is moving out across the map to scout. Likewise, coming in from Night Phoenix is going to be a 2-gate opener out of Rostok, 2-gate opener out of Night Phoenix. Second pylon has been thrown down in the main for both players, so no proxies yet. Everything is looking as it should. Everything is looking as it should. No one base all in for the time being. It's going to be double Stalker out of Night Phoenix, double Stalker out of Rostok. Getting into our openers, getting into our builds. With this, we're going to be vying for map control, pushing out across the map. And where do we go from here? That is the question. Where are we headed? We have our answer. Stargate opener out of Night Phoenix. So Night Phoenix is going to be more macro oriented. I mean, I say that it's going to be a Stargate opener that's going to lead into an expansion. The Stargate is going to be for Oracle production to harass, get some economic damage, and get ahead in the economy and boost ourselves into the mid game. Meanwhile, from the side of Rostok, it's going to be a 2-gate opener into an expansion. So Rostok will have the faster Nexus, but Night Phoenix will have the faster tech to get ahead in the economy to kill probes with those Oracles. So a bit of a different dynamic here between these two players. Different approach to the game. And we'll see if Rostok can keep up and defend against that Oracle. Shield batteries on the way on the low ground. Rostok playing very safe. Rostok did follow it up with a sentry, so we should be seeing a hallucination scout momentarily, as we do see Night Phoenix moving out with 4 Stalkers. Oh boy, it's quite a lot of DPS, quite a lot of firepower. Thankfully, Rostok does have the shield battery, so we should be able to defend here at the natural. Hallucination moves out, which means there is no force field. But we are up to 3 Stalkers. We should be okay. Yeah, Night Phoenix pokes in. Does have to pull back. You can see Night Phoenix trying to drain the shield battery of that energy. And alas, Rostok will hold. At the same time, Hallucination gets in. We get eyes on the Stargate and the Oracle. Rostok sees everything. Fully aware of what's going on. Does confirm the Nexus. Does confirm the expansion. Oracle's going in. And the shield battery is already done. Stalkers are in position. Rostok is ready. Still managed to get a probe. Well, but the Oracle does take some hull damage. At the same time, Adepts lying in wait outside of the natural, looking to shade in. Second Oracle has arrived as well. A bit of a tripod attack. We have an Oracle in the main, Oracle in the natural, and Adepts threatening that main base as well. We go in. We get one, 2 probes barely going down. Same time, Oracle going for the stasis. Ooh, is denied. Quick moves out of Rostok. And with that, 3 probes go down. We do shade into the main. Adepts, they get into the main base, they can one-shot probes, and ooh, they barely do not. Yeah, 1 Adept goes down. 5 probes full in total, and Night Phoenix barely takes a 2-worker lead. And behind this, from a Stargate opener, we're getting into a Robo, into Immortals. Now, the way this works, because Night Phoenix knows he's going to be a little bit too far behind in Blink, we're just avoiding Blink for now, we're delaying it and rushing into Immortal production. That's going to make up for our Blink Stalker deficit, as Immortals do quite well in Stalker battles. Meanwhile, Oracle goes down to the natural, and Blink is done for Rostok. We do have map control, we can move out, we can contain Night Phoenix and take a faster third. Again, Rostok can freely take this third base, and Night Phoenix is going to have to fight for his own third. Rostock reinforcing. Looking at the units tab, it's going to be 12 Stalkers to the 7 of Night Phoenix. Oracle gets a revelation off. Stalkers in position. Night Phoenix again, he has to move out. The Immortal putting in some work. Nice control out of Night Phoenix. Does fade out an extra shot from the Immortal. Second Immortal has arrived, forcing Rostock back. And we will take the third. Now it is significantly later. The third of Rostock just now finishing. Night Phoenix is barely starting. Oracle goes back in. Stasis is going to be going up. Up. Ooh. Not bad. That's 4 probes and a Stalker. Not bad at all. Night Phoenix does get away. Whew. And behind this, we can calm things down a little bit. So we got a Twilight Council and a Forge on the way for Night Phoenix. So right now, again, he's holding, even though he has a lower Stalker count, the Immortals. The Immortals are carrying Night Phoenix here, allowing him to expand. This should be +1 in charge, I imagine. We could just skip Blink and go straight into charge. Speaking of, Rostock is already working on charge of his own. Charge of +1 on the way. Rostock does have a window, does have a timing where he is ahead in those upgrades. It's pushing out. Immortals are in position. We have the concave. Stalkers do not get the Stalker of Night Phoenix. We do hold for now. Do hold on. Oh. Whew. Once again, Rostock threatening a dive does take an Immortal hit to the face. I'm loving the stasis here. He wants to bait out a blink. Oh, oh, oh my god. Calm down. Be careful. Rostock posturing. Instead, he's going to back off. Takes a 4th base instead. A great use of his map control here. Just extending his economic lead. Or trying to capitalize on it. Behind this, charge is done. +1 as well. Should be rushing into +2. And I appreciate this out of Night Phoenix. Again, he recognizes how far behind he is in certain aspects. We're not going to charge, we are indeed going to blink, and we're rushing into our robotic spay into disruptor production. Again, we may have a smaller army, we may be stuck and contained on 3 bases a little bit longer, but we're going to be able to tech up into disruptors and have a higher quality overall army composition. Composition is going to be insane for Night Phoenix. But it's still going to come down to the execution. 4th is on the way. Rostock still committing here to a mass gateway-based army. Now sprinkling in a couple of Immortals. +2 has started. We have the Prism on the way with the arrival of the War Prism. Rostock should be pushing. He should be moving out. Should be moving out as the Oracle is still alive. Gets back into the main base. Threatening another stasis trap, and here we go. Rostock is pushing, and that's quite an army. Looking at the unit side, that's 20 Stalkers, 11 Zealots, and 1 Immortal. And we have the War Prism to reinforce. And what do we have at home to defend? We have stasis traps, we have shield batteries, soon to be an overcharge at the 4th. Massive amount of Immortals, and we're going into Colossus, not Disruptor. Wait, what? Colossi on the way. We dive on in. Good force fields, very nice force fields actually. Cutting off the Stalkers, sorry, cutting off the Zealots, cutting off the Immortals. And Night Phoenix, he takes a fight. Shuts down the Stalkers. Very nicely done. You see here, he got 7 Stalker kills and 7 Zealots for 1 Stalker, 1 Adept, 2 Sentries. That was a very efficient fight for Night Phoenix. Very well done. Colossi have arrived at the same time. We're going to be harassing across the map. We get some probe kills. Rostock, he had momentum, but not so much, not anymore. And again, these Colossi, they're a great way of dealing with all these Zealots. They're like an alternate way to deal with them instead of Archons, going Colossi instead. Yeah, Night Phoenix taking a supply lead. Again, that fight just went so heavily in Night Phoenix's favor. And that's now reflected in the supplies. On top of that, Night Phoenix taking an economic lead up to 69 probes. I spoke too soon as a couple of probes go down. We see Rostock going for a split push. We have Zealots in the main base, a push towards the 4th. Another move out towards the 3rd. Never goes up. The reaction. No! Ooh, big connection. Massive nerves to the face. Sentries go down. The Immortal as well. Oh god, that was 17 Zealots and Immortal, 3 Sentries, 5 Stalkers. Big Zealot base coming in. Probes are going down. That's a lot of dead workers. Ooh, the entire mineral line goes down. 24 probes, and we're all in. Night Phoenix is giving up here on his 4th. Never mind, he has plenty of reinforcements, but he knows he can keep pushing. We have Colossi, Disruptors, Immortals. Back at home, we clean up the Zealots, and we're going to keep on pushing towards that 4th. Good force fields here out of Night Phoenix. Overcharges, but we dive on top of it. Nova goes off as well. And the blinks are just a little bit too late. Stay Strap catches reinforcements. Zealots are coming in. We do come in from behind. We get a surround. Night Phoenix, where's the rest of the army? There we go. We come in just in time. Look to the east. The Stalkers and Zealots have arrived. GG gets called, and Night Phoenix takes down Rostock 1-0, maintaining that win streak. GG. Bobby. GG, well played. And honestly, a really sick game. Like, shout out to Rostock, by the way. Rostock, he was holding his own. He was keeping up with Night Phoenix for most of that game. But we saw a fight go awry there. We saw Night Phoenix able to just have beautiful execution when it came to the fight outside the 4th. Was able to shut down and catch so many Stalkers there. Took away a lot of the momentum that Rostock had. And with that, did snowball into a win there. GG, well played. And the PvPs, we're not done. It's not over, but the PvP is never over. It never does end. Here we go. We're getting ready for our next game. We're getting ready for our next PvP. I've been waiting for him. I've been alluding to the Polish Protoss players. How we've already had Ziomek, but we have many more in the back line, I'm sure. And we have confirmation. Up next, one of the best Protoss in all of Europe. It's Night Phoenix versus Geralt. Let's go. Let's us go. Again, Geralt, I would say one of the best Protoss in Europe right now. In saying so, Night Phoenix did already take down Skillus, and I would say Skillus is top 3 Protoss in Europe. So, to bring down a player like Skillus, I'm sure there's not many Protoss players out there that Night Phoenix is afraid of. In saying that, Geralt is going to be coming in as a favorite player. Geralt, straight up, he is one of the favorite players here to go for a deep run, to be a king of the hill. Can Night Phoenix hold on to that crown, or will it be stripped away? Geralt, he's going to be quite the challenge. Oh boy. Geralt, yeah. I see the chat. Geralt, very scary opponent. Very scary. Very scary opponent. Oh boy. The big names are coming out, Bobby. They're coming out. Whew. And we'll see where this takes us. Again, it's a best of 1. Anything can happen. I'll be honest, I will say that I do think the dynamic is going to shift. I do think that coming into this best of 1, the pressure is now on Night Phoenix, just because Geralt is such an accomplished player. He's coming as the favorite player. Instead of aggression kind of falling at the hands or falling at the feet of Night Phoenix, is going to be the opposite here. It's going to be Night Phoenix, I imagine, going all in, and Geralt defending. We'll see. We shall see. As we have yet to decide our map. Where are we dropping? Where are we headed here? Again, it is going to be Geralt's map of choice. And Night Phoenix gets 1 veto. 1 singular veto. What's it going to be? What is it going to be? Otherwise, I hope you've all been enjoying yourselves in the chat. Hope you've all been enjoying. I know it's been a long broadcast. It's been 5.5 hours. Let's go. Let's go. And we still have 5 more matches after this. We'll have 5 more best of 1s after this series. Oof. So we're in for at least another hour. At least we can do this. We can do this. We're gonna be good. I'm getting punished for having like a regular sleep schedule nowadays. Ever since returning from my Europe trip, I've been like, you know, going to bed at like midnight or even earlier at times, and waking up early as well, like a normal human being. I'm an animal, Papi. I'm an animal. It's awful. So staying up like this is a little bit more taxing, but still worth it. Still very much so worth it. We're here for the StarCraft. We're here for all of our players, and here we go. We have our map of choice. Hold on. Hold on. Do we have another proposition? Looks like oh my god, they're doing it. Wait, what? No shot. No shot. Okay, hold on. What comes to mind? No shot, Papi, no shot. Sorry, I'm in a enthralling conversation here. So okay, to let you guys in, because there's a lot happening in the chat right now. We're off racing. We are off racing right now. Oh my god. And both Geralt and Night Phoenix have agreed to play a Zerg versus Terran. They've agreed to play a ZVT instead. Geralt is playing Terran and Night Phoenix is playing Zerg. Oh god. I'm checking the race report. Hold on. 94%. No. Okay, Geralt, his Terran is cracked. He's got a 94% win rate in TVP. That's crazy. Oh my god. 94% win rate in TVP. He's cracked. Protoss is super strong after Sentry buff, so he lost one game. True. Oh my god. His Terran is 5k, by the way. But for context, it's 5k. So here we go. This is not going to be a PvP. We are off racing instead. We're having some fun here, and it's going to be Geralt rolling his Terran and I almost said Mixu. Night Phoenix rolling a Zerg. Night Phoenix did message me though that Mixu apparently gave him a build. Mixu gave him a build order. Let's go. As we're diving into our next game. So again, I do apologize because they were asking me. The reason why I was silent for a while, I was typing, is because Night Phoenix was like, give me a build. And then Geralt was like, look at my win rates. I was like, God. And here we go, spawning in the bottom right hand corner, agreeing. Oh, no deal. No deal. Apparently, no, sorry. No queens? Deal? Oh. Does he agree? Is he playing mech? We're gonna find out. It's the Polish, typically Protoss player, but off racing as Terran, representing Storm Gaming. It is Geralt. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Ukrainian Zerg player, the current king of the hill with 5 wins under his belt, papi. Oh my god, it is Night Phoenix. Fashion on esports. Can I type? Can I? True. You sit and you win. They can't see me. I'm an observer. Aye. But here we go. The banter is real, and my apologies. I will fix up the colors of the player names. 1 moment. You can enjoy the players chatting with each other. Let's go, meme king of the hill. Meme it up, papi. Meme it up. But okay. What do we have? Wait, what? Okay, so it is going to be a reactor first. Okay. Geralt's going for a Rax into reactor first, skipping his Reaper, but he is going for an SCV scout. It is going to be an SCV scout. Meanwhile, we do see, I believe Night Phoenix went for a gas first. Yep, it's gas into gas pool hatch opener. Very aggressive build here out of Night Phoenix. That is going to be not just link speed, we're staying in gas. This is either going to be a Bane bust or a Roach Rush. And there it is, it's a Bane bust. It's going to be a Link Bane all-in out of Night Phoenix. The game is going to end sooner than you thought. Meanwhile, back across the map, Geralt did scout the late hatchery, and he should be going in for a deeper scout. SCV is going to be denied, but Geralt should be aware that something is wrong. He did see link speed researching, so he knows it's not. He knows it's not roaches. He knows at least that much, or at least he should be aware. But he knows that aggression is coming. We need to defend back at home. Where's the bunker? We need to get ready. We need a bunker being set up here. For now, Lings, they get across the map. They disrupt the CC. As the Lings are forced back. CC still underway. We're getting into our factory. Second Rax behind this. I'm concerned that Geralt hasn't pieced this together. I'm very concerned. Like, the fast link speed is a massive tip-off. There we go. We're pulling out of gas. Overlook gets shut down. Big supply block for Night Phoenix. Uh-oh. Massive supply block, actually. Considering we're link flooding, by the way, so with that, Geralt, going for the low ground bunker. This is dangerous. This is dangerous. Banelings are morphing in. But this low ground bunker is so exposed, it's gonna go down so quickly. There's a reason why when you're up against a 1 base all in or a 2 base all in, it's typically standard to give up on your natural. You give up on your natural, you defend in the main, you defend on the ramp, you lift up your CC, you save your SCVs. So this is quite risky from Geralt. Very risky. Lings are amassing. How many Banelings do we have? Only 4. Not that many, to be honest. But based on the positioning of the bunker, even with only 4 Banelings, we should still be able to get us around on this and shut it down. Here we go. Night Phoenix, he dives in. It dives on the bunker. Does connect, shuts down the bunker, but there's a tank on the high ground. There is a tank in position. SCVs are going down, but without Banelings, we're not busting in. Yeah, it's not going to happen. Geralt holding. Geralt, he holds onto his natural. He holds onto his main base. The tank has arrived, and Night Phoenix back at home is droning. But this is late saturation. These are late drones. Oh boy. Off race, best race. Oh, you're all animals. Aye. Behind this, we're getting into our Evo chamber. We're setting up a 3rd base as well. Also, my apologies. Sorry, Night Phoenix is on a 6-game win streak, not a 5-game win streak. There we go. It has been updated. 6 games, papi. My god. That's a lot of wins. A lot of wins already here. As Geralt, he's stabilizing on his 2-base sit-up, getting into a 2-on-1 variation. Very weird 2-on-1, but okay. We're getting there. The SimCity is messing me up a little bit. It's a 2-on-1 with tank production. This feels like a 2-base all-in. Not gonna lie. Like, there's no reason to make tanks this early on in such a fashion. So tanks are amassing. Night Phoenix getting into his lair. We have +1 melee on the way, no carapace. Ooh, that's interesting. So the reason why this is interesting, usually as a Zerg player, you'd prioritize Carapace. Carapace has more value to you in this matchup just because it allows your Ling Bane to survive extra hits and to actually close distance and get on top of the army of your opponents. Again, because they're melee-based units, it's so much more important to actually survive and get those hits in. Close that gap. Melee, less so important. So, yeah, interesting choice here out of Night Phoenix. You know, more damage means better upgrade. True. Kappa, as Geralt is going to be pushing towards the left-hand side. The tanks have arrived. We're getting within range here of the hatchery. Oof, and this is going to be a tough defense here for Night Phoenix. Here we go. We get on top of the tanks. First tank goes down, but good positioning here with the Marines. The Balings, they get targeted down. And Geralt was snowballing out of control. We stim on forward. We focus on the Lings, the Balings, and the Queens. And we're stimming, and we're winning. Yeah, Mammoth got a little bit too good here. As we get on top of the Queens, we get on top of the army, and Night Phoenix has nothing left. Yeah, the drones are being targeted down. The tank gets surrounded. The tank is going to fall. But Geralt, he's already achieved so much. And he's going to get a kill on the base. The hatchery goes down. Night Phoenix stuck here on 2 bases. Even getting an Overlord. Geralt is going to run away with this. Now, Night Phoenix, how do we bounce back here? We have Bailing Speed on the way. We have +2 melee. I'll be honest, I don't think I've ever seen at this level play a Zerg player rush into +2 melee of all things in a ZVT. That's crazy. It's wild. I like it. As we do see Geralt going for his double jump on the right hand side. Diving in towards the main. At the same time, drop in towards the left, and we're just pulling Night Phoenix apart. Base is denied. Bane is rolling in. Oh, we get some decent connections. A late reaction there from Geralt. Likewise, to force on friendly fire. And Night Phoenix is holding. Barely holding on. Shutting down those medevacs. One medevac goes down. Oh, can we get the other? Barely not. Oh, yeah, barely not. Does survive. And can Night Phoenix recover? I mean, we have a lot of droning to do. Geralt behind this, his macro, good enough. Getting into our 7-rack setup. 7 racks is right. Sorry, 6-rack setup. Settling on in. Third base being taken. The Mule Hammer is here. Oh, that's a lot of mules. That's quite a heavy Maynard as well. And yeah, Geralt is just getting ready for his second wave, for his second push. He already has a massive lead. He has an economic lead. He has a supply lead, an army lead even. Outside of something fancy here, I'm talking like borrowed Banelings, right? If we had researched Burrow, then maybe we can catch out some Marines. If we tech up into Infestors or tech up into Hydra Lurker, there is a chance. But straight up Ling Bane, it's not going to be easy. At this point, I do feel like the Night Phoenix is relying on Geralt to make the saves. Is relying on Geralt. Banelings rolling in. Oh. Ooh, Mind Shot goes off on the Banelings. Oh, that was brutal. Geralt, he can push in. Can keep pushing. That's a lot of reinforcing Banelings, though. You have to respect it. Oof. Sniping is solid here. Geralt shutting down more Banelings. Pushing in towards the left. Denying more bases. Does focus it down. Oh, that's a kill. That's a kill, not a cancel on the hatchery. Likewise, Geralt coming in from the left-hand side. Getting another base. Mind shots up. Are looking okay. We get the base in the end. Night Phoenix getting knocked down to 3 hatcheries. And we're eventually getting ready for an all-out assault. We're just a head-on push. Not much to slow down Geralt. Yeah, we pick up a queen. Queen gets picked off. Lings get shut down. We have 1-1. 2-2 on the horizon here for Geralt. And a shout out to Night Phoenix for, again, making it this far, for having the largest, the biggest even win streak here out of all players, even beating Skillus as well. Did so well for himself, and now he's coming in with his Ling Bane. Ooh, massive mind shots going off on the Lings. And Geralt, he cleans up the army. He can keep pushing in. He can once again deny these hatcheries. And that's what we're going for. We're going for the bases over and over again, forcing a cancel. Behind this Geralt, he's getting a 4th. 4 CCs on the way. Mind shot's gonna be going up. Oh, he's steaming towards the middle line. Night Phoenix. He can't quite keep up. Not like this. Forces back the drop. And this is the army that we're waiting for. We're waiting for this army to move out across the map. Until then, Geralt dropping his heart out. Being active with what he has. And there it is. Here comes that main army. How many Marines? 43 Marines. 13 Widow Mines. Okay. Okay, if Geralt move commands forward, or if we can somehow force some friendly fire with all these Widow Mines, then maybe we can hold. As Geralt has double the army supply, and here we go, we're rolling in. Widow Mines setting up. Good spread here from Geralt. Good initial mine shot as well. Yeah, pushing in between the bases. Widow Mines are borrowing. We collapse on top of the Queens. No, the Queens are exposed. Mine shot's gonna be going off as well. I'll go to the Baneling connections. Oh! They were okay, but massive mine shots on the remaining Banelings. And was that every Baneling? That was. 0 Banelings left. Only Lings and Queens. And now once again, we can just stim and win from here. Without Banelings, there's nothing to stop these Marines. They break on through. Banelings are just now finishing up. Here come another wave. Another wave of reinforcements. And I think he's trying to hold on. He's trying. And there it is. GG gets called. Good luck in the next round. The king is dead. All hail the new king of the hill. Congratulations to Geralt. GG, well played. Congratulations. The king is dead. All hail the new king of the hill. Geralt will claim the throne for himself. Take that crown. And now a new era has arrived. A new dynasty even has begun. The era of Geralt. GG. GG, well played. A shout out to Night Phoenix for having a deep run and for taking down one of the best European players in all of, or one of the best players in all of Europe. He took down Skillus. You know, I was really curious to see who would be the one to stop Skillus in his tracks. It was Night Phoenix. Night Phoenix was the one that brought Skillus to his knees, and Night Phoenix was the one that went on a deep, deep run here, taking 6 wins in a row. Very impressive. Oh, sorry, yeah, 6 wins in a row. Very impressive stuff. But all good things must come to an end. And Geralt, able to claim his win here, flexing his Terran skills here. Not even in TVP, which is again 94% win rate for Geralt. Crazy, crazy. And with that, who is up next? And do we get another off race? That's the real question. That is the real question. Let's go. Best Zerg in EU has fallen. Ah, Smerge. Smerge. Not like this. Oh, and I think we have our contender here. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. So we have our next contender. I believe it's Azura. I believe Azura is coming up next. Oh wait, no, sorry. Not Azura. My apologies. Euthermal. Uwu Thermal has arrived. I was not familiar. I did not know that Euthermal is gonna be competing in OSC King of the Hill. Okay. So here we go. Uwu Thermal, Mark himself, the YouTube man, the replacement man, has arrived. And speaking of nonsense, speaking of off racing, you should know, if you've been watching the CranKy Ducklings, if you've been watching Euthermal these past couple of months, whenever he competes in tournaments, he plays random. Euthermal, he's set aside his Terran ways, and now he's a random player, and he's very cheesy, he's very all-in. Very, very all-in. So, I'm ready. I'm ready, Bobby. Let's go. Let us go. Setting up our teams. Getting everything ready. Can we get a ZVT again? I did ask for a ZVZ. Euthermal was like, yo, do you have a request for the matchup? And I was like, ZVZ, Kappa. Oh no. What are we gonna get? They're currently picking their races. Oh. Here we go. It looks like... Oh. God. It looks like we're playing PvT. Okay. I'm ready. I am ready. Oh, wait. No, wait. We have... Not yet. We don't have confirmation. Not yet. Not yet, Papi. We're getting there. Okay. We have it. We have our answer. It is going to be Geralt picking Protoss, and Euthermal is picking random. Which makes sense. Again, if you've been watching Euthermal over the past, like, 6 months, he's always been competing as random. He is officially a random player now. What I will say, as everyone I'm sure is familiar if you're aware of Euthermal, his Terran is his best race. His Terran is his best race. His Zerg is his worst. We roll the dice, and it's gonna be a PvP. Let's go, Bobby. Let's go. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alkione, we have our red Protoss player, the current king of the hill from the land of Poland, representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is Geralt. Geralt saying, I'll tell you my race if you tell me yours. As a reminder, his opponent picked random. Geralt does not know what he's playing against because spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the orange Protoss player. He was random, but he rolls Protoss, the orange player from the land of the Netherlands. It is Uwu Thermal. Here we go. Man, there we go. You change your name to Geralt. Okay, a little bit of answer going on here in the chat, and the Probe Scout does come in. Geralt does confirm it's going to be a PvP, and I'm curious how Euthermal approaches this. So Euthermal, he is very cheesy whenever he off races. Well, I mean, in general, even when he rolls Terran, he's a very aggressive, very cheesy player. Has very quirky and unorthodox builds. He's all about content. He's all about making them YouTube content, making them thumbnails. You know, can you believe the 2-base Hydra all-in that I did 5 games in a row and only won once? Oh, I can't believe it. I love Mark. I love you, Thurb. Much love, much love. We'll see what he got. We'll see what he has. Emergency content deployment. YouTube man to the rescue. Exactly. He's here for the views, Papi. He's here for it. Here we go. Again, for now, it's going to be a 2-gate opener out of Euthermal. interesting SimCity. Fair, just interesting to say the least. Creating a bit of a wall off. Meanwhile, oh my god, Geralt's coming in with the pylon block. It does trap some of these probes. Does get a kill as well. One probe goes down for Euthermal. And Geralt just flexing a little bit here. Killing a probe. Does force a cancel. The probe does escape as well. Oh my god. Only for a couple of seconds as the sentry will shut it down. Oh, at least Euthermal does clean it up, but that was quite a disruption in the main base. Behind this, we do have Geralt going for a 2-gate opener into an expand. He's going for a more macro-oriented build. My eyes are more so on Euthermal, as he's also looking to expand. Nexus is on the way. There it is. Nexus is on the way. We are getting in towards the early to mid game. Both players are expanding. We're getting to our tech of choice. Geralt's getting into his Stargate. Ooh, and Adepts are shading across the map. Okay, we have 3 Adepts here from Euthermal, and 2 of them are spotted by the hallucination. Geralt is aware, Geralt is getting ready, he has a probe in position, Stalker's on low ground, shield battery is done, and as long as we can keep up with the shades, we should be able to hold on. Ooh. There goes, we focus down those Adepts. At the same time, a little bit awkward there, as we do have a hallucinated Colossus getting into the main. I think that was a mistake. I was like, wait, what? So, Euthermal gets a full scout. True. Does get a full scout of the main base with a hallucination. We'll get less scouting than he would have liked, but yeah, let's go. And you know what? It's about the content, Bobby. It's about the content. Let's go. Literally 10,000 IQ. True. Let's go. And that's going to be shading in towards the main. Threatening a shade at least. We do see Geralt with an economic lead. He's going across the map with the Oracle. Now, Euthermal did scout. He did confirm the Stargate. He should be aware that the Oracle is coming. And he's ready for it. He is ready for it. Shield battery. Sentries are in position. He wants some MMR with it. No shot. No shot, man. Oracle gets in. We get a couple of probe kills. Good damage dealt by Geralt. Does get away with his Oracle. And did we invest into a second? We did not. Only 1 Oracle from Geralt. Only 1 for the time being. Geralt, he's amassing more Stalkers back at home, catching the Adepts. Blink not quite done, but we do get 1 Adept kill. Even going for both. Very nice targeting there out of Geralt, splitting up his shots. Getting the maximum amount of value with that. Getting that second Adept as low as possible. As he's pushing out, looking to threaten that 3rd base. Hallucination comes in, gets eyes on the would-be Immortal production. That's a lot of sentries here for Euthermal. Sentries are good, but we raise you all these Stalkers. Show us the stasis. No! Massive stasis here on the army. Sentry goes down. And we take control of the 3rd base location. A couple of Stalkers to defend. We can chase them back as well. Going for a warp in. The warp in is denied. Do bleed out one of those Stalkers. And Geralt will be forced back. But he did manage to get a Stalker, a Pylon. Traded well. Baiting Euthermal into that stasis. And now we're waiting for Blink. Oh boy. And Geralt, he's got quite a number of Stalkers available here. Now, Euthermal will also have Blink. Thankfully, he will also have Blink as well. But can he save that Immortal? Can he save it as we force feed the Immortal in and we can focus it down? That's what I was worried about. The Immortal does fall. And with that, Geralt, snowballing a bit out of control here, taking down the sentries, taking down the Stalkers. Get a better trade for Geralt. Stasis trap in the main base, catches almost the entire middle line. GG gets called, and Geralt will take down the would-be usurper. Takes down Euthermal in the PvP, and remains the king of the hill. GG. GG, well played. Again, shout out to you, Thermal. He's always a lot of fun to cast. Always a lot of fun to cast. Always exciting to see what kind of crazy build he whips out or what kind of race he rolls. GG, well played. Geralt will take the win here, but again, a shout out to you, Thermal. Did put on a show, and I'm sure he's gonna make a YouTube video about that hallucination. I'm sure, Pappy. I'm sure. As we're settling into our next game, Geralt still maintaining that win streak, and the question becomes, who's up next? Who is up next? As we're actually running out of matches. One moment. We're actually running out of matches here. Quickly checking our Wikipedia bracket. We have how many games? We have 4 games left. 4 matches remaining here. 4 would-be contenders. Who do we have? Oh, oh no. Ay. Hold on. I need a message once again. Here we go. We have our next contender. It's gonna be the sometimes Zerg player, usually Protoss. It is gonna be Iba from the UK. Of course it is. Este Iba, papi. Ay. We've had a lot of off racing here tonight. A lot of off racing, and is Iba gonna do the same? We've seen a lot of Protoss recently from Iba. A lot of Protoss. Is he gonna off race or not? Oh boy. Here we go. So yet to be determined. I say that because if you remember, one of the last times we casted Iba was in Sparkling Tuna Cup a couple of weeks ago. I think it was last week or the week before. And we casted Iba versus Cristiano. And fun fact, Iba played Protoss against Cristiano and he forced the ace match, which was impressive. He did force the ace match out of Cristiano in a PvP. So I'm not, it's not off the table. You know, it's definitely a possibility here. What do you have to offer? What race are we picking? Oh boy. Here we go. Everyone has been off racing today. Everyone's a clown. Okay, just messaging Iba, and Iba, he's messaging me. He's like, I don't know what to play. Do I play Zerg or Protoss? He's having a crisis right now. Doesn't know, Pat. He doesn't know. We'll see. We'll see how this all comes together here. Iba making an important decision: Zerg or Protoss. Oh, Terran time? They're messaging each other. Okay, okay. Girl was like, how good is your PVT? And he was like, no, 5.5. Okay. PvP. Here we go. We have our next matchup. Eva is usually a Zerg player, but he likes to off-race a lot. And here we go. We have our answer. It is going to be a PvP between Eva and Geralt. Best of 1 on Nightshade. Let's go. Let us go. The PvPs continue. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, of Nightshade, we have our blue Protoss. Oh, he's scared, Poppy. He's scared. We have the blue Protoss player representing the Platinum Heroes from the land of the UK. Typically a Zerg player, but rolling his Protoss, it is Eva. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent saying that he would have liked to have played Terran, but he has never played as Terran on this map. Representing Storm Gaming, the Polish Protoss, it is Geralt. True. Let's hear him say it. Protoss Imba. What's he gonna say? And toss is broken. I was waiting for the toss Imba line, but toss is broken. Yeah, close enough. Aye. They're bonding, Papi. They're bonding. True. PvP unwinnable in a PvP. True. But here we go. We're settling into this. Geralt's going for a 2-gate opener. It's going to be a 2-gate opener from our Polish Protoss player. Meanwhile, Eva back at home. Going for a 2-gate opener as well. Now, if you're curious, if you haven't seen too much of Eva's Protoss in PvP, he's not too cheesy. He can all in, don't get me wrong, he can all in, but it feels like, at least from my experience casting his Protoss, he does enjoy going for more macro-oriented games. He is very greedy. He takes fast third bases and probes up quite quickly, and he goes for these gateway-heavy, mass blink stalker-heavy styles. It's very interesting, and honestly, he has really good blink control. Like Eva, his blink control is on par with some of the best out there. So that's what he does rely on most of the time. He relies a lot more on his micro more than anything, and that is something that you can flex in PvP. That is true. We'll see if we can get there though. For now, we're easing our way into this. We do see a pylon block here out of Eva, delaying the expansion. He should be going for his own back at home. I say delaying the expansion, also trying to get a read on the initial units of Geralt. Is going to be a Stalker Sentry-based opener. Very safe. Pylon is cancelled. Nexus is thrown down for both players. We're easing our way into the mid-game. Easing our way in. Both players going to their Twilight Council's mirrored build so far. Getting in towards Blink. So we're expanding, we're working towards Blink. Everything looking as it should. Everything looking standard so far. Here we go, Eva coming in with his Hallucination Scout, just making sure that there's no hidden tech, no Stargate, no Robo. Does confirm the Twilight Council, sees it researching, knows it's not a Dark Shrine opener. Eva just being secure. Geralt doing the same. With his own hallucination in the main base of Eva. Does see everything. Does confirm. And with that, we're just settling down into our 2-base setup. Robo's on the way. And yeah, we're just playing straight up so far. I mean, again, this is kind of what I expected out of Eva. I'm curious if he's going to be taking a 3rd base as well and going into the mid-game. Probe is on the way. He is going to be on the way, setting up to eventually expand. Geralt doing the same. Hallucination does get eyes on the probe. Eva does see. So does Geralt. So far, for the most part, mirroring each other. I say for the most part, there's the expansion for Eva. Third base has been thrown down. Geralt should be doing the same. Does have the money for it. There it is. Third base has been thrown down. I think the biggest deviation is the Robo, as we have a Robo from Geralt, no Robo from Eva. Eva being a little bit greedier here. Just settling into his 3-base setup and getting into his Blink Stalkers. And this is where Eva can really thrive in PvP. Can thrive. Stalkers are moving out. Well, they do run into Geralt's army, so you have to respect it, you have to back off. Eva just poking and prodding. Geralt rotating over towards the left-hand side. And they did spot each other's third bases, checking for a fourth. Additional gateways are on the way. We have the forge for +1 from Geralt. Eva not investing into his own forge yet. No forge for the time being. Immortal has begun for Geralt. Getting into gateways. So Geralt, he's at least diversifying his army, going into Immortals alongside his Stalkers. Meanwhile, Eva just committed to mass Blink Stalker. At the same time, a couple of probes do go down. Eva chasing down those Stalkers, trading 1 for 1. And trading 1 for 1 in the end. Eva trying to chase him down, but he has no way to reinforce. No Prism, no gateways. Eva has to fall back. And I had to give the edge to Geralt here. Both players are similar in economies. I mean, Eva has a higher worker count, true, so he has a slightly better economy. But Geralt, he's got Immortal production, he's got Charge on the way, he's got a big timing with +1. His +1 is halfway done. Gateway Explosion is kicking in. The composition here for Geralt is just going to be superior to that of Eva. Now, what Eva has is, one, going to be a better economy, now even taking a faster 4th base with a higher worker count. He has a more mobile, flexible army. He could try to outposition Geralt. He can try to avoid the main fights, head into and dive into the natural, diving into the main, depowering gateways, killing probes. Eva can be very active on the map. And at least until he can get into these zealots, I don't really see him engaging head-on with those immortals. The zealots will kind of change the dynamic of these two armies. So Eva is pushing. Looking at the units tab here, you can see Eva, he's got almost double the Stalker count. Again, pure Stalker out of Eva. Geralt's mixing in Zealots, mixing in Immortals. Here we go, we dive in on the right hand side. We do force a cancel on the 4th. Do force that cancel, Immortals are coming in. Eva trying to set up a surround. But Geralt does see this. Does spot this with the Observer. Eva dipping in. Gets a sentry, good pickup. Trading with the Zealots. Eva's also bleeding out some Stalkers. +1 is done for both players, +2 on the way for Geralt. Rebuilding his 4th. Eva's is already done. Geralt is committing. Eva, can we set up a surround? He does have the supply lead. It's going to come down to the angle. We dive, we snipe the Prism. Big moment there. Good counter force fields. Prism for, what is that? 4 Stalkers. Yeah, 4 Stalkers go down. But Geralt can no longer reinforce. Eva, he's cut off. He has to come in. Yeah, he's zoned away from his shield battery, zoned away from the overcharge. Good force fields, force to recall to the right-hand side. Eva trying to surround. Zealots, they collapse on top of the Immortal. And Geralt, he's breaking through. Again, just a better army, better positioning. Solid force fields earlier. And he's breaking through the main army. It was a cute move trying to recall there from Eva onto the other side. Even without the War Prism though, Geralt, he just has too much. And those Immortals, they've been alive throughout this entire game, throughout this entire fight. Adding so much more DPS to this. And we've broken the 4th base. Geralt, he breaks on through. He takes down the Nexus. Eva trying to come in from behind, but he's zoned away. Geralt, he breaks the 4th. Takes down 14 probes. And now we're pushing in to the 3rd. Eva still ahead in workers, by the way, which is crazy. Again, a little bit too greedy. We dive on top of the Prism. Prism goes down. We have so many Zealots. And Geralt, he overwhelms. GG gets called. Geralt taking down his opponent 1-0. Taking down Eva. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Geralt, he will hold on to that crown. Hold on to that throne. Whew. GG, Geralt will maintain his position here, and can anyone stop him? It was a good effort by Eva. It was very back and forth, and it was very tense. It was a very tense game there from our players. GG, and with that we have our next opponent. He was smurging a little bit, Bob. He's smurging. No. But yeah, with that, Geralt, he does claim the win here, and now we're getting into our next series. We're getting into our next game. Whew, it's been a while, but we are going to be featuring not a Protoss, not a Zerg, but a Terran as the challenger. Here we go. Geralt versus Baby Marine coming up next. Let's go. Is Baby Marine still on Team Roddy? Baby Marine. Let's double check here. He is teamless. Ooh, okay. It's currently teamless. We'll fix that up. Here we go. This is me, Geralt versus Baby Marine again. Geralt, he is on a win streak. I believe 3 wins under his belt. 1, 2, yeah, 3 wins so far, and 3 players remain. Oh boy, can he be stopped? Can he be slowed down? I mean, again, Baby Marine, he's an amazing player in his own right. He is an up-and-comer, has been an up-and-comer for quite some time. I want to believe that he can take it to Geralt, but do we off-race again? That is the question. Oh boy. Is it even going to be a PvT? I don't even know. And here we go. We have our map of choice. It is going to be on Ghost River. Let's go. And no one is off racing. No one is off racing. We're all being serious this time. We're all being serious here in our next game. And as we get ready for our next game, a big shout out to... Oh my god! A big shout out to Protostegosaurus Papi. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs in the chat. That's a lot of gifted subs. Thank you. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you so much for the love. We appreciate it. Ga, Papi, ga. Thank you so much. Gifted subs to... I see Astra. Oh my god. To Astra, to GamerGaz, Alive in the Wired, Attilam, RBV Shard, iMercy, Mode Capybara. Oh, it's a Capybara. Lagami, Envy Mondo. Mondo got a sub and has the Bez as well. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. We do appreciate the support. Thank you so much. And it's thanks to the support like this that we're able to host our events, fund our events like Sparkling Tuna Cup, events like Sea Duckling Open, Master Swan Open. Thank you so much. Gracias, papi, gracias. As we are getting into our next game and spawning in the top left-hand corner. of Ghost River, we have our red Terran player. True. Geralt's not wrong. First game versus non-off race. This is the first serious game for Geralt throughout this entire tournament. True. We should have seen him off race. We have the Italian Terran player, currently teamless. It is Baby Marine. Should have been an off race. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Polish Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is Geralt, the current king of the hill. Let's go. Imagine not off racing, right? It's the Baby Marine. I mean, Marine is in his name. Like, you know, can he ever off race if he's a Marine? Smooch. Also, I see you in the chat, Este Mio Micah. Where have you been? Where have you been, Pop? You were supposed to play earlier. You're meant to be an OSC King of the Hill. I won my I won my Hydras, Poppy. Where are my Hydras? Ah. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well, Mio. Hope you're doing good. As here we go, we do have the probe across map being shut down by said Reaper. It is going to be an economic opener, a rack to expand. CC was forced off center, but we should be able to land it. As looks like we had maybe a little bit of a misclick or maybe a bit of a bug being experienced there, but hopefully it's okay. Losing that probe. As Geralt is going to be getting into his Twilight Council, going to be a Twilight Council opener in the main base, working towards Blink. Going to be a Blink-based build. And we'll see where Baby Marine goes with this, as it's getting into his 1-1 setup. Does he go for a Rax before a Starport? Does he go for the Starport first? How aggressive is going to be in the follow-up? If we're loading into Ghost River, I imagine he wants to be quite aggressive. I imagine. As it's going to be a 1-1-1. Starport is on the way. Wintermine production has commenced. We're getting set up for, I imagine, a mine drop, or at least a mine drop variation. Command center now on location. And the question becomes, how many gateways? How aggressive is Geralt going to be as well? How aggressive are we going to be? What I mean by that is that it is Blink, but it could be 2-gate Blink, 3-gate Blink, or even 4-gate Blink Stalker. Level of gateways would dictate how aggressive Geralt did want to be. For now, we do have the first gateway in the main. The second gateway gets thrown down at the natural. Could just be 2-gate Blink into a third, something more economic. As behind this, we do have our 2 Winter Mines and our Medevac on the way. Medevac is on the way. Adepts shading in towards that natural. Ooh, taking down some probes. Taking down some SCVs even. 2 SCVs go down, but the Marines, they punish the Adepts. They do focus one of them down. And Geralt does have to back off. Geralt backs off, and we're going for... Interesting. No additional gateways. Okay, so it is 2-gate Blink. 2-gate Blink into a third. Third is halfway done, followed by a Bay. So very economic here out of Geralt. Some players go for the Bay first, then they go for the expansion. We can see that Geralt had no hesitation there. Goes straight for the Nexus instead, followed by the delayed Bay into delayed Colossus production. So Geralt focusing on his economy more than anything. It's being quite greedy. Meanwhile, Baby Marine, he responds with a third CC. Okay. Greed of our own. Very economic build. 1-1-1 into a third CC. You don't see this too often in this matchup. You don't see this fast of a third CC too often, so happy to see it. Baby Marine is moving out, but he's ready for that next step. As we have the Wintermine drop towards the natural, the Bio tank push towards the third. Rush distance by ground is quite short, and Baby Marine, he might be able to get on top of this third Nexus. Mine drop is coming in. Wintermines, they have arrived. Boys are being pulled. Ooh, good dodge there with the Blink. Wintermine going off at the same time. We collapse here on top of the Nexus. The shields are being stripped. We force a warp in. We force a reaction. Big mine shot. 11 probes go down. Oh my god. Baby Marine. Popping off, getting 11 probe kills. He takes down the Nexus. And Geralt, he's in trouble. He's being picked apart. Tank survives. No shot. Even the second tank does survive as well. Just barely. And again, because of this map, Baby Marine, he can be just that much more aggressive, that much more assertive. And Geralt, he's in trouble. Geralt is in a lot of trouble, bearing in mind that we have a fast third base behind this. Baby Marine being so greedy, and he's getting away with it. Geralt is pushing in. Geralt is trying to push in. Gets across the map, takes down the tank, but we bleed out 1, 2 Stalkers. 3 Stalkers go down. A bit of an expensive trade there. We do take down the SCVs at least. And there are no more tanks. Uh-oh. Baby Marine, he doesn't come back home. He's committed. Doesn't turn around. Geralt getting so much damage done, he's going to keep on pushing towards that mineral line. And SCVs are being pulled into a Colossus. The swipes are real. Big swipes going off at the same time. Tank volleys here on the flanking Stalkers. We take down the gateway. More Colossi are amassing. And you can see 27 SCVs going down. Geralt, despite losing a base, he pops off. He just eviscerates the mineral line. Will lose the Colossus. Meanwhile, across the map, it's going to be a clutch defense there. The 2 tanks, they barely hold on. Can we get on top of this? Charge is not done. But we have League Stalkers. Yeah, there's the Unsiege. We focus down the tanks one after the other. And despite Baby Marine having such a good start, he's falling apart a little bit here. He's down to 27 SCVs. He lost every single tank. He lost a lot of Marauders, lost a lot of Marines. Looking at the trades here. Geralt, he's back in this. Despite the losses, Geralt, he is back in this. Disruptor is out. We're getting in position. Do we have a tank? We do not. No bunker either. That's a lot of Marauders, though. A lot of Marauders in position. Schultz and over. There he goes off. Oh! Hitting a Marauder. Geralt gonna pull back. Behind this third base being rebuilt. I was becoming a believer, by the way. I was believing in the power of the Baby Marine. He was popping off. He was crazy. He was cracked. But Geralt, he's just as crazy. Just as cracked. Oh. Yeah, the Colossi count's getting higher and higher. A bit of a missed rally, but we do notice in time. We do pull back. Baby Marine does push. He is spotted by the Observer. Geralt in position. He has plenty to defend. Baby Marine gonna be lifting up, gonna be boosting on into the natural. Does boost in. So they collapse on the reinforcements, they take down the Marauders. Drop does unload into the natural waste. We're going for the probes. We're going for worker kills. 5, 6 probes go down. 5 even. Not bad. Not bad from Baby Marine. Third base now being landed on location for our Terran player. And with the help of this third base, we're catching up. We're recovering here in the worker counts. Catching up in SCVs. We have a game. We have a game, man. Ooh, and Geralt is being risky. He's moving out with his disruptors. I don't think this should be happening, but I mean, I guess we have the Observer. We have the Observer. We have eyes on the army. Geralt trying to be cheeky. Looking for a way in. He has Zelts on the left. He has disruptors on the right. He's going for the Nova. Geralt, he's going for it. Up. Never goes off. Ooh, big connection. Baby Marine not able to react in time. At the same time, the drops get caught out by the Phoenixes. We have to unload, but there's no way out either. Ay, ay, ay. And these medevacs are going to go down. Full medevacs as well. We lose one, and then the other. Oh, goes to the boost. Does break out. Baby Marine. Able to barely break out of that main. He's going for the Phoenix, and he will not get it. Clutch Blink out of Geralt. Ooh, doesn't lose anything. Does lose whole damage on the Phoenix and the Stalker. But good control out of the Protoss. Geralt does take a supply lead, taking a 4th base. Settling into its Disruptor, settling into its Colossi. We are pushing. Now, even though Geralt is ahead, pushing into all these tanks, pushing into this entrenched position is, I would say, ill-advised. Good EMP on the sentries. Knocking down the rocks. Disruptors leading the charge. Yeah, but the tanks are in position. There's no pushing into this. Cells, they come in from behind. We go for the surround. We collapse on top of the tanks, and boys are being pulled. Decent Nova zoning back the army. As the Vikings are on their own. Get really good control of Geralt as he recalls the hell out of here. He's content with his damage. Killing, what was that, 3 tanks? 2. Killing 2 tanks. Recalling back home. And now we have a shield battery, we have an overcharge, we have the defender's advantage. And there are no tanks with this army. We chase down the medevacs, Novas go off. Good dodges out of Baby Marine. Does avoid the Novas. Once again, does pull back in time. One more Nova going to be going off. The Vikings going ham. They focus out one of the Colossi. But what about the ground army? Chargers, they come in to reinforce. The Vikings go down. Both Colossi, they live. Somehow they live. And Baby Marine, he's heavily overstimmed. Nova goes off. We focus down the medevacs. And Baby Marine plummets in supply. And we still has his tanks back at home. But he lost his medevacs, he lost his ghosts. Lost most of his bio. And again, Geralt, he survived with that Colossi on 2 HP. Of all things. HP, Zelarame gets him, but Planetary does finish, never goes up. Ooh, doesn't connect. Good moves here to Baby Marine, he's collapsing on top of the Disruptors, does get one more of them down. Ooh, big pickoffs, 3 Disruptors fall. But he does lose 13 SCVs, 14 SCVs at the natural. Those are some big losses for Geralt, but he's still ahead. Still does maintain himself. Still 4 Colossi, 2 to 3 Disruptors. Geralt once again rotating around towards that natural. Baby Marine trying to hold on. We do slip in. Oh my god. Nova's going off. Big connections here. Finally on those tanks. We do overextend, we bleed out every single Disruptor, but GG gets called, it's just too much, and Geralt will take down Baby Marine 1-0, claiming his 4th win in OSC King of the Hill. GG. Whew. GG, well played. But a shout out to Baby Marine because he did not have a bad start. He was ahead, he was popping off, he killed the 3rd base, he killed 11 probes with his Widow Mines as well. He was doing so well. He was positioned outside the natural, and Geralt went for a committed counterattack. Geralt, he went for a big counterattack at the natural, and Baby Marine refused to turn around. Because of that, he bled out, I think it was 29 workers. 29 workers, tanks, Marines, Marauders. It was a brutal trade there. And Geralt, he bounced back. Did bounce back in the end. Congratulations, and with that, we're down to 2 players left, I believe. 2 players remaining. Oh boy, can anyone stop Geralt, or is he going to end the night as the King of the Hill? Oh boy, we have room for 2 more players. Now, we did see Miyamika in the chat. So he could very well be a player competing here tonight. That is definitely an option. Who else do we see online? Who else is here? We're going through. I see Fiant. Fiant is online. Another option. Who else do we see? Mana, of course. Mana's online. I think I saw Wayne earlier. Who do we got? Yeah, there we go. We have our answer. We're going to be heading over to the land of the Americas. We're heading over to the land of the Americas. We mentioned him. He was in the chat earlier. Up next is the last king of the sea. It's Miyamika. Let's go. Miyamika is coming up next. And it's going to be a Zerg versus Protoss. I'm not so certain that Miyamika is going to off-race. Now, fun fact, we have seen Miyamika off-race before. If I remember correctly, he off-raced against Go-Go Joey. There was a time where they just agreed to play Terran and Protoss against each other in a Grand Platypus Open. This was years ago at this point. And despite how much fun we've been having here, it should be something a little bit more standard, something a little bit more straight up. It should be. We'll see. I say standard and straight up. I'm referring to Miyamika playing Zerg. The builds that Miyamika is going to be whipping out is going to be most likely a Hydra-based build and a Hydra rush and aggression. It's very Miyamika. I'm ready for it. I'm excited. It's been too long since I've casted Miyamika. Been far too long. Get it. Today is a really cool day. There's been a lot of off-racing today, Poppy. A lot of off-racing. It's been fun, though. It's been fun. It's been an easy cast because it's been so fun. Yo, shout out to Night Phoenix, our previous King of the Hill. 6 wins in a row, Poppy. 6 wins. That's a lot of wins. It's a big payout. Just typing in Discord. If you're curious, if you're maybe listening in, and if you want to get your Gamba going as well, WTL prediction game. In our Discord server, we do have a prediction game that's just now starting up for this season of World Team League. It's where you can predict for how you think some of those matches will go, how you think the scoreline will go, and we keep track of everyone, and we do have rankings, and we have a lot of fun. Check it out. Check it out on our Discord server. Getting ready for World Team League starting tomorrow. So get your predictions in while you can. While you can, Poppy. Oh. We go. As we have our map of choice. Okay, Miyamika, we are going into Site Delta. Let's go. Let us go. We need an off-race cup. That would be a lot of fun. That'd be a lot of fun. Give us the off-race cup. I feel like Euthermal would do really well there, right? Maybe? Maybe. But here we go. Sporting in the top left-hand corner of Site Delta, we have our Polish Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Storm Gaming, the current King of the Hill with how many wins under his belt? With 4 wins already. Can he keep going? Representing Sidestorm Gaming, it is Geralt. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Vietnamese Zerg player, the last king of the sea, the green Zerg representing Team Gosu. It is Mio Micah. No GG? No GG. Este Mio Micah. Ay, ay, ay. He's always having fun with his in-game names. And here we go. We have Geralt moving out across the map, going to be denying and delaying that expansion, denying the low ground expand, forcing the unnatural natural from Mio Micah. Now, Mio Micah has a go-to ZVP build in this matchup. He does enjoy going for hash gas pool, but delaying his link speed, going into a faster lair, or just getting link speed, staying in gas, going for a faster lair, and getting into 2-base Hydra. It is his go-to. It is not the only build that he has, but it's a build that he does love to rely on, and we'll see if that's the case here for me. We shall see. Probe Scout is coming in. Going to be getting eyes on the opener. So far, everything's looking normal from Mio Micah. Everything is looking as it should. For now. Meanwhile, we're getting into our third hatchery. A little bit earlier here from Mio Micah, by the way. Rushing into the third hatchery. What does that mean? That means that, yeah, we have the one queen on the way in the main. We are droning up, no lings. And we should be getting our queen here at the natural as well. And there we go. We have link speed on the way, and this is what I was talking about. We have not pulled out of gas. Why have we not pulled out of gas? I'm pretty sure it's for a lair. I'm pretty sure we're planning to go for a fast lair here from Mio Micah. Behind this, Geralt's going for a Stargate opener, going for, I imagine, Oracle production or Void Rays. We saw that earlier today from Geralt. Okay, we're just waiting for a little bit more gas to get into that lair. Just a little bit further. Adept is moving out. Threatening that natural, the unnatural, natural even, but the queen is going to be able to zone that Adept away. And here we go. Show us that tech. As we have the gas for it. And we're still mining gas, by the way. But now we're just keeping up with the Adepts, forcing them back. Queens are in position, lings are amassing.
Game paused.
As we have a bit of a pause. Hopefully everything is okay. Hopefully. Oh, okay, we're good, we're good. Looks like we do have a little bit of latency now. Thankfully, nothing's happening. Thankfully, like, there's no major engagement, there's no harassment or anything like that. So if there is lag going on, then now is the time for us to hopefully iron out any kind of lag spikes and settle into our game without our game being interrupted too much. So, I'm more than happy to chill. More than happy to wait. All good, Pappy. All good. Whew. And yeah, it's been a wild ride. It's been a wild tournament so far. Again, it's been a lot of fun. It's been a lot of off racing. There's been some amazing storylines and performances here by all of our players. Not even just our kings, not even just our champions here tonight, but even some of the contenders as well. It's been great.
Game resumed.
Has been great. As there it is. We spoke about it. There's the lair. We spoke about how Mio Micah was mining gas for a reason. The lair has begun. We should be taking 2 more gases behind this, getting into our second and third gas, and this should be for a Hydra den. This should be a Ling Hydra based build, as Mio Micah is quite fond of this. This is why we brought it up earlier. Now, when it comes to what's good against this build from Mio Micah, Glaive Adepts. Glaive Adepts just annihilate this build. Just because Adepts, they do well against Lings, Hydras, anything light. They can do well as Oracle gets into the natural. 6 drones go down. Oof, oh my god, the lack of queens is killing Mio. 8 drones fall. The Oracle barely gets away. At the same time across the map, Lings, they do bust in. They threaten that natural. Getting on top of that Adept. It looks like the Adept will go down. But that was still a brutal trade for Mio. losing 8 drones. Oh. And,
Game paused.
yeah, I could feel that lag as well. I was quickly checking on my side. Oh, no! No! I was quickly checking on my side. Ping was fine on our end, but I could feel the lag spikes there. And, Mio is going to be tapping out. Oh, GG. An unfortunate turnout there from Mio, but the lag was real. I could definitely feel it as well. When we were observing, there was some definite like lag spikes there, and yeah, apparently Mio Micah, whether it's his internet connection or maybe the connection between, you know, his server and the America server, regardless, did lead to a loss there, and I was looking forward to the Hydras. I just want to see some Hydras, Papi. I just want to see those Hydras. Feels bad, man. GG, not the way you want to see me and Mikey go out there, but Geralt will claim the win, and with that, we have 1 game left. Oh boy. GG, well played. And with that, I believe we have 1 contender left, and hopefully we can play out our game again outside of these internet issues that me and Michael was experiencing. Like, all the other matches so far have been amazing. And who's left? We've gone through a lot of our regulars. We've gone through a lot of even some newer faces. Again, like, I wasn't expecting Thermal to show up, of all players. So who's left? Graf, Nicaract, Wayne. Again, it's getting quite late here in Southeast Asia. I imagine it's going to be a European player, I imagine, but we'll see. We shall see. There it is. Okay, we're heading over to the European server. It's going to be a banger of a final series. I've been mentioning him throughout the entire broadcast here tonight when it comes to the potential Terran representatives. It is a Geralt versus Nicaract in a best of 1 PvT. Let's go. Here we go. This is going to be a rematch. We have seen both Nicaract and Geralt trade back and forth. Nicaract, he has leveled up quite a bit. He has improved quite a lot over the past couple of months, and it's been impressive to see Nicaract's rise here over the course of these months, you know, taking down players like Geralt a little bit more consistently. I would still favor Geralt in this series, but Nicaract has proven to us that he is of the caliber to take it to Geralt. Is that caliber of player, and it all comes down to this final PvT. Let's go. Final game of the night. It's gonna be on Alcyone. Let's go. Let us go. As a reminder, if you want to support this tournament, if you want to support OSC, !OSC in the chat, and you're going to get a link to a crowdfunding page for OSC Esports. Again, OSC, they do host a lot of online events. They've been hosting online finals for many years, and you can help support them if you wish. Otherwise, support them by following their events. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alcyone, we have our red Terran player representing Platinum Heroes. It is Nicaract. He is our final challenger, and he's going to be challenging our player in the top right-hand corner, representing Storm Gaming from the land of Poland, our current king of the hill. It is Geralt. So far, not the longest reign that we've seen here tonight. Night Phoenix did win 6 games in a row, and Geralt is almost there. He's got 5 wins under his belt. Unomas is all he needs to tie Night Phoenix in all those wins. is almost there. For now, though, is settling into his opener, so is Nickrack. Nickrack going for what looks to be a Rax Expand. And again, it's been really impressive to see Nickrack improve. He's been competing a lot in these online tournaments, has been able to bring Geralt down. But in a best of one, anything can happen. Anything is possible. My eyes are mainly on Nickrack. But it is going to be an economic opener. It's going to be a Rax into CC on the low ground. It is only a single gas opener out of Nickrack, so something much more economic. Geralt being as annoying as possible, delaying the CC, but only by a second or two, as it is thrown down. Was thrown down in the end. Geralt being forced out. Is being forced out. Behind this, Geralt just going to be settling into his 2-base setup, going for a gate expand into Cybercore. Still waiting for his tech of choice. Is it going to be a Twilight Council? Is it going to be a Stargate? What do you have in store for us? Here we go, as the Reaper is moving out right through the center. Going for the scouts, going across the map. Adept is in position on top of the ramp. And we have our tech of choice. It's going to be a Twilight Council out of Geralt. Okay. It's going to be a Blink-based opener. With a Twilight Council, we can lead into 2-gate Blink, 3-gate Blink, or even 4-gate Blink Stalkers. See how aggressive Geralt wants to be. As Reaper does dip in, looking at the vision, Nickrack does click on the building, does confirm, does get eyes on the Twilight Council. Nickrack knows. He knows he is aware. Behind this, we're getting into our 1-1 setup. Interesting. Sorry, my apologies. A 2-1-1 setup. This is quite aggressive. Okay, so Nickrack, he delays the starport. He delays the factory, delays the starport as well. We're building up a mass bio army. We could even go for a third Rax as well, but no, it's going to be a 2-1-1 out of Nickrack. Okay, not unheard of in PvT, but uncommon nonetheless. Meanwhile, Geralt, I was looking at the probe earlier, and it is for a proxy pylon for a Dark Shrine opener. The Twilight Council was for Blink, but also for something more nefarious, for Dark Templar. DTs are on the way. Oh boy, and Nickrack, if his macro is too good, if he mules at the wrong time, these DTs can pop off. Oh boy. So now we're getting into our add-on swap, getting into our medevac. So again, it's going to be a 2-1-1. What does that mean? That means a double medevac stim timing. Stim timing on the way here for Nickrack. The downside here is that there are no Hellions, no Winter Mines, no Cyclones, no factory-based units whatsoever. On top of that, Nickrack hasn't seen the follow-up. He doesn't know how many gateways there are. We can see that additional gateways are on the way. Then, of course, there's additional tech. It's going to be 3-gate Blink out of Geralt. Looking to expand and take a third. And Geralt hasn't seen the opener either. Both players are in the dark. And it's only 2 DTs on the way. 2 Dark Templar waddling in. No Raven, of course. There is soon to be a scan available in the main. We have 3940 energy. We need a couple more seconds for one scan. As the DT gets into the natural, DT slips into the main base. Probes are going down, SCVs are going down left and right, and Nickrack is committed. We gotta go. Oh, as this is becoming game-ending damage, we have to commit across the map, and we need to deny the third and even get more than that. There's the first scan, but the DT is still in the main base. Drop comes in. Third base is under fire. It looks like we should force a cancel. Meanwhile, we get 17 SCVs across the map. Oh, there's a cancel. We force that cancel on the Nexus. Back at her. Where's the army, by the way? We have a scan. We take down the DT. And we have 2 Stalkers to defend. Nickrack, he may just have too much. Yeah, boys are being pulled. He may have lost workers across the map. The DTs may have gone ham. But this drop, it's getting out of control. Yeah, Stimming on further in. DT gets warped into defend. 15 probes go down. Nickrack takes an economic lead. Nickrack, he may be down in workers, but only slightly, and he's got mules. He has mules to work. I mean, he had mules to work with. He's going to have to scan once again. Does have a scan available. Gets the Dark Templar. And Nickrak is going to be trying to stabilize here on 30 workers. Geralt down to 34. So rebuild that third base. Moving out with his adepts, moving out with his DTs. There is a turret in the natural. Should be aware. Oh my god. So Dark Templar does one away, forces out a scan. At the same time, adepts is shading in. Going to be threatening a shade. Drop is coming back home. Adepts say, get into the main! Uh-oh. That should not have happened. They slip into the main base. More workers going to be going down. We get 2. Potentially 3. Oh! Barely a 3rd. Barely a 4th SCV as well. Geralt is recovering. Got Colossi on the way. I think, right, this push is going to be brutal, though. What do we have? We have Stim, we have Combat Shields, we soon have +1. Medevacs and support. First Colossus has arrived. Colossi are going to be crucial in the defense. We need some kind of splash damage. As Nickrak looking for the proxy. Rotating around. Slipping in towards that natural. Geralt not quite in position. He's out on the right hand side expecting a drop. And there is a drop just on the other side of the map. Geralt not ready for this. Shield battery need a couple of seconds. Need more time. Colossus does arrive. And we dive into the natural. Good force fields. The Archon still falls. DT is waddling in. We get one of the Colossi. And good pick off by Nickrak. Forces him away. Gonna bleed out of a couple more units. It's gonna bleed them out. No 3rd CC, not yet. It's gonna be landed on location or thrown down on location. Nickrak, he's holding his own. We're calming things down a little bit here. Nickrak is down 10 workers. We're getting to more Colossi, charge, extend double lance, +1. DT comes in once again. Being such an annoyance. Forcing out a scan. And again, at least we're forcing Nickrak to maintain energy on his CCs. Unable to mule freely. There's another DT's waddling in, but the turret is done. DT waddles away. Doom go towards the main. Spotted by the pylon. Geralt does react in time. A quick reaction out of Geralt. Scan reveals the army. Nickrak pivoting away. Hitting the 4th base. Ooh, does force to cancel. Gets a cancel, forcing back the army at the same time. Nickrak pushing towards the left. Trying to catch Geralt out of position. Geralt is keeping up. He's got 1 disruptor. Let's go. Ready to go. He was in. Shorts it over. Up. There he goes up. We focus down the disruptor. Big pick up there by Nickrak. Nicely done. At the same time on the right hand side, we collapse on the Marauders. We're even forcing a recall back on the right hand side into the main. Bit of a misread from Geralt. Because that he will lose this fight here towards the left hand side. And the job was pulling back, not pushing forward. And we're going for a longer game. That Stargate feels like a fleet beacon, feels like Skytoss. Ooh, does misplace the Nexus. That is a little bit brutal. Nexus is misplaced. We're going for the 4th. This will force some inefficient mining. Not the biggest of deals, but it's going to be slightly more inefficient. second starports on the way. Ghost Academy as well. Getting into Viking production, getting into Ghosts. Ooh, as we're working towards Blink, okay. Shadow Stride in production. Geralt trying to stabilize here on these 4 bases. Stargate is done. No Fleet Beacon yet. We're going for Temple Archives first. I imagine for Storm, for Archons. Just rounding ourselves out. Getting ready for what comes next. Yeah, that is already quite a lot of Vikings being produced here. 4 Vikings at a time. Oh, the DT harass doesn't stop. Get 2 SCVs, we're going for the tower, we force a cancel. DT waddles away. He doesn't waddle away. Marcella comes in, Geralt being such an annoyance here. And he's still going to be committing to his ground toss. Still just robot production. Disruptors are on the way. I think we're still on, double robot production here for Geralt. Trying to keep up with his ground army, knowing that if he tries to take up too quickly into Sky Toss, then Nickrecht will catch him. As Nickrecht is pushing on the left, Geralt is moving out on the right. The armies, they do pass by each other. We're going for the 4th. We collapse onto the Nexus, on the CC, and it's going to go down. There's no saving it. And that's a kill on the orbital, and Nickrecht, he's racing back home. Managing to even get 14 SCVs. Nickrecht trying to catch the army. A little bit too late. Too late for that. The army pushes forward, scan, misses those Dark Templar. Never goes off. Oh no! Ooh, grazing the army. Taking down a good chunk of Marauders. Oh, massive connections as well. And Geralt, he's maxed out. The Vikings going ham. How good are the Novas going to be? Really nice target firing here on the Disruptors. Vikings are landing. Nickrecht breaking through. Across the map, he's going to be bleeding out 20 SCVs. But the Novas, oof. Big connections. Good target firing once again. He's focusing down every single disruptor. And Nickrecht, he's breaking through. Where are your disruptors now? Where's your robot production? And just too many disruptors, not enough Immortals, not enough Colossi. We focused down 8 disruptors and we had like 3 connections. Across the map, SCVs are going down. Nickrecht, he's down to 22 workers. But he kills the 4th, and he's going for the gold. Going for the 5th base as well. Here comes the sneaky disruptor. Never going up. Up! Ooh, does not connect. Once again, we shut it down. Massive DT counterattack. Moving out across the map. Nickrecht does spot it. He's aware. DTs are moving out. Nickrecht in position, trying to intercept. Does spot the DTs, but they should blink away. Into the natural, into the main base. Blinking past the wall. Main army is idle. We're going for the add-ons, going for the turrets, forcing out more scans. Getting even more workers here. Nickrecht down once again to 19 SCVs. He can't afford to scan. He has the mule. Every scan, it's hurting. It's killing him. Nickrecht pushing off that ram never goes off. It's a Marauder. It's going to be going up. 2 more Novas available. Nickrecht, he does have a supply lead, an army supply lead specifically. Hand pop off. We need some Colossi, not gonna lie. There we go. 2 Colossi at a time. These disruptors are just not, they haven't been worth it. Every now and then we get a good connection, that's true, but we've bled out so many disruptors. Nickrack has been so good at sniping them down. And here we go, June dropping to the main base, Stalkers in position, they take down one full medevac. One full medevac goes down. DTs dive in as well. We scan back at home. Do we have a scan across the map? We do have one. At the same time, Novas go off. Oh, no! Big connections. Finally, they're connecting. GG gets called. Congratulations. And Geralt, he is going to be OSC King of the Hill, weekly number 168's champion. He is going to be our reigning King of the Hill. GG. GG, well played. A wild back and forth. There were moments for Nickrack, there were moments for Geralt as well. Unfortunately, it's only a best of one. I would have loved to have seen and experienced a full best of three between these two. Again, they're amazing up-and-coming players in the European region, and they were pretty comparable with each other. Unfortunately, one too many Novas to the face for Nickrack, and Geralt will claim that win. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Geralt. My condolences to Nickrack. And with that, we are wrapping up for tonight. We're done, Papi, we're done. Ja. We are going to be wrapping up, and whew, with that, we can quickly head on over to have a look at the bracket. Hold on, I didn't update this scene. Hold on. I didn't quite update this scene. Overlay brackets. Yeah, there we go. Damn. Okay. From the top, let's quickly refresh and go over our Night of StarCraft. Obviously, we were going over the GSL qualifiers earlier, but here we go. From the top, we have Skillus. Skillus was our raiding King of the Hill from last week, and he went on a tear. He took down DNS, he took down Mixu, Ashbringer, 3 players in a row, but did meet his end at the hands of Night Phoenix. That was the beginning of the end. The reign of terror began with Night Phoenix taking down Skillus in a massive upset. That was a big win for Night Phoenix, by the way. Skillus is one of the best Protoss in all of Europe, so for Night Phoenix to bring him down, very big win. Well, we did head on over here on the right hand side. This was the beginning of the Clown Fiesta because we had some off racing. We had Debbie playing Protoss, Night Phoenix playing Zerg. We had a more straight up game here between Cuckoo and Night Phoenix in a TVP. We had Jomek playing in a PvP against Night Phoenix. Night Phoenix claiming some more wins back to back to back, getting 6 wins in a row, where he met his end at the hands of Geralt in not a PvP, it was a TVZ. Geralt's playing Terran and Night Phoenix playing Zerg, a bit of a rarity there, but Geralt did claim the win, and that followed by some other nonsense. Just non-stop off racing here. Geralt taking down Night Phoenix. Geralt went up against Uthermal. That was a PvP, by the way. Geralt went up against Eba, another PvP as well, and then went back to normal. To be fair, Baby Marine did say that he would have played Protoss if he asked. It would have been another PvP, would have been a lot of fun. But Baby Marine did hold his own. That was a close game. If you remember, that was on Ghost River, and Baby Marine almost took down Geralt. That was a very, very shaky and dynamic back and forth between the two of them. Baby Marine having a great start, but it slipped through his fingers, and it all ended with Geralt. Geralt winning another 6 games in a row. GG, well played. A solid run there by Geralt, by Night Phoenix, by Skillus. I just realized the only wins here, technically, were from Protoss players. It was Skillus, Night Phoenix, and Geralt, the only champions in this week's OSC King of the Hill. Again, as it often is, you know, Protoss dominance in these online tournaments is prevalent here in these OSC weeklies. But technically, there was a Terran win. Technically, yeah. And a Zerg win. True. Night Phoenix, he off-races Zerg. Geralt off-races Terran. Balance, Bobby, balance. all three races won, Bobby. They all won. Copium. Yeah. But outside of that, hope you guys had a great time. Hope you guys had a great time here tonight. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm gonna go get some rest. I'm gonna go I'm gonna go get some bench, papi. We are gonna be wrapping up here for the night, but again, I hope you all enjoyed yourselves. Hope you all had a great time. GG, well played, and we'll see you guys tomorrow, because tomorrow we have the return of World Team League. WTL is back, starting tomorrow at 10 p.m. AEST. I think that's alright, 8 p.m. KST. Not so certain, but again, WTL is gonna be tomorrow. And before WTL, I will try to organize a GSL qualifier replay cast. We've been going over the replays of the GSL qualifiers. We only covered 3 matches today. There's 3 matches left. I'll try to cover them tomorrow before WTL. That'll be the plan. Will be the plan. Otherwise, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for the support. Shout out to everyone in the chat. I see Star in the chat. I see Emperor Fubal, Boptimus Prime, Cynical. Cynical is the last match, or does it replace the previous one? That was the final match, Cynical. That was the final match. GG. GG, well played. But yeah, thank you for all the gifted subs that we had earlier today as well. Gifted subs from Protostegosaurus. We had some resubs in the chat as well, even some new Prime subs. So thank you, papi, thank you. We had Cashium, we had My Sauce. Thank you. And with that, we're done here for the night. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Until then, hasta luego. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego. See you next time.